Chapter 2, Nicholas Ferrer. At about the time when Boehme was dismissed from his apprenticeship for being a house prophet, there was born in England a theologian whose life affords an even better example than Boehme's of an outsider's retreat from the world. Nicholas Ferrer was not a mystic, and possibly his story is out of place among such men as Boehme and Swedenborg. Yet his solution is so relevant in a consideration of the religious outsider that it would be inexcusable not to mention it briefly. Ferrer was born into a wealthy family in 1592. His father was a prominent London merchant. From an early age he showed signs of such brilliance that his family anticipated a triumphant career for him. Both his parents were devout Anglicans, and Nicholas accepted the faith wholeheartedly. At the age of 12, he seems to have had some religious experience which gave him an obscure sense of being dedicated to God. At 14, he went up to Clare Hall, Cambridge, and continued to impress all with whom he came into contact with the power of his mind. His tutor, Augustine Linsell, who later became Bishop of Peterborough, used to say that his tutorship of Nicholas had taught him more than he had succeeded in teaching Nicholas. Inspector Lestrade is said to have thanked God that Sherlock Holmes was on the side of the law. The Bishop of Peterborough paid Nicholas Ferrer the same sort of compliment. If he should turn heretic, he would make work for all the world. Such a head, such a heart, such prevalent arguments he hath, that I know not who would be able to grapple with him. But Ferrer never turned his formidable intellect and sensibility against the Church of England, and the bishop never had reason to complain. Instead, Ferrer travelled widely, and then took up a position in the Virginia Company, where he used his abilities to such effect that, when the company was dissolved in 1623, people vied with one another in offering him appointments, ranging from a readership at Gresham's to a high civil service appointment and an ambassadorship. He declined all these, and entered Parliament, but he was not long in deciding that the political life was not for him. He was passing through the same kind of crises that affected Lawrence when he came back from the Peace Conference in 1922. An anti-world attitude was developing in him. He was sick of public life. In 1625, the family bought a remote and dilapidated house in Huntingdonshire. It stood off the main road, in the middle of a field. In one corner of a field there was a farm, in the other, an old church which the farmer used as a barn and pigsty. The house was called Little Gidding. The whole family assembled there, Nicholas's mother, who was 75 years old, but vigorous and healthy, his elder brother John with his family, his sister and her large family of 16, and various other people, 30 in all. Across the fields, about 2 miles away, was the church of Leighton Bromswold, where George Herbert was appointed prebendary in the same year. After Nicholas had been ordained deacon in Westminster Abbey by Bishop Laud, the family at Little Gidding rebuilt the church and the house, and immediately began to live a rigorously monastic life under his spiritual direction. There were two aspects of life at Little Gidding. Part of the building was fitted up as an almshouse, where 4 poor widows were permanently housed. There was also a hospital, where Nicholas turned his medical experience to good account. At one point in his career he had studied as a doctor. A large pigeon house was converted into a schoolroom, and 3 masters were permanently maintained by the family. Finally there was a regular free distribution of milk and gruel for the local poor. But apart from all this, the center of the life at Little Gidding was worship. 3 times a day the family crossed the field to the little church, at 6 and 10 in the morning, and at 4 in the afternoon for evensong. They crossed in orderly procession, the girls all wearing black habits and veils. Inside the church, the altar hangings and carpet, the tapestry cushions and all the other cloths had been exquisitely embroidered by the women. On Sundays, the local vicar came to the church with his congregation to take the morning service, and in the afternoon, the whole family walked over the fields to Steeple Gidding for evensong. In the house itself, on weekdays, a service was held regularly every hour consisting of a hymn and a reading from the Gospels. These services, which lasted a quarter of an hour, were not attended by the whole family, but were arranged in relays. Ferrer himself had compiled a harmony of the Gospels, a continuous narrative composed of all 4, and this was read right through once a month and then begun again. When King Charles I heard of it, he borrowed it, and returned it in due course with many marginal notes written in his own hand. This volume is now in Harvard University Library. Nicholas also arranged night watches. From 9 p.m. until 1 a.m., the Psalter was recited, and at 1 a.m., Nicholas was called. He then spent the rest of the night until dawn at his own meditations and devotions. He did this for 2 or 3 nights a week, and had only a minimum of sleep on these nights. In the autumn of 1637, when Nicholas was 45, he fell ill. He seemed to know that this was the end, although at first the illness did not appear serious. His last weeks were spent quietly and serenely disposing his affairs and preparing for death. He died on Advent Sunday, at 1 in the morning, the hour at which he normally began his vigil. Little Gidding was to continue for the next 20 years under the guidance of Nicholas's elder brother John. In 1642, in the shadow of the impending civil war, the king visited the family. 4 years later, he was back again, this time a fugitive from the triumphant parliamentary forces, the broken king of T.S. Eliot's Little Gidding. John Ferrer entertained him, and then escorted him across country by lantern light to the house of a royalist at Copping Ford. 3 years later the king was executed, but Little Gidding suffered the consequences of its loyalty long before that. Only 3 months after that night of March, 1646, the house and church were looted by Cromwell's soldiery, and books, tapestries, and furniture burned on a bonfire. In spite of this, the Ferrars carried on the old way of life for another 11 years, until the death of John Ferrer. Then, with no leader to hold it together, the family broke up. Today, the church of Little Gidding still stands in the corner of the field, but there is no sign of the manor house. Outside the church door stands the plain altar tomb of Nicholas Ferrer. There is no inscription on it, not even a name. To many modern readers, the whole way of life of the Little Gidding community must seem incomprehensible and repellent, and the children of the Ferrer family martyrs to a fanatic's desire for sanctity. Yet to many, there must be a nostalgia in thinking of the serene, uncomplicated life of this family who had withdrawn from the world. Nicholas Ferrer had chosen one way out of the outsider's dilemma. He had set his own little corner of the world in order, and lived in that corner as if the rest of the world did not exist. It is true that the monastic temper is not a familiar one in the modern world, and that, although millions of people may detest the routine of modern life and wish they could escape from it, they would hardly be willing to exchange it for the life of a monk. This is easy to understand. It is also easy to see how a Lytton Strachey, or any other modern debunking biographer, could write about the life at Little Gidding in such a way as to make it appear grotesque and rather ridiculous. But could such a biographer, having dismissed Nicholas Ferrer as Strachey dismissed Thomas Arnold, then make constructive suggestions for solving the problem of a modern Nicholas Ferrer? Ferrer had the anti-world temperament, the temperament that made Yeats want to start a community of poets in a castle on the rock in Roscommon. It is, we may as well admit, a romantic temperament, but in this context, the word can be used without any suggestion of mockery. Consider, for instance, Yeats's own attempts to find a solution. In his autobiographies, he speaks of his belief that whatever the great poets had affirmed in their finest moments was the nearest we could come to an authoritative religion, and that their mythology, their spirits of water and wind, were but literal truth. Yeats, like all outsiders of genius, felt the need to make a way of life out of whatever truths the outsider can affirm as ultimate. He felt that the truths by which the average man lives are half-truths, accepted out of fear and laziness. In a memorable passage, he tells how once passing by the New Law Courts, I grew suddenly oppressed by the great weight of stone, and thought, there are miles and miles of stone and brick all around me, and presently added, if John the Baptist or his like were to come again and had his mind set upon it, he could make all these people go out into some wilderness leaving their buildings empty, and that thought, which does not seem very valuable now, so enlightened the day that it is still vivid in the memory. Why did that thought enlighten the day? Because Yeats felt that civilized men live by watered-down standards that are built on cowardice, and that all that was needed to make them renounce their Tower of Babel was an outsider prophet to inspire them. Lawrence had written of the Arabs that they could always be led to the ends of the earth by the prophet of an idea. Yeats was enlightened by his idea because it made him certain that his hunger for a more serious level of living constituted him a poet and a higher type of human being, and not a slightly mad outsider. This is what constitutes an outsider. He is uncomfortable in the world. To begin with, he fears that this is only because of his own inferiority as a human being. The early heroes of Aldous Huxley afford an example of this stage. The hero of the long poem Soleil Auxiliaire et redire passant, for instance, who is the prototype of Dennis in Chrome Yellow and Gumbrel in Antic Hay. Later, he decides that it is the world that is out of joint, not himself. Then he ceases merely to hate the world, and begins to condemn it. Yeats admitted, "In London I saw nothing good," and constantly remembered that Ruskin had said to some friend of my father's, "As I go to my work at the British Museum I see the faces of the people become daily more corrupt." I was convinced myself for a time that on the same journey I saw but what he saw. In the outer world, the outsider sees chaos and corruption. In his inner world, at the times when he is most aware of his subjectivity, he sees order and beauty and certainty. What is more natural than that he should try to find a corner of the world over which he can have absolute control, and then organize that corner until it reflects his inner world? This is what Yeats dreamed of when he thought of instituting a mystical order in his castle on the rock, and for 10 years, my most impassioned thought was a vain attempt to find philosophy and to create ritual for that order. So it is that, for the outsider, Nicholas Ferrer is more than a great Anglican. He is a symbol of one bold attempt at a solution of the outsider's problems. We may feel that there is much to find fault within the little getting way of life. The objection to it is the same as the objection to Mr. Eliot's embracing of Anglicanism, that the outsider must not surrender his reason to some historical fact. For ultimately, history does not matter. History, as Stephen Dedalus says, is a nightmare, and it is a nightmare from which all humankind is trying to awake. This is the significance of the myth of the trump of doom, when the dead awaken. Ibsen was right. We are all dead, and the last judgment will be the day when we dead awaken. It will be the moment when the first human being breaks out of the vicious circle that makes us more animal than man. In such a moment, envisioned by Blake and Nietzsche, history will end, and real time begin. Chapter 3, Blaise Pascal. Blaise Pascal is great for so many reasons that there is always an initial embarrassment in writing of him, the question of from what angle to treat him. A writer on mathematics begins a chapter on Pascal with the statement that he is one of the greatest might-have-beens in the history of mathematics, and adds that Pascal began to die off at the top when he became interested in religion. A recent biographer begins his enormous study with the words, "Blaise Pascal was simply one of the greatest men that have ever lived," and then reels off a long paragraph of his achievements in science, mathematics, and theology. Other writers emphasize his importance as a philosopher, and his influence on William James, Bergson, and the modern existentialists. T. E. Hume wrote that he considered all his work as a mere preface to the reading of Pascal. But again, the simplest and most fruitful approach for our present purposes is to consider Pascal as an outsider. He had a thoroughly scientific brain, united with the profound craving for meaning and certainty that characterizes all outsiders. Pascal was born in the year before Boma died, 1623, at Clermont. His father was an important government official of central France, whose hobbies were physics and mathematics. Blaise had 2 sisters, both beautiful and talented, one older and one younger than himself. From the time of his birth, the legends about Blaise began. He became strangely sluggish, and his abdomen swelled. Local gossip suggested that a spell had been put on him, and his father was sufficiently impressed by the rumors to summon before him the old woman who was supposed to be the author of the malady. When he raged at her and threatened her with hanging, she confessed to having put a spell on the child, in a fit of pique. Unfortunately, it was a death spell, which could only be removed by being transferred to some other creature. Etienne Pascal offered a horse, but the witch explained that a cat would serve just as well. This was duly supplied, but on her way downstairs with it, some friars spoke to her sharply, and the cat jumped out of the window and broke its neck. Monsieur Pascal had to supply another cat. She also required certain herbs, which had to be plucked before sunrise by a child less than 7 years old. This was also done. The witch made a poultice of the leaves and applied them to Blaise's stomach. The result was that the child appeared to die, he ceased to breathe, and his limbs became cold. In a rage, Monsieur Pascal struck the witch to the ground, but she assured him that it would be all right. A few hours later, Blaise began to yawn and wake up. The illness had disappeared. Not long after, Monsieur Pascal returned from the law courts and found the baby pouring water from one glass into another. It is not recorded what happened to the witch, who was, apparently, an old woman who lived on the charity of Madame Pascal. Blaise was never a healthy child, and his mother's death when he was 3 years old may have affected him severely. But he showed himself so intelligent and eager for his lessons that his father was in the strange position of having to prevent his son from working too hard. This may be to some extent the cause of his extraordinary precocity. For instance, his father refused to allow Blaise to begin geometry until he had mastered Latin and Greek. Blaise questioned his father's friends until he had learned something of the methods and aims of geometry. At this point his father intervened, and asked his friends not to talk to Blaise about geometry. So Blaise began drawing charcoal diagrams on his nursery floor, and tried to teach himself. He drew a perfectly round circle, with an equilateral triangle in it, and set out to prove that its angles equaled 180 degrees. His father came into the room, stood watching his son's efforts, and then broke in and asked him what he was up to. Blaise explained his logic, a little apprehensively, using his own terminology of bars and rounds for lines and circles. Gilberte Pascal, the elder sister, finished telling this story with the assertion that from then onwards, Blaise was given full access to geometry books. Her further statement that Blaise rediscovered for himself the first 32 propositions of Euclid must be discredited, on the grounds that there is not enough logical dependence between them to allow the greatest mathematical genius in the world to rediscover them for himself without some help. It is more probable that Gilbert meant that Blaise had rediscovered the 32nd proposition, which is the famous one about the angles of a triangle equaling 180 degrees. The Pascal family bristles with legends. When Blaise was 15, his father incurred the displeasure of Richelieu over a matter of some bonds which had ceased to pay dividends, and went into hiding to avoid being thrown into the Bastille. 12-year-old Jacqueline was showing the same precocity as her elder brother, and was making herself known at court as a poetess. One day, Richelieu's niece decided to present a play for the benefit of the cardinal, and Jacqueline was asked to take part. The tragedy, Scudery's Love the Tyrant, made the cardinal scream with laughter. No doubt the sight of these piping cherubs declaiming about passion, poison, and petrifaction affected him much as Daisy Ashford's The Young Visitors affected a later generation. Jacqueline's father was summoned from his hiding to be congratulated, and was given an important government post. At this time Pascal was working at his mathematics, his interest centered on conic sections. But his brilliance was not confined to mathematics alone. He invented a calculating machine to help his father in his work. He was 20 at the time, and flung himself into the discussions on the vacuum that were dividing the scientists of the age. He played a leading part in conducting experiments, and collaborated with many eminent physicists and mathematicians, including Descartes, 27 years Pascal's senior, who seems to have shown a regrettable streak of jealousy of Pascal. I cite these activities, not simply to underline Pascal's genius, but to give some idea of the atmosphere in which he spent his teens, continual excited speculation, and the feeling that man was learning to discover the secrets of nature. It was, in many ways, a thoroughly modern atmosphere, full of faith in science and progress. The favorite reading of cultured people were semi-Christian Stoics like Montaigne and Duverre, fashionable doubters, and Pierre Charon. The popular poet was Corneille, with his Emersonian maxims, "I am master of myself and of the universe." But Pascal was not a physically healthy person, unlike Leonardo, another many-sided man of genius, he did not possess a powerful physique to take the strain of his intellectual excitement. And it is possible that this explains their difference of temperament, and the fact that Leonardo never developed a particularly religious temper. Pirandello has pointed out that man accepts happiness and health unquestioningly, it is only in misery that he begins to question. Pascal was not a happy, single-minded scientist because his health did not allow him a eupeptic, optimistic temperament. And when he was 23, Pascal's whole mental life was suddenly reoriented. His father slipped on an icy road and dislocated his hip. 2 bone-setters moved into the house in Rouen to keep in constant attention. They were named Jean and Adrien Deschamps, and both had recently been converted to a doctrine known as Jansenism. During the period which the bone-setters spent in the house, Blaise became completely converted to this doctrine. Jansenism derives its name from Cornelius Jansen, Bishop of Ypres. Some 15 years before Pascal's birth, Jansen and another student named Jean de Oron, better known as Saint Cyran, had talked together about the religious laxness of their age, and brooded on plans for reform. Saint Cyran was a man of great charm who later developed a compelling personal power and eloquence. He became Father Confessor to the nuns of Port Royal, a convent 14 miles southwest of Paris, and exercised immense influence over his charges. He and Jansen had been in correspondence for many years, and Jansen had been elaborating his beliefs in an analysis of Saint Augustine, which he called Augustinus. Jansen died in 1638, at the time when Blaise was busy with his treatise on conic sections, and his book was published, in Latin, of course, 2 years after his death. The central doctrine of the Augustinists is the doctrine of grace. But Jansen and Saint Cyran saw the world from an extreme outsider's viewpoint, as a sloppy and irritating place full of rogues and fools. They felt as Swift felt about human nature, and on the question of salvation, they would have agreed with Gurdjieff and T.E. Hume. Men are so stupid and lethargic that no human being has ever been saved by his own efforts. With the penetration of true outsiders, they realized that men have far less free will than they like to believe. They saw clearly what so many outsiders have stated, that no man who has ever lived has solved the problem of living, that all men are failures. But in that case, what about Christianity? What about Christ, who gave his word that the faithful should be saved? Their answer was that some of the faithful are saved, but not by their own efforts. They are saved by the grace of God. And how does one gain this inestimable gift? One doesn't, this was Jansen's answer. One just has to hope. Man has so little free will that he can do nothing. He can only strain all his fibers to become worthy of grace. Blaise was immediately converted to this doctrine, which corresponded to the way he saw the world. He was first and foremost a psychologist, as most outsiders are. His own insights into human nature tended to make him agree with Jansen. From the age of 23, he became a fervent Jansenist. In becoming a Jansenist, Pascal became a rebel against the established church of his day, like Boehme and Kierkegaard and Fox and Blake, in fact, like most other outsiders who embrace Christianity. For in Pascal's time, the church had again become a lax and easy-going institution, as it was when Luther had been provoked to break with it. After Luther's time, it was the Jesuits who had done most to restore the meaning of Catholic Christianity, who had again raised standards to the rigor demanded by the early Church Fathers. Now, in France, at the time of the boy king, the Roi Soleil succeeded to the throne at the age of 5 in 1643. The Jesuits were all-powerful. Most families of the aristocracy had a Jesuit father confessor. And naturally, the Jesuits were forced to compromise a great deal with their aristocratic charges, for the worldlings, the wealthy politicians, the businessmen and merchants did not want a confessor who would impose a rigid moral discipline on them and refuse to wink at their minor sins. The Church was by no means in the same appalling state as in the days when Luther was a monk, but its compromise with the world was enough to provoke such men as Jansen and Pascal to denounce it as utterly corrupt. Blaise's conversion was complete and wholehearted. He studied Saint Cyran's spiritual letters, and Arnaud's frequent communion, and suddenly it seemed to him that the mystery of life had been solved. the road to God lay before him, it was open, and all one had to do was walk. Nothing mattered except to be undivided in purpose. He converted Jacqueline, and persuaded her against marrying a counselor. Together they converted their father, and his elder sister and her husband. Less creditable was Pascal's controversy with Saint Ange, a Capuchin friar who held that the truths of Christianity may be proved by the reason alone. Pascal arranged a meeting with the Capuchin and subjected him to an inquisition. Saint Ange replied good-humoredly, but his reasonableness was not enough to sway the newly converted heresy hunter, nor two friends who agreed with Pascal. Letters written to the archbishop stirred up a scandal, and Saint Ange was driven out of his benefice, and later out of a quiet village near Paris. The young heresy hunters were well satisfied with themselves, but after 300 years, it is Saint Ange who emerges from the episode with credit, while Pascal's admirers have to do their best to gloss it over. In the year following this unpleasant interlude, Pascal's health collapsed entirely. He was forced to walk with the aid of crutches, and seized with cramps which modern experts diagnose as intestinal tuberculosis. His feet were always icy, and had to be warmed with cloths dipped in brandy. In spite of this, he continued his experiments with the vacuum. Early in the summer of 1647, Blaise and Jacqueline moved to Paris, and together attended the service of Father Singlin, the famous preacher who had been converted by grace when he was a young draper's assistant. Singlin's eloquence moved them both deeply. Jacqueline decided there and then to become a nun, but her father opposed the idea strongly, urging her to wait at least until he was dead. She agreed to this. Blaise became more devout than ever, but could not bring himself to renounce science for the monastic life. Besides, his father's health was weak, and he had no wish to hasten a complete breakdown. He took his father into the country at Auvergne for 6 months in 1649, and his own health improved steadily. His doctors advised him to relax and lead an easy social life. For a while Pascal followed their advice. With his friend and admirer the Duc de Rosny he began attending social gatherings, gaming, and otherwise diverting himself. His intellectuality brought him much esteem and admiration in society. He fell in love and pursued a lady whose identity is not known. It may have been the Duke's sister. Jacqueline was made miserable by this unexpected streak of worldliness in her adored brother, and prayed for his conversion. Soon there was more reason for friction between them. Their father died in 1651, and Jacqueline decided to take the veil immediately. For some reason, Blaise asked her to delay for a year, but she refused him. She could hardly realize that Blaise was developing a deeper and wider knowledge of life and of himself, and that all experience was invaluable to him. His father's death caused him acute grief, but it did not keep him away from society for long. For 3 years he played the man of the world, yet he did not abandon himself entirely to pleasure, as Jacqueline was inclined to believe. Now his mind was full of the problem of the human will and its strength. He read Montaigne and Epictetus, Charon, and Descartes. It was not that he had forgotten his original conversion, only that his conversion had taught him that the aim of human life is to strive towards the saintly or the godlike. And now all his curiosity as an outsider was directed to finding shortcuts to this end. He allowed himself to become divided again. Sometimes he hated himself, frequently he hated his fellow men, and found them contemptible and trivial. Having deliberately divided himself, he now ceased to have the feeling of close contact with God, and his devotions became mere mechanical rites. In 1654, he wrote to Jacqueline confessing that he had reached an intellectual and spiritual impasse. He was 31, and had all the outsider's feeling that human life is a lukewarm half measure. After a year of deteriorating health and spiritual uncertainty, Pascal had a vision. It was on the 23rd of November, 1654. At 10:30 in the evening, probably as he lay in bed, an overpowering sense of health and vitality suddenly swept over him, a feeling of complete and total well-being, a certainty so sudden and complete that, when he wrote about it, he headed the page, "Fire." The sensation lasted for 2 hours, and he tried to capture it on paper. As he wrote, his feelings changed. No vision can be sustained for 2 hours, and he began to feel that he had sinned for the past few years. This is always the way with a vision. The first sensation is of vitality that makes one affirm all existence, and love of the world, of its physical reality. As this certainty dies away, one becomes aware of the need for discipline if it is to be recaptured, and of one's lack of discipline in the past. Pascal's memorial begins. God of Abraham, God of Isaac, God of Jacob, not of the philosophers and scholars. Certitude, feeling, joy, peace. God of Jesus Christ. And further on. Joy, tears of joy. I have been separated from him. Let me not be separated from him eternally. It ends with the lines. Let me never be separated from him. He is preserved only by the ways taught in the Gospel. Renunciation, total and sweet. At once, we can see that this vision has much in common with the vision of Boma, and with Nietzsche's vision on the hilltop when the lightning and rain gave him an exalted sense of well-being. It is an experience that can be testified to by a dozen outsiders. Nijinsky's God is fire in the head, Yeats's heaven blazing into the brain, the vision underlying Van Gogh's Nudie Toilet and Rilke's Ninth Elegy with its affirmation du lieb, ich will, the Steppenwolf's moment in which he could affirm everything. Pascal called it inspiration, and so it was, a violence of pure affirmation. From that time onward, Pascal never swerved in his intellectual certainty or in his religious vision. His first desire was to retreat to Port Royal, and to submit his soul to the direction of Father Singlin. But Singlin was ill, and Pascal had to contain his impatience. His friend the Duc de Rosny returned to Paris, and was awe-stricken by Pascal's conversion. Within a few days, he was converted too. This caused a little trouble. Rosny's family were plotting to marry him off to a wealthy heiress of peasant origin. His lands were all mortgaged. In 17th century France, a marriage of this kind was known as manuring one's land. After his conversion, Rosny changed his mind. His family were enraged, and rightly blamed Pascal, who was staying in their house at the time. One morning, the wife of the concierge took a knife and went to Pascal's room, having determined to kill him. He was out, contrary to his usual habits. When he heard of the episode, he did not return. Instead, he spent a few days in the country, and then moved into Port Royal. Here, the third great period of Pascal's life begins. The man of the world phase was over. He settled down to days of quiet study of the scriptures and the church fathers. He submitted himself to the rules of the house, which involved rising at 5 a.m., fasting, and keeping vigil. But his soul was now undivided, and his health thrived on the austere routine. In the memorial he had written that the teachings of the New Testament are the only way of reaching union with God, and now he learned the Gospels by heart. The period now beginning was probably the happiest of Pascal's life. He had accepted the Nicolas Ferrer solution of the outsider's problems. It suited him well. When trouble blew up for Port Royal a few months later, he was spiritually and physically refreshed, and ready to take up the cudgels in defense of his new home. The trouble began when the Jesuits refused communion to a certain Duc de Liancourt because he was a friend of Port Royal. Arnauld of Port Royal attacked the Jesuits, and a correspondence began on the question of divine grace. The question was submitted to the Faculty of Theology for judgment, but the Jesuits had contrived to pack the court with Jesuits and Molinists. Molina was a Jesuit who taught that predestination and free will are not incompatible. Arnauld was condemned, and his condemnation filled Port Royal with apprehension. It was only one stage now to pronouncing Jansenism heretical and breaking up the Port Royal community. Arnauld appealed to Pascal to exercise his immense intellectual powers in defense of Port Royal, and, after some hesitation, Pascal agreed. Early in 1656, a slim pamphlet entitled Letter to a Provençal appeared on the streets of Paris, and quickly sold out. It caused a sensation. It opens in an easy, conversational style. My dear sir, well, we were much mistaken. I learned the facts only yesterday. The attention was immediately captured. People read on. After all, the letter continued, it is a simple matter. Arnold has been condemned for doubting that Jansen's book really contained 5 heretical propositions. Well, surely, the common sense thing to do is to read the book and find out. Why don't the censors state where the 5 propositions appear in Jansen, and give people a chance to judge for themselves? The letter writer then describes a visit to Drive-In, the anti-Jansenist theologian. Here, Pascal shows that he had the makings of a first-class novelist. He skillfully creates the character of an intellectually dishonest, dust-snuffling theologian, and describes his discussion with the letter writer in detail. The writer professes to be completely bewildered by all this word-spinning, and goes off to see a Molinist theologian. And yet another Gogolian character is created in a few strokes. In this first letter, Pascal poses as the man in the street who only wants to get to the bottom of a difficult matter. He uses the same device as many modern journalists, although his effect is rather less nauseating. All Paris talked about the letter, and the police tried to trace it to its source. 5 days later, another was on the streets. The police seized the printing presses normally associated with Port Royal. 9 days later, a third letter was being sold publicly. It was the joke of Paris, and the enraged Jesuits tried to discover who the author could be. Pascal was among those suspected, but his associates were too clever to let the suspicion become a certainty. Unfortunately, the letters did nothing to stay the persecution of Arnauld, and he was duly struck off the roll of doctors of the Sorbonne. In the 4th provincial letter, Pascal drops his defense of Arnauld, which amounts to the statement that it was not Arnauld's ideas but just Arnauld's existence that was offensive to the Jesuits, and attacks the Jesuits' moral system. A Jesuit named Escobar had compiled an anthology from various Jesuit fathers. It was for the guidance of Jesuit priests on matters of casuistry. Casuistry is the discussion of whether certain actions are ethical or unethical, but its aim is not, as modern readers might suppose, to make the worse appear the better reason. It is simply a practical necessity for any hard-working priest. The Jesuit Escobar was not a particularly dishonest man, but many of his propositions looked as if they had been invented solely for the benefit of hypocrites and the spiritually lazy. Pascal's letter writer has a discussion with a Jesuit about Escobar. "Tell me," he continued, "do you use much wine?" "No, Father," I said. "I can't endure it. I asked you that, to inform you that you could drink it in the morning and whenever you liked, without breaking the fast." "That Escobar is a decent sort," said I. "Everyone is crazy about him," replied the father. The examples become more outrageous. Escobar is quoted to support every sin from simony to murder. Pascal attacks the Jesuits for having condemned Galileo. As the letters go on, he continually assumes new positions from which to attack them. The letters continued for a year, and then abruptly ceased. Letter 19 breaks off in the middle of a sentence. There was one event that occurred during the writing of the letters which should be recorded. Pascal's 10-year-old niece Marguerite suffered from a large swelling at the corner of her eye that discharged pus and a foul odor. Over 3 years, the bone structure of the nose had been affected by it. On May 24, 1656, a holy relic was displayed in the monastery, a thorn that was purported to come from Christ's crown of thorns. Marguerite's eye was touched with this thorn, and within a few days, it was completely healed. The miracle restored the faith of Port Royal, it restored Pascal's faith in his opposition to the Church, and above all, it brought to Port Royal an odor of sanctity which disarmed many of its enemies. The miracle was made the subject of an ecclesiastical inquiry, and a commission reported it to be genuine. The miracle of the thorn and the provincial letters delayed the downfall of Port Royal, but could not avert it entirely. In 1660, the provincial letters were burned at the hands of the common hangman, although the judges could not be persuaded to give up their copies, and the hangman had to burn some other book instead. In 1661, Jansen's book was condemned as being contrary to the doctrines of St. Augustine, and the leading spirits of Port Royal were made to sign the document condemning them. Pascal was so shattered by this that he had another breakdown in health. from which he never recovered. But in the meantime, he had begun another great project, a project worthy of his immense powers. The Jesuits were not real enemies, they were only less religious than Pascal, which is only to say that they were not outsiders, and were preoccupied about the good of the majority of insiders. But already, in Pascal's day, the rise of science had brought a wave of humanism and atheism, which Pascal determined to attack. This project, I have no need to point out, is very close to the outsider's heart. All his life, Dostoevsky purposed to write an immense novel called Atheism. When he was killed, T.E. Hume was planning to write a book that would overturn humanism from its foundations. Everything about the outsider's state of mind is anti-humanistic, anti-materialistic. Atheism, in the last resort, means materialism. Let me, before I go on to discuss Pascal's Pensées, try to make this clear, for it is one of the most important points that arise in connection with the outsider. This division of the world into outsiders and insiders is obviously rough and ready, and not intended to stand up to close analysis. It is simply a convenient way of approaching an important subject. Outsider and insider differ in degree, not in kind. But it is also true that the difference between the caveman and Professor Whitehead is a difference of degree, that doesn't make it any less real and important. The outsider is the obsessed man, obsessed with the problem of where he is going and who he is. But man evolves by being obsessed. Mahler became a great musician by being obsessed by music. To begin with, he was sentimental and banal. The same is true of many men of genius. Gauguin's painting is great, not because Gauguin is a talented painter, but because he cared so much about painting that his comparative lack of talent, in the sense that Ingres had talent, is unimportant. The outsider sees this as the final difference between men. Willpower and obsession are all that counts. The obsessed man is great, the satisfied man is not. The outsider's natural attitude to philosophy is this: do not ask whether the philosophy is true, look at the philosopher and ask whether he is great. A man who is not obsessed cannot be great. A doubtful proposition, perhaps, and one whose dangers I shall have to point out in the chapter on Shaw. But it is undoubtedly a valid starting point for an examination of Western civilization. Apply this criterion to materialism and atheism. What type of man is the materialist, generally? Sometimes, of course, a man who has been thrown into a frenzy of opposition to the religious viewpoint by some unfortunate experience with its representatives. Graham Greene presents an example in his Police Captain in The Power and the Glory. But this type of man is a rarity in the modern liberal country, no matter how common he may have been in Tsarist Russia. More commonly, the materialist is a short-sighted skeptic who has never undergone any deep emotional or spiritual experience. They are practically the same thing. He is the type of person that Blake satirizes in An Island in the Moon. He is a man whose formative years were intoxicated with the idea of science, which can make man the master of the world and of himself, for of course, part of man's slavery to himself is really slavery to his cowardice, his fear of the external world, which science can teach him to master. The rationalist, then, is driven by a will to power over the world, a power which he is convinced that unending reason and logic can give him. But his defeat is the same as that of Alexander the Great. When all the world is conquered, what then? The rationalist has failed to recognize the most important fact about man, that reason and logic may give man power over the outside world, but no power over himself. They can make him into a dictator, but not into a genius. But every poet knows that a man's real value is determined by the depth of his emotional experience. It is those deep insights into his own being that really give man mastery over himself and then over the world. Any young poet knows this, any adolescent intoxicated by reading Shelley and Wordsworth. The man whose mental life is restricted to meditating about logic and science is only a half man, and will become mentally stunted. If he spends his time with his attention concentrated on the natural world and its laws, he will never explore the strange countries within himself. Blake's finest lyric is called The Mental Traveler, and begins, I travelled through a land of men and women too. and heard and saw such dreadful things as cold earth wanderers never knew. Blake disliked Newton for being a mere cold earth wanderer. The further one travels, the less one knows, states the Tao Te Ching. In the course of this long exploration of the outsider, I have tried to show that man's evolution lies, not in science, but in knowing more of himself. This does not mean that science is useless. On the contrary, it is the greatest instrument man could have developed for his evolution. Science means the conquering, compressing, and ordering of knowledge. All that must be emphasized is that natural knowledge, the sort of knowledge with which physics and mathematics are concerned, is only a fraction of real knowledge. All man's experience is emotional experience. Even the mathematician, plunged in his calculations, is undergoing emotional experience. His intellectual activity is accompanied by a pleasure and an excitement that is emotional, and it is this that makes him pursue mathematics. An electronic brain takes no pleasure in its calculating. All life is continual emotional experience. It is also true that wisdom, i.e. maturity, is an increasing control of one's emotional experience, an ability to cut out certain distracting types of experience so as to be better able to concentrate on others. Many emotional experiences are just repetitive, and teach us nothing new: jealousy, irritation, fear. The more mature the man, the easier he finds it to combat these experiences. The other experiences, the more important experiences, must then occupy all the attention. Each strong emotion reveals a new area of man's being. For instance, Yeats and Rupert Brooke knew that a man can be introduced to himself in a moment of anger and courage. Know that when all words are said and a man is fighting mad, something drops from eyes long blind, he completes his partial mind. For an instant stands at ease, laughs aloud, his heart at peace. But freed from the bondage of the trivial and the immediate, man plunges into a world of new sensations and new self-discovery. This is the real meaning of the word education, the profoundest of all senses, in which Goethe uses it in Wilhelm Meister. Real education means existentialism, and existentialism means exploring one's inner world scientifically. This is why materialism in all its incarnations, Marxism, logical positivism, and the smirking Bertrand Russell type of rationalism, are so deadly. They make imprisonment in time, consciousness, and personality, to which human beings are only too prone, seem quite natural and inevitable. And since this way of thought has become the prevalent way in our modern world, the outsider must raise the banner of a new existentialism, and make war on civilized modes of thought. It is this materialism which Pascal wanted to fight in his Apology for Christianity. He begins his argument from the same position that I began the outsider, with the man who is obsessed by the search for truth. He writes, "I can approve only those who search groaning," anticipating Nietzsche, who was to write, "I love only what a man has written with his blood." Pascal never finished his Apology, and its fragments, some 900 of them ranging from unfinished sentences to small essays, have never been arranged in satisfactory order. I do not intend to undertake a lengthy analysis of them, this is unnecessary. Most of what Pascal has to say about human nature has been said by the various outsiders I have examined in these 2 volumes. There is the emphasis on human stupidity to be found in Nietzsche or Swift. There is the distinction between the mathematical and the intuitive mind, which is essentially the starting point of the attempt to gain control, the difference between T.E. Lawrence and Van Gogh. The relativity of all human judgments is emphasized. All the false beauties we blame in Cicero have their admirers, and in great number. Like Yeats and Nietzsche, he is aware that the poet and artist cannot be absolutists about truth, for chaos is usually more fruitful for the creator than order. Where Yeats had written what theme had Homer but original sin? Pascal says laconically, a poet and not an honest man. In a summary of his plan for the Apology, Pascal wrote, First part, misery of man without God. Second part, happiness of man with God. Or, first part, that nature is corrupt, proved by nature itself. Second part, that there is a Redeemer, proved by Scripture. We can see that this first part covers the same ground as the existentialist outsiders, from Sartre's Raquentin to Dostoevsky's Ivan Karamazov. It is the misery of the total skeptic, and not only his misery, but his terror. Once he has dismissed as unproved the notion that the universe has any total meaning, that life in itself is good, he finds himself facing the horror of which Conrad wrote in Heart of Darkness and Andreev in Lazarus, that life may not be a progress towards anything good, but an escape from something evil which waits on the other side of physical reality. It is Dostoevsky's speculation that eternity may be a corner of a dusty room covered with cobwebs, or that perhaps eternity is a spider. In a famous passage, Pascal speaks of the vastness of space, and then of the wonders of the world of minute organisms, and contrasts man, the thinking reed, with the multiplicity of nature. Elsewhere, he speaks of man's need for constant diversion, his perpetual misery unless he is up and doing, which we have already seen emphasized by Strode in The Secret Life and by Gurdjieff. He comes very close to saying with Gurdjieff, that man is a mere machine, completely at the mercy of his environment, that he has no free will whatever. But unlike Gurdjieff, he does not then go on to consider the question of how man might learn to create free will for himself, how he might cease to be a mere leaf, tossed about on the current of his environment. But the second part of Pascal's argument is open to more doubt. A thing can only be proved by referring it to something that is unquestionable, and showing that it is in agreement. By the outsider's standards, it is no proof to refer to the scriptures. And this, perhaps, is the chief weakness of the Pensées from the point of view of the outsider. Pascal simply tears away the veils from the world, and shows human nature in all its vagueness and laziness and lack of purpose, and he rightly calls this misery. Kierkegaard would later call it anguish. Having made human weakness so clear that it is self-evident and requires no further proof, Pascal then takes the next step and posits the need for a redeemer. Like St. Paul, he has rejected the imperfection of the world, and immediately created the need for redemption. And we are back again at the most fundamental of human problems. The outsider has accepted the existence of God, that is, of a force working through human beings and through nature, of a purpose greater than the purpose of any individual conscious human personality. A little discipline of poetic insight, a little mental traveling can reveal the existence of levels of purpose that are deeper than our knowledge of ourselves. But the outsider feels that evolution, man's spiritual progress, depends upon a deepening of this insight, and constant discipline of intuition. What has this to do with accepting a historical savior? On the other hand, how is this belief to be turned into a religion which can be generally accepted? The outsider is a sort of spiritual graduate who can be trusted to pursue his own researches, but the average man needs a nursery discipline, and a nursery simplification of his problems. In fact, and this, we must agree, sounds most cynical and blasphemous of all, the average man needs to believe in a savior as a child needs to believe in Santa Claus, and he must be assured of the existence of a savior as the child must be assured of the existence of Santa Claus. The alternative will be a terrible impoverishment of his emotional life. A child has to be educated, and he cannot be educated by working on the assumption that he is an adult. The problem we are facing is, in fact, a problem of education. Existentialism means the ability to grasp the meaning of life. The outsider is a graduate of the school, his knowledge of life is more complex than the average man's, just as Einstein's knowledge of mathematics is more complex than a schoolboy's. Obviously, the notion of evolution is fundamental in this scheme. Not natural selection, which means mechanical evolution, but the slow struggle of will to master life's complexities. This also means that Nietzsche's concept of the Superman has some relevance, even if we dare not yet formulate that relevance for fear of oversimplifying. One might even allow speculation to roam further, and think of the outsider as occupying a position midway between man and Superman, or at least between man as he exists at present, and some type of man with 1 degree more moral consciousness. The danger to be avoided, of course, is talking vaguely about the life force as if it were some strange entity like the Iron Curtain. If existentialism has any meaning, it is expressed in the assertion, I am the life force, or in Nijinsky's I am God. It implies the necessity of immediate action, or at least, of immediate realization of involvement, a complete abandonment of the attitude of being the uninvolved spectator, the philosopher's attitude, or the more human attitude of taking life as it comes, which really means allowing life to take you where it wants, and drifting aimlessly. These observations, which, no doubt, have the appearance of being an alternative second part of the Pensées, are not intended as a dismissal of Pascal's theory of redemption. Insight into the human situation will never cease to be valid, until human beings transcend their situation and make it redundant, and Pascal's Pensées can no more be discredited than Dante's Commedia or Paradise Lost. As an attempt to solve the outsider's problems, they are self-complete and beyond criticism. I have only tried to point out that, under the premises we have developed in studying the outsider, Pascal's Pauline solution cannot pass muster. It may have been valid for Pascal and for his contemporaries, but for civilization in the mid-20th century it does not fit the facts. What are the facts? A highly technical civilization with a 3-century tradition of free thinking behind it, and more leisure than it knows what to do with. And perhaps Pascal would not have expected it to fit the facts. The groundwork of the Pensées is essentially pessimistic. Like Pareto, Pascal would have considered Marxist ideology sentimental and short-sighted. In his day there was a church, in our own, as Mann observed, human destiny presents itself in political terms. In solving our modern problems, the Pensées will take us so far and no further. What is important, what cannot be overemphasized, is that in any civilization that has reached our stage, political thinking must begin with the assumptions of Pascal's Pensées, with the outsider. An error must have time to grow and develop all its tendencies before it can be killed. Pascal came too soon, so did Blake, whose fragmentary Pensées begin with his pamphlet against the deists. The time had begun to be ripe when Hume pointed out that Romanticism is religion turning rotten. Now the error has developed to the full, but most of us are too closely involved in it to see it. Only a few far-sighted historians have recognized our true situation. Pascal died in 1662, at the age of 39. His attempt to demolish the foundations of atheism was never completed, and it is doubtful whether it would have made any great impression on its age even if it had been. No doubt it would have become a classic, like Fenelon's Existence of God or Butler's Analogy, and made no impression whatever on the living thought of its time. Science was too young. It is true that Pascal himself was a scientist, so was Bishop Berkeley, who wrote a treatise on mathematics to refute a mathematician who claimed that no man could believe in both God and mathematics. There is a law of history which could be called the law of errors, and it is this: an error is unkillable until it has stopped growing, unless it is uprooted by the doubtful method of fire and sword. In Pascal's time, materialism was still young. Pascal is, perhaps, the most important outsider we have considered so far in this study, more important even than Nietzsche and Dostoevsky, for they were both simply artists. Pascal was a scientist and a mathematician. Many outsider temperaments loathe mathematics, Dostoevsky and Ramakrishna did, for instance, and a modern materialist thinker is inclined to explain the difference between the religious and the materialist temper as being merely the difference between superstition and logic. A figure like Pascal decisively disproves this. In all things he excelled. He had the practical ability of a statesman, he had a genius for friendship, his mathematics and physics show the mental power of a Newton, his provincial letters show the satirical talent of a Gogol or Fielding, his Pensées show an insight into the human heart that only Dostoevsky can equal, and an iconoclasm as deadly as Nietzsche's. It is difficult, in our age of dilettantism and specialization, to comprehend his greatness, and impossible to pass judgment on it. Yeats, under Ben Bulben. In his sonnet piece Rupert Brooke thanks God for the war that has caught our youth, and wakened us from sleeping, with hand made sure, clear eye, and sharpened power, to turn, as swimmers into cleanness leaping. Chapter 4, Emanuel Swedenborg. In spite of the immense differences between them, there is a curious similarity between Blaise Pascal and Emanuel Swedenborg. Swedenborg was also a man of scientific genius who is known to posterity by his religious genius. But Swedenborg lived more than twice as long as Pascal, and his mark on history is greater, for there exists all over the world today a considerable and flourishing church that preaches his doctrines. For a 20th century reader, this is enough to attach a somewhat doubtful odor to his name. We have had too much of cranky messiahs, Mary Baker Eddy, Pastor Russell, of the Jehovah's Witnesses, Madame Blavatsky, yet the truth is that Swedenborg is a far greater figure than any of these. He also poses a perplexing and unsolved problem. Until he was almost 60, Swedenborg was a scientist and mathematician, and when, at the end of the last century, his scientific writings were examined, it was found that he had been ahead of his time in almost every major department of scientific activity. His work on the brain anticipated modern physiology, his work on paleontology anticipated later Swedish geology, he advanced the nebular hypothesis of the formation of the planets long before Kant or Laplace, his magnetic theory has much in common with Clerk Maxwell's, he was the first to try to create a science of crystals, he produced one of the earliest accounts of the phenomena of phosphorescence, was the first to use mercury in an air pump, and invented a method of determining longitude at sea by observation of the moon among the stars. As indubitably as Newton or Einstein, he had scientific genius. At the age of 60, he began to study the Bible, and to write theological works. Very soon, he was claiming, in his calm and matter-of-fact way, that he had been allowed to make a tour of heaven and hell, and had conversed with angels and spirits of the dead. Before we hastily dismiss this as senile self-deceit, let us glance at the three best-known cases of Swedenborg's unusual powers. First, there is the case of the Queen of Sweden. Count Hopkin, a contemporary, describes it. Swedenborg was one day at a court reception. Her Majesty asked him about different things in the other life, and lastly, whether he had seen or talked with her brother, the Prince Royal of Prussia. He answered no. Her Majesty then requested him to ask after him, and give him her greeting, which Swedenborg promised to do. I doubt whether the Queen meant this seriously. At the next reception, Swedenborg again appeared at court, and while the Queen was surrounded by her ladies of honor, he came boldly in and approached Her Majesty. Swedenborg not only greeted her from her brother, but also gave her his apologies for not having answered her last letter. He also wished to do so now through Swedenborg, which he accordingly did. The Queen was greatly overcome, and said, "No one but God knows this secret." This episode is well authenticated. It is said that for days afterwards, carriages rolled up to Swedenborg's front door, and nobles tried to persuade him to tell them what he had told the Queen that had affected her so greatly. Swedenborg, of course, refused. Many versions of the story became current at the time. The second unusual occurrence is known generally as the Stockholm Fire. In Gothenburg one evening, as Swedenborg was about to sit down to dinner, he suddenly turned pale, and went outside. When he returned, he told the company that a great fire had broken out in Stockholm, and that his own house was in danger. Stockholm was 300 miles away. For 2 hours, Swedenborg walked up and down anxiously, then, at about 8 o'clock, he said suddenly, "Thank heavens, the fire is under control, it had almost reached my doorstep." The news spread throughout Gothenburg, and the next day Swedenborg was summoned before the governor to describe the fire. It was not until the following day that a letter arrived from Stockholm confirming all that Swedenborg had said, down to the last detail. The third case has something of the air of a detective story. Madame Martville, the widow of the Dutch ambassador in Stockholm, received a large bill from a goldsmith named Kroon. It was for a silver tea service which she was convinced her husband had paid for. However, she could not find the receipt. Swedenborg was called in as a last resort, and asked to question the deceased husband next time he happened to meet him in the spirit world. A few days later, he came to the house when Madame Martville had a company of friends with her. "I questioned your husband. He confirmed that he paid for the tea service, and says that the receipt is in the bureau upstairs." "Impossible," the lady answered. "I've turned everything out of it." Swedenborg then explained that there was a secret compartment behind the left-hand drawer of the bureau, which could be got at by pulling out the drawer and sliding a board aside. It also contained, Swedenborg explained, certain Dutch business letters. The whole company trooped upstairs. Swedenborg could hardly have asked for a better effect, and a search of the bureau revealed the receipt and letters just as Swedenborg had described them. It should be added immediately that Swedenborg attached no importance whatever to these incidents. He seems to have had the same ironic attitude towards them that Jesus had towards the miracles. They were irrelevant and likely to get him the reputation of a charlatan. Swedenborg was born nearly a quarter of a century after Pascal's death, in 1688. His father's name was Swedberg, and he was a bishop of the Lutheran Church. Swedenborg was given a patent of nobility by Queen Ulrica which authorized him to insert the extra syllable in his name. It is equivalent to the German von. Strangely enough, his maternal grandfather was called Bem, a variant of Boma. Swedenborg passed through the usual tutelage and university training until he was 21. Little is known about his youth. He was known to his family as a poet, but his mind seems to have been as curious and as omnivorous as Leonardo's, and his interest in physics, geology, biology, and mathematics was as great as his interest in literature. When he set out on his travels, at the age of 22, he made a summary of the mathematical discoveries of the previous 2 centuries, to which he intended to add anything new that he might find on his travels. In London, he made a point of lodging with men of different trades, a watchmaker, a cabinet maker, a mathematical instrument maker, and learning all he could from his landlords. He also studied music, and learned to play the organ well enough to replace the organist in his local church. In 1710, he published his first book, a collection of poems in Latin. The next few years were a period of frustration for him. Sweden was a cautious, conservative nation, and young Swedenborg's many ideas for his country's scientific advancement were thwarted. He began a scientific journal to record the discoveries of his day, and dedicated it to the king. With his brother-in-law, he planned a great astronomical observatory. He spent another year at the university to study engineering. Finally, when he was 28, he was given the appointment of assessor to the Swedish Board of Mines. To begin with, there was no salary attached to this post, but it fascinated Swedenborg's practical mind, so much so that he turned down a professorship of astronomy at the university, and, a few years later, a professorship of mathematics. This latter he refused on the interesting ground that he thought mathematicians should not confine themselves to mere theory. All his life he was sturdily practical, and had no use for theory divorced from practice. This was as much the characteristic of his religious as of his scientific teaching. For him, thought was essentially the prelude to action. There was no such thing as abstract thought. His capacity was formidably demonstrated in 1718, when Charles XII was laying siege to the Danes in the fortress of Fredrikshald. He was given the task of transporting 5 ships across 15 miles of country. The feat took 7 weeks, but it was accomplished, under Swedenborg's direction. Swedenborg was also closely involved in the construction of the great docks at Karlskrona, and in the scheme for connecting the North Sea with the Baltic by canal. This was left unfinished when Charles was killed by a bullet in the campaign of 1718. There is no point in following Swedenborg's quarter of a century as assessor in detail. It is enough to say that he gradually made himself invaluable to the Board of Mines, and helped to revolutionize mining in Sweden. He started to write an immense work on science, which began with a whole volume on the origins of the universe, and others on the practice of smelting iron and steel, copper and brass. His work on physiology, especially the function of the brain, advanced many views that were heterodox in his own day, but have since been proved correct. For instance, that the activity of the brain is synchronous with breathing, not with the beats of the heart or the motion of the blood. Equally important, in periods of long, intense concentration, Swedenborg disciplined his body to make its presence almost imperceptible. He learned to work for long hours without mental fatigue, and his concentration was so great that at times his breathing seemed to stop. This, it may well be, was the really decisive factor in turning Swedenborg the engineer into Swedenborg the mystic. The variety and number of his works are bewildering: treatises on algebra, the first in Swedish, on economics, on salt mining, on the tides, on astronomy, on minerals, on anatomy and physiology. In France in 1736 he predicted the revolution of 1789. Early in the 1740s, his first work on theology began to take shape, the hieroglyphic key to natural and spiritual mysteries, in which he advances a theory that seems to have much in common with Boehme's signatures, although it appears that he had never read Boehme. The year 1744 was the turning point in Swedenborg's life. In April of that year he seems to have had some kind of vision. Having retired to bed at 10 o'clock, he heard a roaring noise like a high wind. When he jumped out of bed in alarm, the wind seemed to pick him up and fling him on his face, and he felt the presence of something indescribably holy. He fell on his knees and, addressing Jesus, began to pray for grace. Suddenly he felt a hand seize his own. Upon opening his eyes, he claims, he saw Jesus face to face. Jesus then asked him the rather curious question as to whether he had a bill of health, a document certifying the health of a ship's crew before it leaves port. Swedenborg answered in the affirmative, and the vision replied, "Well then, do." At this, Swedenborg woke up. This dream seems to have completely altered his mental life, giving him a sense of close contact with unseen powers. No doubt as a consequence of this new attitude, he began to have ecstatic trances, of the same type as Sri Ramakrishna's. In London, later that year, he was robbed of his gold watch while in a state of trance, and the thieves, who were employed in the house, when he approached them, tried to persuade him that he had thrown the watch out of the window in his ecstasy. He was unconvinced, but did not attempt to prosecute them. One sign of his new attitude was his sudden loss of sexual desire. All his emotional energy was taken up by the visions and ecstasies, which became more and more frequent. He now no longer had to sleep to see visions. Angels in the form of men appeared to him when he went into a state of meditation, and once a voice told him sharply to hold his tongue. He was writing, not talking, at the time, so possibly the spirit was irritated that Swedenborg's receptivity was being interfered with by his scientific labors. If this is so, it enforces the point that Swedenborg's visions and voices took place inside his head, in his imagination. But this is not to say that they were just self-deceptions. Shaw St. John commented that all visions come through the imagination, and certainly anyone who has had much experience of imaginative creation knows that the imagination's power lies in its receptivity, not in any power to invent. In 1747, Swedenborg resigned from the Board of Mines. He was 59 at the time. For another quarter of a century he wrote the immense theological works upon which his living influence rests. The works were all published in Latin, and many were anonymous. Naturally, they caused no great sensation. In fact, it is recorded that only 4 copies of the first volume were sold in 2 months. But over the years, Swedenborg's reputation grew, and the established church began to show its hostility to him. A Swedish bishop declared his work full of intolerable errors and heretical, but the royal protection did not fail, and Swedenborg was never actively persecuted. His first religious work was published 2 years after resigning from the Board of Mines. It was the first volume of the Arcana Coelestia, an examination of the Book of Genesis, like Boehme's Mysterium Magnum. In it, he makes no bones about stating that he has been permitted to enter the spirit world and speak with angels and the spirits of the dead. This work extended to 8 bulky volumes before it was finished. His next work, entitled The Last Judgment, was published in 1758, and maintained the startling thesis that the Last Judgment had taken place in the previous year, in the spirit world, of course, and that from then on, spirits would be judged immediately on reaching heaven. The reason, apparently, was that the evil spirits in the other world had swelled to such immense numbers that their baleful influence was becoming dangerous for the earth. It is interesting to note that the Jehovah's Witnesses hold the same kind of belief. that the kingdom of the devil came to an end in 1914, and that now, in the spirit world, Christ is king. In heaven and its wonders in hell, his most immediately attractive work, he speaks of having been allowed to tour both regions, and even ventures upon some physical descriptions of them. For instance, some hells appear as holes or caves in rocks, others look like ruined cities with streets and brothels. In the streets and lanes are robberies and plunderings, others look like rude cottages. But the greater part of heaven and hell is taken up with analysis of the state of blessedness and damnation, and in many parts Swedenborg asserts that hell is a mental state, not a place. This is the puzzle of Swedenborg's work, and so far, no one has been able to solve it finally. The great bulk of it consists of profound psychological observations in which the outsider can discover his own insights reflected. The remainder describes conversations with angels, and details the spiritual state of man after death, and so forth. Obviously, this cannot be considered as truth in the same sense as the psychology. For the existentialist, truth is subjectivity. External events are neither true nor untrue, but unimportant. The basis of Swedenborgianism, of course, is the assertion that the spirit world is the place to which men go as soon as they die. For the outsider, this may be true or untrue, but it is completely irrelevant to the outsider's problems. Wittgenstein summarized the outsider's position at the end of his Tractatus, where he said, "The meaning of life must lie outside life." This means that there is no point whatever in deciding that the meaning of this earthly life becomes defined by a continuation in a spirit world on the other side of the grave. Life is the interaction of spirit and matter. If truth is subjectivity, then truth is approached by retreating from the region where spirit and matter interact, i.e. the world, and withdrawing into oneself, into what Saint Teresa called the interior castle, or what Captain Shotover called the seventh degree of concentration. And Swedenborg's heaven and hell are irrelevant, whether they exist or not. This also means that much of Swedenborg's teaching is irrelevant to the outsider. I do not mean, of course, that his writings are not worth study. On the contrary, they soon come to exercise an extraordinary fascination over the student. But it is the same fascination as that of Madame Blavatsky's secret doctrine, that of a vast, learned piece of mythology. And yet his premises are outsider premises. In the spiritual diary he writes, bodily concerns draw down the ideas of the mind and immerse them in corporeal things, too, and he emphasizes the importance of getting free of worldly cares. He says penetratingly, a fallacy is a judgment of the eye, not of the mind. 3. As human beings, we are bullied by appearances. But as soon as we begin to use our minds to penetrate the world, we find that appearances are deceptive, that our sensations are not to be relied upon. On a spring morning our senses tell us that God's in his heaven, all's right with the world. A change of weather can bring a change of mood that gives us a completely different philosophy. Our feelings are linked to the appearance of the world, and if we lived according to our feelings, we would be as unstable as weathercocks. Man ceases to be a mere animal by deliberately criticizing everything his feelings, and his eyes, tell him. He becomes a more spiritual being by analyzing continually, by total skepticism. But, as I have already pointed out, a skeptic must also be skeptical about his own skepticism. His own judgment is the first thing he should doubt. And skepticism must not be limited to logical propositions, it must be a continual sifting of all experience. The ideal philosopher would unite the visionary power of Swedenborg or Blake with the skepticism of Bertrand Russell. Anything less is inadequate. It is lucky that Swedenborg had had 40 years of scientific training when he began to have his extraordinary experiences, but it is a pity that his training was not in philosophy. He might easily have established existentialism on a basis that would have changed the course of our civilization. Swedenborg's basic assertion, then, is the same as Blake's or Sartre's, that the mind must learn to be independent of the physical world. Sartre says of the café proprietor in La Nausée, when the café empties, his head empties too. Shaw begins the apple cart with a scathing comment on a man who spent his life arranging pageants and believing in them, and who went insane when he was cast up on a desert island because he had no one to talk to. Later in that play, when Boanerges accuses the king of wishing he could still have people beheaded, the king replies urbanely, "Many people would not miss their heads," and all Shah's contempt is compressed into the sentence. Men should not hold the physical world in contempt, which is blasphemy, but they should not be enslaved by it, either. Swedenborg, like Blake, has no use for the monastic ideal. Although he withdrew from the world to write, he regarded his own as a special case. Men are meant to live in the world. He is in complete agreement with Hesse, who makes this the moral of most of his novels. Man must become greater by living in the world with the moral strength of a saint and the willpower and discrimination of a great artist. Steppenwolf's first comment in Hesse's novel is that when a man has embarked on the life of the mind, he has left the solid land of the physical world, and may easily steer himself into insanity. But the life of the mind, even if it brought about the fall of man, is the road to becoming more than man, and it must be embarked on. As opposed to the life of the body, life on a primary level of physical experience, it involves living in a different world, a world of spiritual perception. And this, no doubt, is one explanation of what Swedenborg meant by his talk about exploring the spirit world. It may have been his way of trying to explore the truths of the mind and convey them to ordinary men living a purely primary existence. But this explanation is not very plausible, not in the face of the evidence. It may be true that Blake meant the spirit world in this way, and that he talked about ghosts and spirits because that was the only way to jar the Philistines. Yeats, of course, did precisely that, and admitted it in his later years. Because there is safety in derision, I talked about an apparition. I took no trouble to convince, or seem plausible to a man of sense. 15 apparitions have one seen. The worst a coat upon a coat hanger. But Swedenborg asserted again and again that he meant the spiritual world in a real, not an allegorical sense. His major work, The True Christian Religion, has many passages labeled memorabilia, which begin "One day, as I was talking with an angel," or "as I was walking around hell." Blake satirized them in the memorable fancies of his marriage of heaven and hell. It is true that he attaches a great deal of importance to the idea that all sacred writing has two senses, one literal and obvious, the other spiritual and hidden, and it may well be that he means his more discerning readers to ignore his talk about spirits and concentrate on the meaning of what he is trying to convey by his allegories. On the other hand, it is said that he was in the habit of entering some perfectly down-to-earth argument with a comment like, "As a matter of fact, I was talking to St. Paul about that very subject only this morning." It might be mentioned that, on the subject of St. Paul, Swedenborg also took the view that Paul's writings were not particularly inspired, and that his doctrine of the vicarious atonement was nonsense. In the Doctrine of the Lord he dismisses it incisively, and point 8, and in the Arcana Coelestia, explains that the Savior is a symbol of divine truth, and his power of saving mankind is simply the power of truth. One thing about Swedenborg is certain, that even if we choose to dismiss the supernatural element in his teaching, the greatness and insight of his works is not diminished in the least. He is not merely a theologian, he is a psychologist, as Pascal was. Swedenborgians believe that what distinguishes Swedenborg's writing from that of Boehme or Blake or Fox is that he is writing at the dictation of spirits. The ordinary mystic, they claim, is too much an erring human being. But there is a fallacy here. Swedenborg himself asserts, with all the mystics, that in the heart of his being, man is really God. He recognizes the immense difficulties that prevent men from defeating their all too human stupidity and penetrating to that still center. But there is no such thing as dictation by spirits. There is only dictation by the spirit, which lies at the center of man. It is only loose thinking to call this the spirit of man, as the humanists are inclined to. Man is simply a dirty filter through which the spirit has to penetrate. To say all this is not to devalue Swedenborg. On the contrary, it is an attempt to rescue him from the pigeonhole with Madame Blavatsky and Mary Baker Eddy to which the 20th century has assigned him. He was far too gifted, modest, and well-adjusted a man to be dismissed as a mere crank. Attempts to explain away such thinkers as Pascal and Swedenborg by a glib use of the terms of psychoanalysis merely serve to indicate how much we need their insight, at a time when rationalism is dying on us, and almost crushing us. The teachers of the reality of the will are relevant as never before. Boma was also known as Beman or Bem in England up to the beginning of the present century. Chapter 5, William Law. There is very little to tell of the life of William Law that could not be compressed into 2 long paragraphs. We know nothing of his inner life in comparison with what we know of Swedenborg's or Boma's. There are no dramatic documents, like Pascal's Memorial or Mystère de Jesus, no crises, or long illnesses or sudden illuminations. In comparison with George Fox or John Wesley, his life was flat and uneventful. For all that, he was one of the greatest and most powerful minds ever produced by the Church of England, and no examination of the mystics would be complete without reference to him. Law was born in Kingscliff, Northamptonshire, in 1686, the son of a grocer. He entered Emmanuel College, Cambridge, when he was 19. He was a sizar, that is, one who is partly supported by the college funds, and performs certain menial services in exchange. By the time he was 25 he had become a fellow, and seemed set for a quiet and retired life as a college don. Undoubtedly it would have suited him. But George I came to the throne, and demanded an oath of loyalty from everyone in authority. Law supported the Stuart pretender, and refused to swear. He then resigned his fellowship in anticipation of being deprived of it. The remainder of Law's life falls into 2 main periods, the first from 1720 to 1740, during most of which time he acted as tutor to Edward Gibbon, the historian's father, at Putney and wrote a number of controversial works, the second from 1740 to his death 20 years later, when he returned to his native village of Kingscliff and lived a semi-monastic life, writing the great mystical books based on Boma's teachings. He first came to prominence as a writer in 1717, the year after he had resigned his fellowship. It was in a controversy with Bishop Hoadley, the Bishop of Bangor. Hoadley was a good-natured man, easygoing, charitable, learned, rather like a peacock character, and his views were distinctly liberal and broad church. He had preached a famous sermon defending the interference of the state in church affairs. Where it was a question of church and state, Hoadley said, the state should be master, and the church stick to its own realm, the realm of the spirit. Law held Ivan Karamazov's view that the state ought to be no more than a department of the church. He published his letters to the Bishop of Bangor, which brought him the same kind of overnight celebrity that the provincial letters had brought Pascal, except that, in this case, there was no secret about the author's identity. Law was a formidable controversialist, and perhaps more than a little unfair. For instance, the bishop had alleged that Roman Catholics must be excluded from the throne, not on account of their religion considered as such, but the fatal, natural, certain effects of it to our destruction. This is a straightforward enough proposition. A good parallel would be to say that one could not allow a Negro on the throne of England, not because of any objection to the color of his skin, but because it would cause complications in British West Africa. But Law chooses a less fair parallel. As for instance, your lordship may mean thus: if a man of a great estate dies, he loses his right to his estate, not upon the fatal account of death, considered as such, but for the certain fatal, natural effect of it upon himself. Or, suppose a person be excluded for being an idiot, it is not for his idiocy, considered as such, but for the certain, fatal, natural effect of it upon himself to our destruction. My lord, this is prodigious deep. Law's argument is, of course, unfair, but it takes several minutes' thought to see where it is unfair, and most of his readers did not bestow that much time on it. 5 years after this first controversial masterpiece came a second one, his reply to Mandeville's Fable of the Bees. Bernard de Mandeville's book was written in doggerel couplets, and advanced a sort of Marxist thesis that religion is a fiction invented to help govern society, and that only the vices of men tend towards progress, since they stimulate the circulation of capital. Law's reply is a superb piece of caustic and vigorous prose that does not lose by comparison with Swift or Voltaire. Being an English masterpiece, it has naturally been out of print in England for the past 100 years. His most startling work, in the eyes of the modern reader, is his pamphlet The Absolute Unlawfulness of Stage Entertainments, in which he makes an even more violent onslaught on the theatre than Collier had made in his famous pamphlet of 30 years before. Law attacks the theatre, not for its immorality, but because he found it a silly waste of time, as Dr. Johnson found the opera. His condemnation is so violent as Pascal's in the Pensées, that most writers on law have felt it necessary to try to excuse him. Yet his attitude is hardly surprising, in an age when the comedies were usually cheap farces and the tragedies rehashed versions of Elizabethan plays. Even without this justification, his attitude should be easily comprehensible to the modern world, where there is still the same division between serious-minded and cheap entertainment, and the latest jazz singer or film star is idolized by millions. But the essential William Law emerged fully in a serious call to a devout and holy life. This work exercised immense influence on its own and succeeding ages, and is still the only work of Law's which is easily obtainable today. Dr. Johnson, who disliked Law because he was a non-juror, and because latterly he was influenced by Boma, whom Johnson regarded as crack-brained, called it the finest piece of hortatory theology in any language, and confessed, when at Oxford, I took it up expecting to find a dull book, and perhaps to laugh at it. But I found Law quite an overmatch for me. The book was a powerful influence on John and Charles Wesley and George Whitefield. Even the sophisticated agnostic Gibbon came under its spell. There is a famous story of Froude and Keble which shows the influence of the book over 100 years after its publication. Hurrell Froude, elder brother of the historian, was waiting to see Keble to his coach. Keble seemed to have something on his mind. At the last moment, Keble blurted out, "Froude, you said you thought Law's Serious Call a clever book. It seemed to me as if you had said the Day of Judgment will be a pretty sight." Like Pascal's Provincial Letters, A Serious Call maintains its thesis by using a novelist's devices. Its argument proceeds with a series of vignettes. For instance, Julius is very fearful of missing prayers. All the parish supposes Julius to be sick, if he is not at church. But if you was to ask him why he spends the rest of his time by humor and chance? Why he is a companion of the silliest people in their most silly pleasures? Why he is ready for every impertinent entertainment and diversion? If you was to ask him why there is no amusement too trifling to please him? Why he is busy at all balls and assemblies? Why he gives himself up to an idle gossiping conversation? If a man was to tell Julius that there was no occasion for so much constancy at prayers, and that he might, without harm to himself, neglect the service of the church, Julius would think such a one to be no Christian, and that he ought to avoid his company. But if a person only tells him, that he may live as the generality of the world does, that he may enjoy himself as others do, that he may spend his time and money as people of fashion do, that he may conform to the follies and frailties of the generality, and gratify his tempers and passions as most people do, Julius would never suspect that man to want a Christian spirit, or that he is doing the devil's work. And yet if Julius was to read all the New Testament from the beginning to the end, he would find his course of life condemned in every page of it. This is clean, hard-hitting prose. In its clarity, it has something in common with Shaw, certainly much in common with Pascal. Law might be that inspired churchman of whom Larry Doyle speaks in the passage from John Bull's Other Island that I have quoted. But observe also the firm outsider-insider contrast in the paragraph. Having said this, I have made my most important point about Law, that although his life gives us no reason to bracket him with the outsiders, yet the content of his writing very emphatically does. Law seems to have been lucky enough to have found his place in the church without much difficulty, but if he had been born 200 years later, his attitude towards society would almost certainly have been the same as Rimbaud's or James Joyce's or D.H. Lawrence's. What is expressed most clearly in all this early work of Law is not a specifically Christian attitude, as in St. Francis or Cicero, but the attitude of a man with a hunger for reality, a desire that his life should be far more serious than other people's, a man with all the outsider's hatred of triviality and purposelessness. On the title page of Law's works, the statement, "The outsider's salvation lies in extremes," would not be out of place. It is not a specifically Christian viewpoint that Law is trying to enforce, it is the outsider's viewpoint. It is a question of existentialism, that is to say, a question of living. Law calls it the right use of the world. It is this right use of the world that I would lead you into, by directing you to turn your eyes upon every shape of human folly, that you may thence draw fresh arguments and motives of living to the best and greatest purposes of your creation. He understands the outsider's concept that man is his own enemy, that all men are murdered by an enemy they carry around inside them, and that all men's lives are robbed of meaning by self-division. The answer is discipline and asceticism. If religion requires us sometimes to fast, and deny our natural appetites, is to lessen that struggle and war that is our nature. His picture of the religious man, translated into 20th century terms, is a portrait of the outsider. His rule for judging whether men are religious is to ask, do they live as if they belonged to different worlds, had different views in their heads, and different rules and measures of all their actions? Apply this standard to Lawrence, Nijinsky, Rimbaud, Van Gogh, it fits them as well as it fits Fox or Nicholas Ferrer, as if they belonged to different worlds. There is the outsider's strength and the outsider's detachment in Law. Passage after passage sounds like an outsider's credo, to renounce all its goods, to fear none of its evils, to reject its joys, and to have no value for its happiness. This might have been taken from Stephen Daedalus's credo at the end of the portrait of the artist as a young man. And Law faces the usual complaint that the outsider takes life too seriously. Some people perhaps object, that by depriving ourselves of so many innocent pleasures, we shall render our lives dull, uneasy, and melancholy. To which it may be answered, first, that these rules are prescribed for, and will certainly procure a quite contrary end. That instead of making our lives dull and melancholy, they will render them full of content and strong satisfactions. That by these rules we only change the childish satisfactions of our vain and sickly passions, for the solid enjoyments and real happiness of a sound mind. In the silly essay which I have already quoted, Canon Big has made at least one good comment on Law, that he was a real man insisting on reality. And this is precisely what the outsider is, a rebel against inanity. The more one reads Law, the more he reminds one of Bernard Shaw. A Serious Call is an optimistic book, it produces an effect of balance and infectious common sense, and one feels that Law knows what he is about. If one could speak of hortatory theology as one can speak of poetry, one could say that its merit lies in inducing a state of mind in which everything looks cleaner and harder. No doubt if Law had written in the 20th instead of the 18th century, he would have had the same accusation flung at him that Shaw had, that he was heartless, a walking brain box without feelings. A Serious Call and the third act of Man and Superman have exactly the same attitude towards the world and the life of drifting self-indulgence which civilization calls pleasure. Law even has some of Shaw's faults as a dramatist. He conjures up people who fail to gain the sympathy of the reader. He is inclined to underestimate the reader's intelligence. Among the people in A Serious Call there are an awful pair called Flavia and Miranda, one a scatterbrained society woman, the other a model of Christian womanhood. Both alienate the reader thoroughly, and there are other couples who have the same effect, Leo and Eusebius, Susurrus and Matilda. But this is not an important flaw in a great book, where there are 10 successes to every failure. Here is a further example of Law's character drawing, the business tycoon. Calidus has traded above 30 years in the greatest city in the kingdom. He has been so many years constantly increasing his trade and his fortune. Every hour of the day is with him an hour of business, and though he eats and drinks very heartily, yet every meal seems to be in a hurry, and he would say grace if he had time. Calidus ends every day at the tavern, but has not leisure to be there till 9 o'clock. He is always forced to drink a good hearty glass, to drive thoughts of business out of his head, and make his spirits drowsy. Enough for sleep. He does business all the time that he is rising, and has settled several matters before he can get to his counting room. His prayers are a short ejaculation or two, which he never misses in stormy tempestuous weather, because he has always something or other at sea. Calidus will tell you with great pleasure, that he has been in this hurry for so many years, and that it must have killed him long ago, but that it has been a rule with him to get out of town every Saturday and make the Sunday a day of quiet and good refreshment in the country. He is now so rich, that he would leave off his business, and amuse his old age with building and furnishing a fine house in the country, but that he is afraid he should grow melancholy, if he was to quit his business. He will tell you with great gravity, that it is a dangerous thing for a man that has been used to get money, ever to leave it off. If thoughts of religion happen at any time to steal into his head, Calidus contents himself with thinking that he never was a friend to heretics and infidels, that he has always been civil to the minister of his parish, and very often given something to the charity schools. Note the fine touch about Calidus not giving up business because he is afraid he should grow melancholy, and its implication that this man has learned to master a fortune and is still a slave to his own moods, mentally as soft as putty. Law knew about the outsider's problems as well as Pascal or Gurdjieff. His serious call is summarized in his injunction. Let us judge ourselves sincerely, let us not vainly content ourselves with the common disorders of our lives. Alter this last phrase to let us not vainly content ourselves with the common futility of our lives, and again Law has paraphrased the outsider's aim, the need for self-analysis, sincerity, a sense of purpose and reality. It was in or about 1737 that Law first read Boma, perhaps the most important single event of his life. At some time between 1738 and 1740, he retired to King's Cliff, and settled down to studying the works of Boma in the original. He is said to have translated some of Boma, the dialogue on the supersensual life, to be found in the Everyman edition of the Signatura Rerum, is ascribed to Law. If so, Law not only translated, but added greatly to the original, as comparison with the recent translation by J. Stout will show. There he was joined by two maiden ladies, who accepted him as their spiritual director. For the last 20 years of his life, the routine at King's Cliff resembled in many ways the routine of Little Gidding, with devoutness and prayer, almsgiving, the building of a school, care of the local poor, and so forth. In this period, he produced the works which are now generally recognized to be his greatest, the Spirit of Prayer and the Spirit of Love. In these works, the Shavian controversialist has completely disappeared. The atmosphere is one of devoutness and humility. Having withdrawn from the world, Law tried to see a total order and meaning in it. His philosophy was Boma's in every detail, except for his toning down of Boma's harsh doctrine of damnation. All the emphasis is placed on learning complete non-attachment. It could be summarized in Blake's lines. The angel that presided o'er my birth said, little creature, form D of joy and mirth, go love without the help of anything on earth. One might make against Law the objection that he had a great deal to help him to love, a quiet, easy life, enough money, a high reputation. It is Swedenborg's objection, that man is intended for life in the world, not for solitude and withdrawal. But perhaps Swedenborg's excuse applies to Law too, that he had a special mission to fulfill. The great mystical books of his last period are their own justification, an extraordinary serenity breathes through them. One gets the same satisfaction from them that one gets from a philosophical system like Hegel's or Kant's. All discords seem to be resolved, the difficulties of the world have disappeared. But one never feels that Law has accomplished this by shutting his eyes and inventing a fool's paradise. The sense of reality does not desert him. As with Shaw and Nietzsche, immense emphasis is placed on will. Man fell from divine perfection by deciding to follow his own miserable, short-sighted will instead of the will of the power that created him. In doing this, he lost his willpower, lost his sense of godhood, became a short-sighted, self-seeking flea, like Nietzsche's last man. Regeneration can come by striving with all his mind and heart to escape the narrow vision of a mere man, trying to comprehend the will of the power that drives him, and to turn his own will into that greater will. In describing this state, Law uses the same phrase that Shaw used in the last speech of Bafk to Methuselah: no life is any longer a burden. This what the outsider is seeking. His life is a burden. Moments of vision tell him that life need not be a burden, but an ecstasy of willpower and love. This is the vision that fills the work of Law's last 20 years. Unfortunately, it is almost impossible to represent this prose by quotation. Its characteristic is the tightness of its structure, the closeness of its argument. Paragraphs occur far less frequently than in the earlier work. It is as if Law knew precisely where he was going, and needed no breaks to relieve his thought. Undoubtedly, it ranks with the greatest prose of its kind in our language, which makes it all the more regrettable that it is almost unobtainable today. Law, the greatest of the English mystics, is virtually unknown in England, and it has remained for a Frenchman to write the first book on his greatness as a stylist. Law was not a mystic in the popular sense, a man who was continually seeing visions and plunging into trances. Late in his life, he confessed that he was a stranger to revelation. This is because he was a man of great intellect, and his self-discipline was too great to allow those moments when the will is overthrown and the senses reel. All his revelation came through the intellect, and, as I commented in The Outsider, the intellect is made drunk with its own power far less readily than the body or the emotions. Law was great because he was not an emotional man. He did not take trips to the spirit world like Swedenborg, nor sink into samadhi like Ramakrishna. More than any other great mystic, his bent was intellectual, and it is this which gives him his importance in a study of the outsider's problems. His kind of greatness is the kind needed most urgently in a declining civilization. He was religious in the most essential meaning of the word, not out of any emotional need or human weakness, but out of sheer strength, the craving of a powerful mind and a vital will for still greater health, and deeper consciousness and vitality. The only edition I know is Stephen Hobhouse's excellent anthology Selected Mystical Writings of William Law, Rockcliffe, which, as well as long extracts from Law's major mystical writings, contains several lengthy essays by the editor which cover every aspect of Law's theology. Its companion volume is Bishop Martinson's book on Boma. Chapter 6, John Henry Newman. With the exception of William Law, all the religious figures with whom I have dealt so far have been outsiders in the obvious meaning of the word, strangers in society. Neither Law nor Newman, the subject of the present chapter, are outsiders in that spectacular sense. Neither of them had visions, turned their backs on society, or behaved in an extraordinary fashion. Why then, one might ask, bother to deal with them at all? Part of the purpose of this book is to try to show that the solution reached by Law and Newman is valid for the outsider generally. I do not mean that Law and Newman provided a positive and final solution, no one has ever done that, but that, in different circumstances, both of them might have been outsiders as completely as Dostoevsky or Nietzsche or George Fox. They were both lucky enough to belong to churches whose teachings justified their antisocial feelings, with the paradoxical result that instead of becoming tormented misfits, they were valuable members of society. Newman was born in 1801, the son of a London banker. We know little about his childhood, except that he seems to have been a frail, short-sighted child, fond of his parents and of reading. He was given to daydreaming, and particularly interested in stories of magic or ghosts. He remained interested in ghosts all his life. Descriptions of Newman as a boy bring to mind James Joyce's self-portrait in his Portrait of the Artist, the delicate health, self-isolation from other children, the sensitivity and precocious intellectualism. His parents were proud of his precociousness, and encouraged it by praise and attention. At 7 he was sent to a school in Ealing, and soon became the most promising pupil in the school. He was always shy and solitary, but his brilliance brought him admirers, even worshippers, and he never developed a strong sense of apartness. Throughout his life, he never lacked for close friends. At 15 came his first conversion. This seems to have been due more to his own precocious meditations than to the influence of any particular person on him, although he speaks of the influence of a clergyman named Mayers. In the following year he went up to Trinity College, Oxford, and continued his brilliant scholastic career. At 20, he sat for his degree, and failed spectacularly. He was, as Sir Geoffrey Faber observes, incapable of doing anything by halves. He had worked too hard and was mentally stale. For a year he relaxed, pottered around amusing himself with mineralogy and chemistry, and studied mathematics to discipline his mind. Then he decided to stand for an Oriel Fellowship. On this occasion he had no time to get himself worked into a state, and sailed through the examinations easily. The legend has it that the butler who brought the news to the successful candidates found Newman playing the fiddle. In his facetious way, the butler announced that he had disagreeable news to impart. Newman went on fiddling. Mr. Newman has been elected a Fellow of Oriel, and his presence is required by the Provost. Newman had no sense of humor, and merely nodded, and went on fiddling. As soon as the butler had disappeared, he threw down his violin and rushed out of the room as fast as his legs would carry him. One wonders whether Sir Arthur Conan Doyle had this story in mind when he endowed Sherlock Holmes with his passion for the violin. Portraits of Newman's pale aquiline face irresistibly recall that of the great detective. As a Fellow of Oriel, he was shy and gauche, and worked harder than ever. 2 years later, he was ordained, and became the curate of St. Clement's, Oxford. When he was 27, he became vicar of St. Mary's. Now began the period of Newman's greatest influence at Oxford. He had been a tutor at Oriel for 2 years. Naturally, his pupils came to hear him preach. Until then, very few undergraduates had attended services at St. Mary's. But Newman proved to be an extraordinary preacher. He did not shout and threaten fire and brimstone. He talked quietly and hesitantly, and with penetrating psychological insight. He had some sort of hypnotic power as a preacher. Students came to hear him, and were disappointed, having been told to expect something extraordinary. But they came back the following week out of curiosity, and Newman's strange charm had them bound hand and foot. He had a light, silvery voice and a habit of talking slowly, with long pauses, until his own words seemed to carry him away, and his conviction was transmitted like a warm current into the audience. Soon, Newman had become one of the most influential men in Oxford. Before he had been appointed to St. Mary's, he had achieved complete sway over the minds of his pupils at Oriel. Now his pulpit brought him a host of disciples. A few years later, the Provost of Oriel showed his apprehension of this power of Newman's, and deliberately tried to weaken his influence. Newman resigned his tutorship and went for a long holiday in the Mediterranean. In his 5 years of preaching from the pulpit at St. Mary's he had demonstrated that his genius was the genius of a George Fox or a T.E. Lawrence, the power of binding other minds by his conviction. On his return to England, Newman became associated with an enterprise which was to make him even more influential than he had been before. Together with Keble, Hurlfrud, and Pusey, he initiated the Tractarian movement, better known as the Oxford Movement. Newman wrote the first of a series of tracts which, like Pascal's Provincial Letters, gained an astonishingly wide audience. John Keble, the author of The Christian Year, was the real originator of the Oxford Movement. He was several years older than Newman, a quiet little man who looked more like a schoolboy than a religious reformer, but his conviction that religion was dying out in Victorian England was deep-rooted and passionate, and he had the power of communicating it to his pupils. Hurlfrud, brother of the historian, decided that Keble's beliefs must be made more public, that they made good fighting talk. Newman fired the first shot. His aim was fundamentally the same as Pascal's in the Provincial Letters, to attack laxness and worldliness in the Church. Finally, Newman's belief was as extreme as Ivan Karamazov's. He wanted to see the Church given complete power over the state. Pusey was another powerful ally, a scholar who had studied German philosophy, and who felt that his mission was to fight intellectual atheism. Together, the Tractarians constituted an aggressive younger generation. Keble, the eldest, was only in his 40s, asserting a standard of values that the 19th century had almost forgotten. When the first tracts were collected into a volume, it promptly became something of a bestseller. Newman should have been born in the Middle Ages. The church he longed for was the intellectual citadel of St. Bernard and Aquinas, not the poor, battered, dismembered Protestant church of the 19th century. In the tracts, he tended to develop his conception of an ideal church, much as H. G. Wells developed his notion of the ideal state 60 years later. It was nostalgic daydreaming. And naturally, since the church for which Newman longed was the Catholic Church of the Middle Ages, his dream picture in the tracts began to look more and more like the Catholic Church of his own day. Finally, in tract number 0, Newman argued that the 39 Articles of the Church of England were in no way incompatible with the creed of the Roman Catholic Church. Immediately, the storm broke. Roman Catholics were not popular in England. They had been completely suppressed for a long period, and were still a suspected minority. Newman's enemies were convinced that he had been won over to Rome. Churchmen all over England were indignant. The Bishop of London declared publicly that nothing on earth would induce him to ordain a man who held the opinions of tract number 0. Newman's own bishop rebuked him, and Newman accepted the censure quietly. He withdrew to Littlemore, to a quiet, monastic retreat which he and a few friends had built. There they lived a life of great austerity and prayer. A year later, he published an anonymous retraction of all the hard things which he had said formerly against the Catholics, and in 1845, when he was 44, he was received into the Church of Rome. His period of retreat at Littlemore had caused almost as much public gossip as T. E. Lawrence's later retreat into the RAF was to cause. He was a leader, a man of considerable influence, who suddenly turned his back on public affairs. Now, when he became a Roman Catholic, Mr. Gladstone expressed his horror, and a long wail went up from his many admirers. There followed a long period of obscurity for Newman. He went to Rome, where he was ordained priest, and studied quietly for 4 years, returning to England as an Oratorian. When he was 49, he delivered a series of lectures on Catholicism in England, during one of which he attacked a certain Dr. Acoli, a former Dominican friar who had turned to denigrating the Church of Rome. Acoli sued Newman for libel. Anti-Catholic feeling was strong at the time, and Newman was found guilty, and ordered to pay damages of over £14,000. The sum was raised by English Catholics, but it was an unpleasant defeat for Newman, who had been used to having the taste of victory in his mouth. It must have seemed to him that the fates had turned against him since he had entered the Church of Rome. 4 years later, he was invited to become rector of the newly established Catholic University of Dublin. But once again, he was frustrated. He put up with 4 years of irritating and trivial complications, and then resigned. He subsequently proposed to found a House of the Oratory at Oxford, but Cardinal Manning opposed the idea, and it fell through. It seemed that Newman's lot had become perpetual defeat. At least one good thing had come out of his Dublin period, a series of lectures on university education, published in pamphlet form as Discourses on University Education, and later enlarged and retitled, The Idea of a University. Important as it was, this work excited no great sensation when it came out, and Newman reacted to increasing public neglect by retreating more and more into his own self-made corner of the world at Birmingham, to the oratory of St. Philip Neri, where he had his own school. His opportunity came unexpectedly, 6 years later. Charles Kingsley published an attack on him in Macmillan's magazine, casting doubt on his intellectual honesty and on that of the whole Catholic priesthood. Newman felt that the easiest way to vindicate his attitude would be to recount with complete sincerity how he had arrived at his beliefs. He published a pamphlet which began boldly. It may easily be conceived how great a trial it is to me to write the following history of myself, but I must not shrink from the task. I was brought up from a child to take great delight in reading the Bible. He went on to describe his conversion and the origins of the Oxford movement, and promised further pamphlets to complete the story. These pamphlets enjoyed an immediate and immense success, and they were soon republished in book form, under the title Apologia Pro Vita Sua. The modern reader may find it difficult to understand why the Apologia won such success and re-established Newman's reputation so quickly. To do so, we must see the book in the context of its age. In 1860, 4 years before Newman published the Apologia, there appeared a volume called Essays and Reviews. a collection of essays about the Church and modern science, with one essay by Jowett, the translator of Plato, mildly supporting the cause of science against the dogmas of the Church. The subsequent sensation was comparable to that created by Ulysses or Lady Chatterley's Lover, and Jowett was reviled by the orthodox. Essays and Reviews was widely read because it tried to let a little light and air into the question of religion, and Newman's book attained popularity for exactly the same reason. In the Victorian age, frankness and intellectual honesty sent the public scurrying to the bookshops. Unless this is realized, it will be difficult to come to any understanding of Newman's life and work, and impossible to understand our own position in the mid-20th century. Newman had an outsider's appetite for seriousness of purpose, like Locke and Ferrer and Pascal. But his precursors were not outsiders in the modern sense of the word, the sense of being completely out of sympathy with their time. When they attacked irreligiousness, they were listened to respectfully. When Newman attacked it, as in his controversy with Dr. Ackley, he was jeered at and accused of dishonesty. He was an outsider in conflict with insiders. The same is true of Kierkegaard, Newman's junior by 12 years, of whom I shall speak in the next chapter, and of Nietzsche. Half a century later, Shaw and Dean Inge, two of the outstanding religious teachers of their day, were forced to adopt the tactics of insiders, journalism, and wit, to make themselves heard at all. This is the importance of the Apologia. It is one of the earliest outsider documents of modern times. Law wrote a serious call to religion. Newman had to write an apology for it. The insider temper had begun to dominate the age. The Apologia not only re-established Newman as an influential public figure, it also gave a tremendous impetus to the cause of Roman Catholicism in England. Unlike his contemporary, Cardinal Manning, Newman did not adopt the irritating tone of a man who knows he is saved. Instead, he talked with the hesitant, self-analytical tone of a great artist, more concerned with expressing himself than with converting others. The result was a formidable contribution to the intellectual traditions of the Catholic Church. Newman was already 63 when the Apologia appeared, but he had another quarter of a century of life in front of him, the studious, uneventful life of an introspective artist. He published one more book of the first rank, The Grammar of Assent, written when he was 68. 10 years later, Pope Leo XIII made him a cardinal, an appointment which was received with acclamation by Catholics and non-Catholics alike. By this time, Newman was tired, he was old, his health was poor, he had always been frail, and the journey to Rome might easily have been his last. Instead, it seemed to give him new life. After a serious illness in Rome, he returned to England, and again took up residence at the Oratory in Birmingham. During the last 10 years of his life, he made many visits to London, and continued to preach and write until his death at the age of 89. I have said that Newman's chief significance, in this context, is that he was the first English religious figure to be sniped at by insiders on definite anti-outsider grounds. The decline of Western civilization becomes recognizable in Newman's time. Newman recognized that decline early in his career, although, not being a historian, he did not recognize the parallel with previous civilizations. In 1841, he wrote a series of letters to the Times, published in book form as the Tamworth Reading Room, in which he attacked the idea that mere knowledge makes men greater. Sir Robert Peel had made a speech about the establishment of a library at Tamworth, in which he had expressed his faith in scientific knowledge, and its power to make men rise to higher things. Newman asks how wonderful moral effects are to be wrought under the instrumentality of physical science, and goes on to contend that the idea is an impossibility. Lord Brougham had expressed the same faith in the power of science, and Newman answered him, as well. Human nature wants recasting, but Lord Brougham is all for tinkering it. Brougham and Peel both felt that man could become religious merely by contemplating the immense mystery of nature. Newman's objection is the same as that of the Grand Inquisitor: only great men can. What about the others? In these letters of Newman's, there are two important strands which were never to disappear from his outlook: contempt for logic, and a feeling that religion begins with instinct, conscience, a hunger for meaning. Like Boehme, his religious attitude is existentialist. In the sixth letter of the Tamworth Reading Room, he states, "Life is for action. Life is not long enough for a religion of inferences. To act, you must assume, and that assumption is faith." Newman believed, as F.R. Cronin has written, that certitude is for the intellectual elite. In other words, the Grand Inquisitor's master and slave morality underlies Newman's religious doctrines. Newman's novel Loss and Gain has something in common with the Cranley pages of Joyce's Portrait. It is about a young man becoming a Catholic, but its long arguments are not, like Stephen's arguments, an escape from Catholicism, but a movement towards it. Newman's hero, Charles Redding, is sent down from Oxford for doubting the 39 Articles. One of the men who lead him to doubt the Church of England is a Dr. Brownside, a liberal divine, for whom revelation, instead of being the abyss of God's counsels, with its dim outlines and broad shadows, is a flat sunny plain, laid out with straight macadamized roads. Obviously, Newman's feelings about life are closer to Dostoevsky's than to Dr. Brownside's. He detests two-dimensional logical thinking as much as Dostoevsky's Beetle Man, in Notes from Under the Floorboards. In The Outsider I cited the key passage from the last chapter of Newman's Apologia, but it is too important not to quote again. Starting, then, with the being of God, which, as I have said, is as certain to me as the certainty of my own existence. I look out of myself into the world of men, and there I see a sight which fills me with unspeakable distress. The world seems simply to give the light to that great truth, of which my whole being is so full. If I looked into a mirror, and did not see my face, I should have the sort of feeling which actually comes upon me, when I look into this living busy world, and see no reflection of its creator. To consider the world in its length and breadth, its various history, the many races of man, the disappointments of life, the defeat of good, the success of evil, physical pain, mental anguish, the prevalence and intensity of sin, the corruptions, the dreary hopeless irreligion, all this is a vision to dizzy and appall, and inflicts upon the mind the sense of a profound mystery, which is absolutely beyond human solution. What shall be said to this heart-piercing, reason-bewildering fact? I can only answer, that either there is no creator, or this living society of men is in a true sense discarded from his presence. And so I argue about the world. If there be a God, the human race is implicated in some terrible, aboriginal calamity. This is the grimmage Einsicht that Rilke spoke of, the terrible insight, the feeling of multi-laureate Sprigge. It is obvious, from this passage, that Newman was no Blakean visionary. When Boehme or Van Gogh looked at the living world, they were dazzled by the reflection of its creator. Newman never knew this experience, which perhaps accounts for his comparative failure as a poet. His best-known poems are The Dream of Gerontius, from which the lovely hymn Praise to the Holiest in the Height comes, and the 3 stanzas of Lied, Kindly Light. The language of Newman's poetry is commonplace. Lied, Kindly Light is as commonplace as the rest, but was written when Newman had half made up his mind to become a Catholic, and was tormented by doubts. It is a striking proof of Yeats's theory that the most moving poetry is written out of a sudden intense emotion, which does not depend upon great language for its effect. Newman's most important work, certainly the work which gave him most trouble, is the essay in aid of a grammar of assent. The title is deliberately modest. Eliot followed its example in Notes towards the Definition of Culture, which, considering the magnitude of the subject, is hardly surprising. Newman's aim is the same as Pascal's in the Pensées, to justify religion to unbelievers. The book is extremely difficult reading. It is obviously intended to browbeat the sort of philosopher who thinks that Hume and Mill have said the last word about religious belief. Newman simply wants to show how it is possible to assent to religious belief without falling into intellectual dishonesty. It cannot truthfully be said, even by Newman's greatest admirer, that he succeeds. He sets out to analyze the question of assent in the manner of Mill's logic. Now one can anticipate the whole inquiry by asking a simple question: can logic lead to religion? The answer, as Wittgenstein and Whitehead asserted, is no. Nevertheless, many valuable ideas are enunciated in the grammar, and it will justify a closer analysis, in this chapter, than any of Newman's other works. Newman begins with a simple distinction between real assent and notional assent. Real assent is the assent one makes with the whole being, not just with the intellect. He then passes to the question of the existence of God, and attempts to show that the existence of conscience, of a sense of moral law, points to the reality of God. He attempts to show that the reality of God is at least as certain as the reality of the physical world, for we infer the physical world from the fragmentary impressions which our senses fling at us, and we infer the existence of God from the fragmentary twinges of our conscience or sense of moral purpose. An imbecile never draws any conclusions from the world around him. A man of scientific genius never ceases to draw conclusions about it. So a moral imbecile learns nothing about the laws of his spirit, the prophet and saint, and, we might add, the outsider, observe the operation of a need for greater intensity of life in themselves, the need for purpose, the need to understand, and try to imagine, to envision, what man would be like if he could follow this urge to its utmost limit. Part 2 of the grammar asks how mere inference can lead to assent, and answers, by the balance of probability. A sufficient number of probabilities, all converging, constitute a certainty. Newman invents the term illative sense, which is man's ability to weigh up probabilities and extract a certainty from them. Some people have more of this illative sense than others. For instance, Newton had an extraordinary gift for sensing where lines of thought converged, and intuiting a conclusion where a lesser man would have been hopelessly confused. This is the power possessed by the great religious minds, but in their case, the facts are not physical phenomena or numbers, but psychological facts, the facts of man's spiritual life. Newman anticipates Sartre by denying that man is a universal idea, of which all individual men are examples. All men are individual things, independent, incommunicable. He comes very close to saying, with Hesse, that man is a bourgeois compromise. There is no such thing as man, only individual men. In other words, although Newman did not realize it, he was propounding the fundamental idea of existentialism. In man, existence precedes essence. Newman announces his lack of faith in formal logic. Formal logic uses words which are divested of their historic and poetic association. This can only lead to abstraction, and religion is not abstraction. Man's business is to use his logical faculty to get to the concrete, and to do this, he must think in terms of the concrete. It is no proof of religion to talk about man, or to try to prove God by algebra. One must talk about individuals under spiritual strain. Newman does not take the next step and admit that the best person to do this will obviously be the novelist or poet, not the philosopher. It will be seen, by this time, that Newman has not succeeded in producing a logical proof of religion, or a logical justification of assent. Although he has written a book which seems logical in its method, he has actually declared in it that logic is no final guide. One abstraction can only lead to another. Man's business is to try to weigh up the world, and the world is not just the universe around him, it is the universe behind his eyes. What man wants is an assumption upon which he can act, a belief that will give him purpose. And the final criterion of the value of a belief is, how long can a man go on acting by it? Alexander had a belief that gave him a tremendous sense of purpose, his belief that it was his destiny to rule the world. But when he had conquered the world, he asked despairingly, what now? That is the test of any belief. If a sense of purpose can come to an end, then it is not one of real purpose, of ultimate purpose. But religion is supposed to supply man with a sense of ultimate purpose, a purpose which would not fail him even if he lived to be 1,000,000 years old. Newman ends the grammar with a passage explaining why, for him, Christianity has enough converging probabilities to constitute a certainty. He speaks of the messianic prophecies of the Old Testament, the strange history of the Hebrew nation, the power that the early Christians gained from their belief in Christ, and so forth. He concludes, either Christianity is from God, or a revelation has not yet been given to us. 6. This, of course, is no final proof. He might as well have said that Beethoven's Ninth Symphony moved him more profoundly than any other work known to man, and concluded that Beethoven must have been the Messiah foretold by Isaiah. Newman was, in fact, passionately fond of Beethoven's music. He is arguing, in the final analysis, from the observation made by Mencius, those who follow the part of themselves that is great are great men, those who follow the part of themselves that is little are little men. Man does not know the extent of his own greatness until he has been introduced to it through some intense spiritual experience, which has the effect of freeing him from his own stupidity, from his personality. Newman says, in effect, that Christianity has introduced him to the greatest heights he has known. Consequently, Christianity must be God's greatest revelation in the world. Possibly, if Newman had been a Hindu or Buddhist, the concept of Brahman or Nirvana might have made him aware of new areas of his psyche, perhaps of higher areas of his being than Christianity revealed, in which case, his illative sense would have led him to make an ultimate act of ascent to Vedantism or Buddhism. Newman's significance lies in the fact that a sensitive, highly self-critical, and self-analytical nature was able to find complete balance and self-expression in accepting Catholic Christianity and returning to the medieval church. Yet at the same time he went beyond a mere personal solution to the outsider's problem. He was aware of the greater problem, the problem of making religion valid for a civilization. In the 6th letter of his Tamworth Reading Room, he says, "People say to me, that it is but a dream to suppose that Christianity should regain the organic power in human society which once it possessed. I cannot help that, I never said it could. I am not a politician, I am proposing no measures, but exposing a fallacy. Do not attempt by philosophy what once was done by religion. The ascendancy of faith may be impracticable, but the reign of knowledge is incomprehensible. The problem for statesmen of this age is how to educate the masses, and literature and science cannot give the solution." This was written before he became a Catholic. 10 years later, in his famous sermon The Second Spring, he states his feeling that the Catholic Church may again become universal, and regain the power which it held in the Middle Ages. This, of course, is still theoretically possible, but in our world of hydrogen bombs and conflicting ideologies, it no longer seems likely. But what conclusion does this point to? That Newman was wrong? That the problem of the reign of knowledge will not be solved by a new Christianity? The problem is still to educate the masses, but the masses cannot be educated to think like the outsider, any more than they can be educated to understand quantum mechanics. The whole outsider theory can be reduced to certain simple religious facts: original sin, escape from personality, the reality of will, the existentialist statements that truth is subjectivity, that there is no such thing as man, that existence precedes essence. Newman accepts all these facts, but he knew of no way to teach them to a man who would not make the effort to follow him step by step. In the 20th century, all the problems which Newman treats are still with us, and our civilization declines steadily because they remain unsolved. Under the circumstances, Newman has one thing to teach us. It is the answer suggested by Rilke in Malti, that the individual who understands the problems must attempt to bear them on his own shoulders. Even if he is completely alone, he must make the effort. Newman's example proves how great can be the influence of one man's attempt to shoulder the problems. His strength became the strength of a whole generation. If the 20th century could produce even a few men of Newman's stature, the whole course of history might be changed. Reveries, Section 30. Chapter 7, Søren Kierkegaard. Even for a philosopher, Kierkegaard led a singularly uneventful life. In fact, there are really only two striking events in it: the Regina Olsen episode, and the attacks published on him in the Corsair, a Copenhagen newspaper. He always had enough money to live quietly and write his books, and on the day he went to the bank to draw out the last of his money, he collapsed in the street and died. He was 42 at the time. But it is impossible, when reading any biographical study of Kierkegaard, not to feel that he was a frustrated man. He remained unmarried, but not necessarily through choice. In some ways his life reminds one of a short story by Chekhov. There are hints in it that he was sexually incapable. either for psychological reasons, like Carlyle, or from some physical cause. He was a skinny, undersized misshapen man, lame in one leg. His childhood was a thoroughly bad one from the point of view of his mental health. His father was already an old man when he was born, but a strange, melancholy, strong-willed old man, who was haunted by the fact that he had once cursed God as a child. He treated Søren like an adult, encouraged his precociousness, stimulated his imagination, and discharged his melancholy on the boy's head. Kierkegaard's mother was a maidservant whom his father had made pregnant and decided to marry, another fact which preyed on the old man's conscience. In his youth, Søren is supposed to have led a somewhat disorderly life, though it is hard to guess what the morbidly religious Kierkegaard would have regarded as disorderly. The prospect of the fortune he would inherit from his father made him something of a social lion, and he soon gained a reputation as a wit in Copenhagen. He studied at the University of Copenhagen, but without great diligence, and quarreled with his father about his debts. Then, when he was 25, he had a reconciliation with his father, and a few days later, a sudden religious experience which completely converted him from his old way of life. In his journal, May 19, 1838, he describes it as a sudden intense experience of joy, a heavenly refrain which suddenly breaks in upon our ordinary song, a joy which cools and refreshes like a breeze. It would seem to be the experience which Nietzsche described happening to him again and again during the writing of the Gay Science and Zarathustra. With Kierkegaard, it was the rarest of experiences. A few months later, his father died, and left him a considerable fortune. He returned to his study of theology at the university, and passed his examinations 2 years later. When his father died, he had been in love for a year. The girl was only 14 at the time, her name was Regina Olsen. When she was 17, he began the active pursuit of her. A few months later, he proposed to her, and she accepted him. But he was too much the tumultuous romantic to accept his conquest and enjoy it. Like the narrator of Wuthering Heights, the slightest sign of success in love was enough to make him change his mind. At first, Regina seemed to take the engagement lightly. She once even said that she had accepted him out of pity. He set to work to make her take him seriously, and was soon successful. She seemed to surrender herself completely to him and become his slave. Immediately, he began to feel trapped, and decided to break off the engagement. When he sent Regina her ring back, she was frantic, and begged him to change his mind, the worst possible tactic. He withstood her pleas, and those of her family, and went off to Berlin for a holiday. There he wrote most of his first book, Either/or. This book contains the famous short novel, Diary of the Seducer. The seducer is called Johannes, i.e. the German form of Juan or Giovanni, and a quotation from Don Giovanni serves as an epigraph. His ruling passion is the fresh young girls. The seducer sees a young girl alighting from her carriage, and decides, quite arbitrarily, to seduce her. He finds out that her name is Cordelia, Regina's younger sister was named Cornelia, and turns all his energies to making her acquaintance, and then to becoming a regular visitor at her house. It would be tiresome to describe in detail the various steps which he takes to become engaged to her, then to persuade her to break off the engagement, then to regain her and seduce her. The diary is a prodigiously long work, and ends with the hero declaring that now he has possessed her fully, he no longer has any interest in her. It is a nasty piece of work, a gloating on the sense of power that the Regina affair had given him. It is prolix, and its emotion is rather juvenile. Luckily, Either/or is not entirely of this quality. There is some penetrating criticism of the age. There is the witty essay called The Rotation Method, with its famous thesis that boredom is the root of all evil, with which most outsiders would agree completely. The gods were bored, so they created man. Adam was bored because he was alone, and so Eve was created. Adam was bored alone, then Adam and Eve were bored together, then Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel were bored en famille, then the population of the world increased, and the peoples were bored en masse. To divert themselves, they conceived the idea of constructing a tower high enough to reach the heavens. This idea itself is as boring as the tower was high, and constitutes a terrible proof of how boredom gained the upper hand. He goes on to point out that boredom is not to be combated by frequent diversion, but by deliberate self-limitation. He recalls how, at school, one could amuse oneself throughout a tedious lesson by playing with a captive fly in a nutshell. He goes on to outline an Epicurean plan for living, the discipline of one's power of remembering and forgetting, and the avoidance of friendship. A friend is the superfluous third, and of marriage. It is obviously the work of a young man who is well pleased with himself, who feels that he has mastered the circumstances of his life, and gained the power of detachment over them. It is witty and complacent. An essay on Mozart begins with the words, "Let others complain that the age is wicked, my complaint is that it is wretched, for it lacks passion. Men's thoughts are too paltry to be sinful. For a worm, it might be regarded as a sin to harbor such thoughts, but not for a being made in the image of God." The essay is a rhapsody built around Don Giovanni. It ends with Kierkegaard describing how the gods offered him any gift he wanted, youth, beauty, long life, women, and so on. He answered, "I choose, that I may always have the laugh on my side." It was a request that was not granted to Kierkegaard in real life. Later, children would jeer as his stooped, black-clad figure passed them in the street. A second part of either/or deals with the ethical life. Kierkegaard ceases to be the Oscar Wildean aesthete, and speaks of religion and morality. This is the meaning of the title, either/or. But it cannot be said that he makes the moral idea as attractive as the aesthetic. Nevertheless, he shows that he, Søren Kierkegaard, was not deceived by his own juvenile Epicureanism. But there may be another reason for the moral element. Either/or was written to make Regina understand him. It may have been deliberately conceived as illuminating the other side of his nature. Kierkegaard decided that his treatment of Regina had some parallel with Abraham's treatment of Isaac. He was placing his love of God above his personal feelings. In Fear and Trembling he wrote of the sacrifice of Isaac, and allowed himself to indulge in the hope that he might yet have Regina restored to him, as God had restored Isaac to Abraham. But the real subject of Fear and Trembling, the subject which transcends his relationship with Regina, is the strange need of the artist and saint to do things that are paradoxical, that are just not common sense. Fear and Trembling could be subtitled The Defeat of Common Sense. Like Dostoevsky's Notes from Under the Floorboards, it is about the irrational, the anti-world impulse. But as a treatise on the irrational, it is certainly not as impressive as Dostoevsky's book. The Regina problem continued to buzz in his mind. Having written either/or and Fear and Trembling in the same year, he wrote a novel called Repetition. It is about a young man who gets engaged, but is tormented by a tendency to melancholy, and breaks off his engagement by pretending that he has other mistresses. By the time he had written Repetition, Kierkegaard had begun to feel that maybe he could marry Regina after all. But just then, he received the news that Regina had become engaged to someone else. He changed the end of the novel, and made his hero announce his delight that all this trivial human problem had been finally solved, and he could devote all his time and energy to being a poet, a creator. Like Marchbanks at the end of Candida, he evidently felt like congratulating himself that they did not know the secret in the poet's heart, the secret of his superior strength as a poet and philosopher. But this does not ring quite true. One feels that Kierkegaard was trying to compensate himself for what must have been a crushing disappointment. On the other hand, it is difficult not to feel a certain satisfaction, a sense of it served him right. Kierkegaard certainly made far too much song and dance about the Regina affair. He made a fool of himself about it, and behaved like a sulky schoolboy. Unfortunately, most of his biographers have solemnly followed his lead, and referred to it as the deep tragedy of Regina, etc. But the simple truth seems to have been that Kierkegaard was emotionally immature, no matter how mature he may have been intellectually. His jilting of Regina was not a sacrifice of Isaac, but a piece of schoolboy emotionalism. The 3 books which came out of the affair were Kierkegaard's attempts to avoid facing the fact that he had behaved like a sulky child. He had been brought up in an atmosphere where he was thoroughly spoiled, but the shock of losing Regina helped to mature his emotions. The books that follow are far more important than the Regina books. Kierkegaard was 30 when he finally lost Regina. In the remaining 12 years of his life, he produced such a prodigious volume of work that one would guess that he had little else to do but write. First came the philosophical fragments, in which it is apparent that the emotional immaturity has disappeared from Kierkegaard's makeup. He is considering the question of the truth of Christianity. He cites Socrates, who believed that man contains truth, the mystical belief that, in his depths, man is God. Socrates argues this in the Meno, where he makes a slave solve a geometrical problem, and thus shows that the slave contained the power to solve it within himself, but was too lazy to develop it without Socrates' prompting. Socrates' inference is that all men would have the power to become gods, if only they had the strength of will to mine it out of themselves. In other words, if man is in original sin, as the outsider tends to believe, his power of redemption lies within himself. Socrates thought of himself as a midwife, whose only job was to bring truth to birth in other people, not to make them a present of it. Kierkegaard states, quite correctly, that to accept Christianity, by which he means St. Paul's version, involves rejecting this view. For in Pauline Christianity, Christ does make man a present of redemption. Kierkegaard then does some skillful arguing to justify the Pauline view. He invents a parable of a great king who wants to marry a humble maiden. But the king, although he is in love with the girl, is afraid that she will continue to regard him as a monarch, and herself as just a very lucky girl, and that this will completely wreck their relation, which depends upon her feeling equality with him. What is he to do? He cannot raise her to his level, and convince her that she is a queen. But he can lower himself to her level, and convince her that he is a humble lover, as well as a king. And this, Kierkegaard concludes, is just what God did when he came down to earth and allowed himself to be crucified. Kierkegaard does not finally accept this view himself in the philosophical fragments. He presents it as an enviable state of belief that he has not been able to achieve. A work called The Concept of Anguish followed the fragments. But it is not one of Kierkegaard's most important works. Its main thesis is expressed much better in The Sickness unto Death, where the word despair is almost synonymous with angst. Anguish is the possibility of freedom, only this anguish is absolutely educative in that it consumes everything finite, discloses all the illusions of the finite. It is the anguish which Nietzsche understood so well. I doubt whether such pain improves us, but I know it deepens us. In 1846, the year which saw the publication of his most important work, the concluding unscientific postscript to the philosophical fragments, Kierkegaard became a Copenhagen celebrity in a way that was not pleasant for him. The Corsair, a comic paper, took offense at the way in which Kierkegaard had written about a member of its staff, and published a series of satires and cartoons on him. Either or had made him famous in Denmark, now the Corsair made him a laughingstock. Kierkegaard launched a vigorous counter-offensive, and succeeded in doing some damage to the journalist who had caused the trouble, but the whole affair upset him greatly. The trouble actually arose over a hostile review of Kierkegaard's stages on Life's Way, a successor to Either or. In a long section called Guilty? Not Guilty? Kierkegaard again analyzes the Regina Olsen affair. Copenhagen naturally felt that this was in rather bad taste, since the story was well known, and the journalist in question felt that it was a dreary subject to treat at such length. Anyway, no doubt he was right. At all events, the Corsair attacks seemed to cure Kierkegaard of his adolescent tendency to brood on his affair with Regina. The unscientific postscript is a gigantic volume, and it is as obscure and unreadable as most of Kierkegaard's philosophic ventures. Nevertheless, in its 800 long-winded pages some extremely important ideas are formulated. Kierkegaard repeats the question, what does it mean to be a Christian? Hegel, it will be remembered, found a convenient little niche for Christianity in his system. It was this element in Hegel that Kierkegaard hated most. For him, religion was the final, most important element of man's spiritual life, not just a part of a great philosophical synthesis. to be given a condescending pat on the head like a well-behaved schoolboy. The idea developed in the postscript is that truth is not a formula or a system. Truth is the spiritual intensity of the man who apprehends it. Truth is subjectivity. Kierkegaard was attacking Hegel because he seemed to be a great top-heavy intellect, a bloodless half-man. For Kierkegaard, Hegel was not a half-man because he lacked the sex impulse or any physical intensity, the indictment which D.H. Lawrence or Walt Whitman would have pinned on him. He was a half-man because, as Kierkegaard expressed it in either/or, he lacked passion. And passion, for Kierkegaard, meant religious passion, the outsider's craving for a sense of purpose. In the postscript, Kierkegaard launched his attack on mere intellect, and contrasted the logical approach with the existential approach. It was the first use of the word existentialism in modern times. In the conclusion of the postscript, Kierkegaard sums up, a man might be a Christian because he accepts certain doctrines, the Protestant way, or because he is baptized, the Catholic way, or he might be a Christian because of the intensity with which he feels the truth of the New Testament. This is Kierkegaard's way. In a later book, Training in Christianity, he goes even further, and says that true Christianity means living as if you were one of the 12 apostles. Kierkegaard wrote many more books in the remaining 9 years of his life, but there would be no point in referring to them all here. I have already omitted reference to several of his volumes, mostly sermons and edifying discourses. Only one of them is of great importance for the present purpose, the slim volume called The Sickness unto Death. This is crucial because it formulates one idea which lies at the bottom of the whole outsider problem. That idea, as Kierkegaard states it, is this: every human existence that does not know itself as spirit is in despair. And what is even more important, a man who is in despair need not know that he is in despair. He may think himself perfectly happy. This is not really such a startling concept as it sounds. Pascal talked about the misery of man instead of despair, but he emphasized that the men who seek most feverishly after pleasure, the men who look as if they are most happy, are actually the most deeply miserable. This idea of Kierkegaard's, that a man's despair may be unknown to him, is of inestimable importance in the study of the outsider. For the retort of the insider who dislikes being told that he ought to be an outsider is, "Let me alone, I'm happy enough." His challenge tends to be, if I'm happy as an insider, can you give me a single good reason why I should be an outsider? For Kierkegaard, this is tantamount to saying, if I am suffering from a deadly disease without knowing it, can you give me any good reason for being healthy? He actually states that a sense of fundamental uncertainty, of chaos, is common to all men, but in some it is conscious, in some, unconscious. The outsider is the man in whom it is conscious. The sense of chaos, despair, lies in the insider too, but he is not conscious of it. He prefers to live in the comfortable daylight, pretending that the whole universe is as neatly ordered as his own little corner of it. In The Sickness unto Death, Kierkegaard comes to the conclusion that I restated in the first chapter of The Outsider. The outsider is the man who has faced chaos. The insider is the man who blinds himself to it. Kierkegaard, of course, knows nothing of these labels outsider and insider. In his own terminology, the true Christian is the man who has faced his own despair, and has defeated it by an act of faith. I only wish to draw attention to the fact that, by outsider, I mean precisely what Kierkegaard meant by the religious man. The Sickness unto Death was received, like most of Kierkegaard's major works, with complete incomprehension, an incomprehension that was partly his own fault, for in spite of his dislike of Hegel, he has one irritating quality in common with him, a most obscure and prolix literary style. It is true that his style is not always obscure, but he usually reserves his wit and clarity for his least important works. His last work, The Attack upon Christendom, has an aphoristic brilliance worthy of Nietzsche, but serving no other purpose than to attack the Protestant Church of Denmark. The attack was published in a series of pamphlets. Its original occasion had been a sermon preached by Bishop Martensen on his predecessor, Bishop Mynster. Mynster had been an unusually good bishop, but for some reason, Martinson's generous praise of him excited Kierkegaard to fury. He did not actually go as far as Shaw, in the preface to Androcles and the Lion, and assert that the Christian Church had chosen Barabbas, but he certainly felt that the Church was not Christian in the sense in which he understood Christianity. The attack contains some of Kierkegaard's most amusing and readable writing. He was a master of satire when he chose to be. The pamphlets of which it is composed caused a sensation when they were published in 1854 and 1855. But 9 months after they first appeared, Kierkegaard collapsed in the street when returning from the bank with the last of his money. 2 months later, he died in hospital of a vaguely diagnosed malady. He himself told his doctors that the real illness was psychological. He refused to receive the sacrament from the hands of a priest, declaring that only a layman was worthy to administer it. At his funeral, students formed a guard of honor, and there was a riot which was checked in its early stages. There was also a last-minute outburst at his graveside from a sympathizer who accused the Church of hypocrisy in claiming the rebel who had denounced it. For nearly half a century after his death, Kierkegaard remained unknown outside Denmark. Then, slowly, his reputation filtered through to other European countries, and his writings were translated into French and German. The result was the continental existentialist movement. Heidegger, its major German exponent, laid great emphasis on the idea of death, and the concept of unconscious despair. When Sartre and Camus called themselves existentialists, Sartre more or less following Heidegger, Camus following a line of his own derived from Kierkegaard's idea of the absurd in fear and trembling, Kierkegaard's name began to be bandied around among intellectuals in the same way that the names of Nietzsche and Bergson had been at the beginning of the century. Now that existentialism is ceasing to be a subject of such heated discussion, it is perhaps time to recognize that Kierkegaard may have been overrated. Nietzsche once said that he owed his penetration as a thinker to the fact that he never wasted his time on imaginary problems or pseudo-problems. Kierkegaard cannot make the same boast. He wasted a great deal of his time by exaggerating his personal problems out of all proportion. He also lacked Nietzsche's healthy skepticism and his impatience with organized religion. It is interesting to wonder where Kierkegaard would have found himself if he had lived 20 years longer. His rejection of the Church might have led to some constructive results. As it is, the final judgment on him is likely to run, a man of superb intellect, and great spiritual strength, but a lopsided, tragic figure. Chapter 8, Bernard Shaw. In writing about Shaw, it is time to be frankly personal, for my attitude towards Shaw aroused more comment and opposition than any other point in The Outsider. It is my own opinion that Shaw's reputation will increase with time, until it is seen that his position in relation to Western thought is as important as that of Augustine or Aquinas to medieval thought. For me, The Outsider is the symbol of the whole problem of Western civilization in the past 5 centuries of Faustian culture. Shaw once said that he had solved every major problem of our civilization, and that people still go on propounding them as if they are unsolved. This seems to me to be true. Shaw touched on the outsider problem at almost every point, and came closer to providing a complete solution than any other thinker. It is his relation to the outsider that I wish to make clear in the following chapter. The space is, of course, inadequate, and yet it is necessary that Shaw should be treated in this context, in relation to Newman, Law, Kierkegaard. Only in this way can his full significance be seen. The impact which Shaw made on the generation who grew up between 1900 and 1920 is irrelevant. It was a mere impact of new ideas, and has nothing to do with Shaw's true stature any more than Goethe's Sturm und Drang period has anything to do with his. Ideas are fashionable, and then become unfashionable, and this is unimportant. It matters as little as that the headlines of the newspapers change every day. The standards by which we judge as Shakespeare or Dante are the real and important standards. Unfortunately, these do not apply to Shaw, either. Neither do the standards that apply to Aristotle or Hume as revolutionaries of thought. Shaw is far more difficult to classify, and I believe that it is this which explains the present incomprehension and underrating of his work. Shaw belongs to a rare class of men which also includes Plato and Goethe, in the profoundest sense of the word. he is an existentialist thinker. And existentialism begins with the outsider, and ends, no one knows where, but its road lies through religion. Religion is not the end, it is only a rest house on the way. In saying that Plato, Goethe, and Shaw were existentialists, I mean that all three were thinkers for whom thought and life are inseparable. Now the only other type of man for whom thought and life are inseparable is the artist. His art is the result of the impact of life on his sensibility. But normally he spends all his time acting as a good recording machine. His aim is usually to keep the receiving surface of his sensibility as impressionable as possible. This is what Keats meant when he talked of negative capability as the most important quality of a poet. When the artist begins to record the impact of life on his sensibility, he has begun thinking, even if his formula for art is as simple as Monet's, an eye, a brush. Thinking is a movement of analysis, and an artist could not create unless he analyzed. But an artist is rarely outstanding for both his sensibility and his powers of analysis. He usually excels in one field or the other, as a Shakespeare or a Kant, a Dante or a Hegel. But occasionally there are men who go beyond the mere artist or thinker. The artist fails to cultivate his analytical faculty, the thinker fails to cultivate his sensibility. But certain thinkers have believed that life itself is the stuff of philosophy, the living, raw impressions which the artist puts into his art. They do not believe that the artist's passive acceptance of his experience, the negative capability, is the sole necessity. But neither do they believe that the thinker's ability to roll the universe into a theoretical ball is of primary importance. Philosophy should not be built with thoughts and analyses, any more than houses should be built with cards. It should be built out of living experience. Plato is fascinated by mathematics, but he is equally interested in the mind of Socrates or Protagoras, and the psychology of Miletus and Xanthippe. He is, in fact, one of the earliest novelists in history. The same is true of Goethe. He is known to posterity as poet and lover, yet he had the restless analytical mind of a philosopher and scientist. Rudolf Steiner performed an invaluable service in editing Goethe's philosophical and scientific works, and revealing that Goethe the poet has obscured Goethe the philosopher from posterity. Goethe revived one great concept that was already present in Plato, the idea of Bildung, or education. Not academic education, but the real education in living that makes for maturity, the education of the sage and saint. Wilhelm Meister is about a young man learning from his living experience. And this is of obvious importance to the outsider, whose chief observation about human beings is that they never learn from experience. Evan Strode's indictment, "Now take away my life, O Lord, for I am no better than my fathers." But it is an immense and perplexing problem. For sensitivity, essential to maturing, means relaxing the will, making the personality transparent, becoming completely receptive, and analysis means essentially reacting, using the will, strengthening the personality. Which means that a man who wishes to develop without cramping his faculties must achieve complete control of this Caliban, whom Blake called the spectre. There is an unending warfare with this spectre. The spectre is the enemy. Blake wrote, "Each man is in his spectre's power, until the arrival of that hour, when his humanity awake, and cast his own spectre into the lake." The ideally great existentialist, then, would have the ability to use his willpower in analysis, and yet at a moment's notice to become completely negative, transparent, and receptive. There would, that is to say, be complete self-control. And here we see that the concept of existentialism involves inevitably the idea of self-discipline and self-transformation, the religious idea. For the existentialist, then, thought can never be abstract, it is always involved in a concrete situation. He never treats the universe as if he were sitting apart from it all, in a celestial armchair, logicizing about it. When the field of his own immediate being is no longer in question, he ceases to think and again becomes the receptive artist-poet. For the existentialist, the only form of abstract thought which is not unutterable nonsense is mathematics, and that is because mathematics is the dumbbell exercise of the existentialist, his mental gymnasium. But essentially, existentialism is not the building of an intellectual system. It is the building of an insight, a building of many insights into a total vision, an attempt to extend the consciousness, to extend the sphere of the living being into the unliving. It is made of moments of insight of the kind that come to the poet. It is the essence of Eliot's praise of Donne in his essay on the metaphysical poets. A thought to Donne was an experience. When a poet's mind is perfectly equipped for its work, it is constantly amalgamating disparate experience. The ordinary man's experience is chaotic, irregular, fragmentary too. Yeats knew many such moments. In speaking of a waterfall, he writes, "I would have touched it like a child, but knew my finger could but have touched cold stone and water. I grew wild, even accusing heaven because it had set down among its laws. Nothing that we love overmuch is ponderable to our touch." Here a physical experience has been translated into thought in a manner which is far more than ruminating. It is the immediate expression of an insight. The poetry of Rupert Brooke is full of this kind of insight. For instance, in the lines, "And I should find soon in the silence the hidden key of all that had hurt and puzzled me." The poetic experience, the negative capability, is conceived as an indirect means of conquering his experience. It is necessary to say all this to make clear what I mean by existentialist, which is the indispensable preliminary to speaking about Shaw. We have been thinking about Shaw for so long as a political thinker or a propagandist playwright that a major engineering operation is required if we are to overthrow irrelevant standards, and begin judging him without prejudice. To summarize, the existentialist is the artist-philosopher, and his natural medium is the Bildungsroman, the novel or play which is about the maturing of its central character through the impact of his experience. Examples of this are Wilhelm Meister, The Brothers Karamazov, Meredith's Ordeal of Richard Feverel, Man's Magic Mountain, Hesse's Demian, Sartre's Chemins de la Liberté, Hemingway's Farewell to Arms, Joyce's Portrait, Shaw's Immaturity. I have lumped the major with the minor here to emphasize the breadth of this category. Let me finish by dogmatizing. In the 20th century, the only serious form of literary art is the Bildungsroman. Half of Shaw's greatness is symbolized by his love of Mozart. In Mozart, for all his depth, there are no self-conscious explorations of the tortured mind, and for all his vision, it never overwhelms the listener as if with a sudden and startling revelation. In his work, it is life that is glorified, life as such, without distinction between its surface and its depth. In The Magic Flute, the last opera, written after years of disappointment and suffering, he makes life seem transient and yet permanent. It would seem almost as if he were saying, life needs no deeper meanings to make it beautiful and eternal. For all its torture and uncertainty, it is divine. The opera is lighter and more delicate, and yet more profound, than anything Mozart had written before. This vision of life is the true poet's vision. It is the vision of Keats and Shakespeare and Villon and Synge. It glorifies life without any attempt to find reasons. This vision is found in the two greatest writers of the early part of our century, Shaw and Wells. It is also found in Chesterton and Belloc, and it is by recognizing how little these latter achieved in comparison with Shaw and Wells that one realizes how dangerous this capacity can be in the hands of a non-thinker. It is the sheer vital energy, the love of life in all its manifestations, which makes Shaw and Wells so attractive. They had about them what Chesterton called a wild gaiety. And in Shaw, this gaiety is closely connected with the influence of Mozart. One of Shaw's earliest musical experiences was to see Don Giovanni. He was a romantic and imaginative boy, and Don Giovanni contributed to forming his picture of what adulthood ought to be. The Don adores life and its perpetually renewed manifestations so much that he changes his mistress every other day, or even more frequently, if Leporello's catalogue song is accurate. Naturally, this requires considerable heartlessness. The Don is not shown as a particularly cruel or unpleasant man. Consequently, there must be some remorse involved in breaking off an enjoyable human relationship for the benefit of another, yet his love of change is so great that he apparently cultivates this callousness in himself. His excuse is a delight in women which is as promiscuous as a bee's delight in flowers. In order to indulge this delight to the full, he has become completely heartless, to keep his aesthetic delight in women separated from his human interest in them. Inhumanity is a condition of delight. No doubt this made a deep impression on a romantic boy, especially as the Don is represented as having all the romantic virtues except fidelity, courage, wit, courtliness, and an irresistible attractiveness to women. The philosophy of Don Giovanni is the philosophy of Kierkegaard's seducer, but it also has elements of the philosophy of Plato and the Upanishads, that the fullest enjoyment of life demands complete non-attachment. In his odd way, Don Giovanni is genuinely non-attached. Beyond doubt, the young Shah was the complete romantic. His home life was admirably suited to his development in this direction. His parents believed in letting him alone, and there was no attempt to impose a Victorian discipline. We know too little about Shah's childhood, and yet he is the very man of genius who should have written a full account of it, like Tolstoy's great book, for the Shah we know is a mature Shah, the skilled controversialist, the lucid reasoner, and no man could have developed such powers without a long period of agonizing immaturity. His very strength makes him unpopular and remote. He showed penetrating insight into this in Back to Methuselah, where he quotes Wells's parable The Food of the Gods, in which a chemical food makes some people grow to tremendous size, and the rest of the human race develops a passionate hatred of the giants and tries to destroy them. If Shaw had revealed more of his own weakness, as Joyce and Gide did, he might have had more defenders today. But we know that Shaw was more fond of art than of life, that he wandered around the Dublin art galleries, went to the theatres and the opera whenever he had the opportunity, and was deeply impressed by Mozart's Don Giovanni and Gounod's Faust, in which he admired Mephistopheles for his arched eyebrows, a feature he himself was later to develop. And we know that he detested Dublin as much as the young James Joyce was to detest it 30 years later. In the preface to Immaturity, he says of Ulysses, James Joyce has described with a fidelity so ruthless that the book is hardly bearable, the life that Dublin offers to its young men. No doubt it is much like the life of young men everywhere in modern urban civilization. A certain flippant feudal derision and belittlement that confuses the noble and serious with the base and ludicrous seems to me peculiar to Dublin, but I suppose that is because my only personal experience of that phase of youth was a Dublin experience, for when I left my native city I left that phase behind me, and associated no more with men of my age until, after about 8 years of solitude in this respect, I was drawn into the socialist revival of the early 80s, among Englishmen. Intensely serious, and burning with indignation at very real and fundamental evils that affected all the world. So, in fact, when Shaw left Dublin at 20, having been a highly efficient and successful clerk for 6 years, he plunged into a strange city, London, and into relative solitude. And as he himself says in the same preface, he became an outsider. When I had to come out of the realm of imagination into that of actuality, I was still uncomfortable. I was outside society, outside politics, outside sport, outside the church. If the term had been invented then I should have been called the complete outsider. Shaw was the most basic type of outsider, the romantic outsider. When I had to come out of the realm of imagination into that of actuality, it is the problem of Hanno Buddenbrooks that Thomas Mann described in his first novel. And in John Bull's Other Island, Shaw puts his hatred of Dublin into Doyle's mouth. And all the while there goes on a horrible, senseless, mischievous laughter. When you're young, you exchange drinks with other young men, and you exchange vile stories with them, and as you're too futile to be able to help or cheer them, you chaff and sneer and taunt them for not doing the things you daren't do yourself. And all the time you laugh. 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 Eternal derision, eternal envy, eternal folly, eternal fouling and staining and degrading, until, when you come at last to a country where men take a question seriously and give a serious answer to it, you deride them for having no sense of humor, and plume yourself on your own worthlessness as if it made you better than them. Shaw wrote this nearly 30 years after he had left Dublin. The clearness with which he remembers the humiliation of being sneered at for being too serious makes it apparent that it cut deep. The whole meaning of this paragraph takes us back to the problems I examined in the second chapter of The Outsider, in writing about Camus' L'Étranger and Hemingway's Soldier's Home. Krebs, the soldier who comes home from the war, remembers glimpses of the heroic state of mind when you did the one thing, the only thing with calm and discipline, and hates the dullness of his hometown where the men play pool, and hang around telling stories. He hates it because, having glimpsed a higher intensity of living, he now longs for the heroic and detests the trivial. Strode in Granville Barker's play threw away a political career because he had glimpsed this higher intensity, and no longer had patience with politicians. It is a romantic attitude. Yeats caught it perfectly in The Man Who Dreamed of Fairyland and Fergus and the Druid. It is not actually a distaste for living, it is only a distaste for the dilute, gritty soup which gets fed to us under the name of living in the modern world. In Peer Gynt, Ibsen showed his romantic young man prepared to accept the Troll King's ugly daughter as a ravishing princess, and the pig he rides on as a magnificent white charger, rather than face the dreary reality. It is a longing for the heroic, for a greater seriousness of life than ordinary human beings know about. And when a man has this appetite for seriousness, and cannot see it reflected in any of the human beings he knows, he must either submit to their standards and forget his dreams, or deliberately cut himself off from them, make himself an outsider, until he has found a way of thinking and living that gives him scope for his deeper seriousness. Works of imagination will inspire him, especially works about ambitious young men struggling to escape their circumstances, like Stendhal's Le Rouge et Le Noir or Joyce's Portrait. It is this longing for the heroic that makes the outsider, and his greatest enemy is nausea, discouragement, boredom, and the pettiness of so much modern life. A romantic distaste for Dublin and a craving for seriousness kept Shaw in solitude for many years. In this solitude, his main solace seems to have been in the realm of imagination, in music, literature, art. On first coming to London, he went to see Carmen again and again, he soaked himself in Shakespeare and Dickens, he became as familiar with the London art galleries as he had been with the Dublin ones. And he also discovered Wagner. Wagner's work is the apotheosis of the heroic ideal. From Rienzi to Parsifal, heroes occupy the center of his stage. In his greatest and most significant work, The Ring, Wotan, symbolizing the intellectual leader of men, brings a curse on the gods, which can only be removed by the rise of a higher type of man than the intellectual leader, the hero, Siegfried. It is hardly surprising that the young Shaw at once became the perfect Wagnerite. Shaw's training in being an outsider was unusually long and complete. For years he had no field of action, nothing to occupy his attention except art. He was lucky enough not to have to work. Like all true artists, he hated work, and refused to do any, allowing his family to supply his meals and a roof, and spending his days at the British Museum writing his 5 novels. In these 8 years, he developed an immense romantic appetite for heroic achievement, and acquired vast erudition in the course of his long quest to find satisfaction in the realm of literature. The novels are all poor, but it is not easy to say why, mainly, perhaps, because Shaw had no deep interest in their central characters. The hero of immaturity is a sort of self-portrait, but it is a curiously objective, unromantic self-portrait, with no appreciable element of self-pity or dramatization, and the hero's name is Smith. Before the end of the first chapter, Smith, newly arrived in London, has met an attractive girl named Harriet, but no romance develops. Instead, he teaches her French. At the end of the book, Smith is as celibate as at the beginning. Harriet marries someone else. Smith's only achievement is to become a highly efficient private secretary. The interest in the novel has centered around Harriet and her painter husband as much as around Smith. It would, of course, be a mistake to expect Shaw to have written his own portrait of the artist in the 70s of the last century. Joyce was unborn, and Shaw's reading had been limited to Dickens and Charles Lever. His tendency was naturally to try to tell a story, and to ignore psychological analyses. In his next 3 novels, there is not even the suggestion of a self-portrait. The Irrational Knot is about a hard-headed engineer who marries a lady but finds the insipidity of the life she expects to lead intolerable. Love Among the Artists has a composer, Owen Jack, as its central figure, he has a pock-marked face and the waspish temperament of a Beethoven, but a whole gallery of lesser figures get an equal share of the author's attention, and the result is not absorbing. Cashel Byron's profession is about a young gentleman who runs away from school and becomes a prize fighter, then falls in love with a blue-stocking named Lady Lydia Carew, whom he finally marries. The various complications that make the plot of the novel are weakly contrived, and there is an uncomfortable feeling that the novelist does not know exactly what he's about. An Unsocial Socialist is undoubtedly the best of the 5 novels. Shaw was 27 when he finished it, and the central character has strong elements of self-portraiture. Here, for the first time, Shaw's innate romanticism, bequeathed him by Mozart, appears with its own peculiar identity. The book's original title was The Heartless Man. Dreyfus is heartless as Don Giovanni, but he has also grown beyond the stage of finding any excitement in a series of sexual intrigues. He is thoroughly romantic, but his romanticism is revolted by the reality of the male-female relation. When the book opens, he has deserted his newly married wife, leaving her a note telling her that she is ravishingly beautiful and sensually satisfying, but that the atmosphere of billing and cooing and making love is stifling him. Shaw then involves him in a hilarious and highly improbable adventure in a girls' school. It is all as involved and confusing as immaturity, but this time, the character of Dreyfus gives it unity and holds one's interest. He is shown as having Don Giovanni's attractiveness to women, but preferring socialism. At the slightest provocation, he makes long speeches about the oppression of the working classes. It is his combination of romanticism and intellectualism that makes him heartless. He finds the reality of human relations uninteresting by comparison. The 5 novels did not find a publisher, although Cashel Byron was later a fair success. An Unsocial Socialist was published in a small monthly magazine. It had no success, but made Shaw known to William Morris, at whose house Shaw became a frequent visitor. For many years he had been interested in socialism, and had read Marx's Capital in the museum. In the year after he wrote An Unsocial Socialist, he joined the Fabian Society, and immediately became one of its moving forces, speaking on street corners and in Hyde Park, and writing pamphlets. He had been speaking in public since he was 23, when he stood up at the meeting of the Existential Society, tense with nervousness, and opposed the speaker. He always managed to cover his timidity with an air of self-confidence which often aroused violent hostility. I had an unpleasant trick of contradicting everyone from whom I thought I could learn anything in order to draw him out and enable me to pick his brains. I think I must have impressed many amiable persons as an extremely disagreeable and undesirable young man. When he was 26, he fell in love with one of his mother's singing pupils, a nurse, but the affair came to nothing. He was still a virgin at 29, when finally another of his mother's pupils decided to seduce him, and met with no objection. Shaw then proceeded to make up for lost time, and had a series of affairs which continued until he married 15 years later. The Immaturity preface contains a delightful portrait of the Shaw of the pre-Fabian period. Clever sympathetic women might divine at a glance that I was mortally shy, but people who could not see through my skin, and who were accustomed to respect, and even veneration, from the young, may well have found me insufferable, aggressive, and impudent. When a young man has achieved nothing and is doing nothing, and when he is obviously so poor that he ought to be doing something very energetically, it is rather trying to find him assuming an authority in conversation, and an equality in terms, which only conspicuous success and distinguished ability could make becoming. Yet this is what is done, quite unconsciously, by young persons who have in them the potentiality of such success and ability. The truth is that all men are in a false position in society until they have realized their possibilities, and imposed them on their neighbors. They are tormented by a continual shortcoming in themselves, yet they irritate others by a continual overweening. This discord can be resolved by acknowledged success or failure only. Everyone is ill at ease until he has found his natural place, whether it be above or below his birthplace. Besides, this finding of one's place may be made very puzzling by the fact that there is no place in ordinary society for extraordinary individuals. The young Shaw was, emphatically, an outsider, and what he has described is the position of every young man of genius before he has convinced himself or anyone else of his genius. There is no place in society for the extraordinary individuals, and neither should there be. All their power and importance lies in their being outside society. It is a pity that Shaw knew nothing of the equally great problem, Scott Fitzgerald's problem, of sudden overwhelming success, and the curious way in which success makes for a quite different kind of isolation in modern society. I began The Outsider by denying that the outsider is simply the misunderstood man of genius. This is true in the sense that genius means some extraordinary ability to create. Even a stupid and untalented man, like Barbusse's hole-in-corner man, may be made into an outsider by some great suffering which cuts him off from his fellow human beings. But such suffering makes for the development of an intelligence which is halfway towards genius, so I must qualify my statement by an admission that the outsider problem and the problem of genius striving for self-expression are closely connected. And in the immaturity preface, the outsider is simply the frustrated man of genius, of the same type as the angry and frustrated young man whom James Dean has made fashionable in the 50s. But Shaw's interest in the outsider theme was not limited to the frustrated genius type. I have already spoken of Keegan, in John Bull's Other Island, who is an outsider because of his Swiftian loathing of human cruelty and folly. Keegan was a late development, and there are many stages of the outsider between Trefusis, the heartless man, and Keegan's almost Buddhist attitude. There are so many, in fact, that I might well have written a book about the outsider in Shaw, instead of tracing outsiders from Barbusse to Ramakrishna and Hume. Trefusis is Shaw's first outsider, and he is an outsider in the simple sense of being a rebel against the established order. He is also a symbol of Shaw's revolt against Victorian sentimentality, and the 19th century emphasis on humanity, the inevitable outcome of its materialism and agnosticism. He is heartless because he has the outsider's consuming desire for seriousness of purpose, and a consequent horror of human entanglements. His heartlessness is of the same origin as that of St. John of the Cross or Eckhart. But his socialism does not make him simply an angry young man. He has too much faith in the power of his enthusiasm, and he also has a sense of humor. He lusts for purpose and direction, but this does not turn him into a monk. There is a strong element of Mozartian love of the world in his makeup. All this becomes even more apparent in a short story which Shaw wrote a few years later called Don Giovanni Explains. In this story, a young girl returning from a performance of Don Giovanni meets the ghost of the Don on the train. He then tells her the true story of his life, the romanticism that made him into a lover, and the disillusion that made him turn away from sex, unfortunately at a time when his legend had made him so attractive to women that he spent his time trying to escape advances from them. The story of Mozart's opera is retold, but this time the Don is not shown as a rake, but as a fastidious artist and thinker with a strong leaning to asceticism. In the Killing for Sport preface, Shaw has the sentence, "It all comes back to appetite for fruitful activity and a high quality of life," which makes the basis of his objection to killing animals. This phrase explains the whole aim of Shaw's life and work. Differently worded, it is the outsider's question of how to live as fully as possible, or Eliot's question, where is the life we have lost in living? Writing about Hamlet in 1897, Shaw said, "Hamlet is not a man in whom common humanity is raised by great vital energy to a heroic pitch. On the contrary, he is a man in whom the common personal passions are so superseded by wider and rarer interests, and so discouraged by a degree of critical self-consciousness which makes the practical efficiency of the instinctive man impossible to him, that he finds the duties dictated by conventional revenge and ambition as disagreeable a burden as commerce is to a poet." This is as penetrating an analysis of the outsider as anyone could ask. Discouraged by a degree of critical self-consciousness, this is T.E. Lawrence and Nietzsche. But Shaw's analysis goes even deeper than this. He goes on to say, and, indeed, there is a sense in which Hamlet is insane, for he trips over the mistake which lies on the threshold of intellectual self-consciousness, that of bringing life to utilitarian or hedonistic tests, thus treating it as a means instead of an end. Because Polonius is a foolish prating knave, because Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are snobs, he kills them as remorselessly as he might kill a flea, anticipating the whole course of the intellectual history of Western Europe. Shaw has diagnosed the outsider's torment as the inevitable period of maladjustment on the threshold of intellectual consciousness, and he has also seen beyond the fascist error, the error attributed, quite mistakenly, to Nietzsche, and about which Dostoevsky wrote in Crime and Punishment, that the masters, the outsiders, should have power of life and death over the slaves. In the postscript to Back to Methuselah, 1944, he repeats his earlier diagnosis of Hamlet, and adds, had Shakespeare plumbed his play to the bottom, he would hardly have allowed Hamlet to send Rosencrantz and Guildenstern to their death. In his first critical book, The Quintessence of Ibsenism, written after he had been a journalist and reviewer for 10 years, Shaw has already grasped his own task as a writer, to attempt to restore unity to the conception of nature. In his examination of Ibsen's Emperor and Galilean, he attacks Darwinism and materialism, and quotes Butler's dictum that Darwin had banished mind from the universe. The full significance of this would not be understood until Heidegger in Germany and Sartre in France began the task of trying to restore mind to the universe. Julian the Apostate tries to restore paganism, because he feels that the Christian ideal is decadent. But he tries to impose paganism by force, and fails. Maximus the Mystic, the strange old man who inspires Julian, predicts that both Emperor and Galilean shall be swallowed up by something that shall supersede both. Both shall succumb, but you shall not therefore perish. Does not the child succumb in the youth and the youth in the man, yet neither child nor youth perishes. You know I have never approved of your policy as emperor. You have tried to make the youth a child again. The empire of the flesh is fallen a prey to the empire of the spirit. But the empire of the spirit is not final, any more than the youth is. You have tried to hinder the youth from growing, from becoming a man. O fool, who have drawn your sword against that which is to be, against the third empire. It is the truth which T. E. Hume recognized, that although medieval religion gave way to humanism, the answer is not simply to put back the clock. For Western civilization, the Church was the first empire, an empire of blind faith. It was replaced by an empire of free thought. One type of man alone in our civilization has recognized that free thought leads back to religion, if it is free enough and ranges far enough, the outsider. Unfortunately, neither Shaw nor Ibsen recognized that civilizations smash after the Second Empire. The problem of the Third Empire still stands, immense and unsolved, the problem of how to make our whole civilization think like the outsider. But this is to anticipate the ideas of the later Shaw. In the 1890s, Shaw had recognized that life is a lust for wider and deeper self-consciousness, and that the outsider is a man standing in bewilderment between two worlds. But when he began writing plays, he made no attempt to dramatize outsider problems. Widower's Houses, his first play, was produced in 1892, its message is completely socialistic, although, as with all Shaw's plays, the dialogue is so vigorous that it is preposterous to try to dismiss it as a socialist tract. His second play, The Philanderer, returns to the Don Giovanni problem. Its hero, Charteris, has much in common with Dreyfusis, except that he is altogether more amiable and more susceptible to women. His complaint is that of Shaw's Don Giovanni in the short story, whose fault is it that half the women I speak to fall in love with me? The Philanderer is an attempt to depict a rising generation at the end of the last century, and as such has something in common with Michael Arlen's The Green Hat and John Osborne's Look Back in Anger. But the Ibsenite young people are rather dreary, the plot is as complicated as love among the artists, and the overall effect is one of confusion. But this is the last appearance in Shaw's work of such an effect. All his subsequent plays have a firm sense of direction. A number of lighter plays were written during the next 10 years. M.R.S. Warren's Profession, in spite of its subject, the white slave trade, is witty and amusing. Arms and the Man makes fun of nationalism and patriotism. It is Shaw at his best in his anti-sentimental vein, but whereas other opponents of the army have raged and sneered about it, Shaw makes fun of it with the cool superiority of a man who has more serious things to occupy his mind. The Man of Destiny introduces two elements into Shaw that were to appear again and again, one good, one bad. The good one is his tendency to portray great men, Napoleon in this case, as good-tempered and humorous. The bad one is his tendency to exaggerate the stupidity of some of his characters until they become almost village idiots. In this play it is a young lieutenant. His kind of imbecility reappears many times in the later plays, and gives the reader an irritated feeling that he is being underrated. Candida is altogether the most important play of this period. It is a parallel study in an outsider and an insider. The insider is a socialist clergyman, witty, urbane, tolerant. The outsider, a young poet, uncertain of himself in all social relations, but supremely certain of his ideas as a poet. When the poet tells Morel, the clergyman, that he is in love with his wife Candida, Morel kindly warns him that he is making a fool of himself, and Marchbanks launches a superb attack. "Oh, do you think I don't know all that? Do you think that the things that people make fools of themselves about are any less real and true than the things they behave sensibly about? They are more true, they are the only things that are true. You are very calm and sensible and moderate with me because you can see that I am a fool about your wife, just as no doubt that old man who was here just now is very wise over your socialism, because he sees that you are a fool about it. Does that prove you wrong? Does your complacent superiority to me prove that I am wrong?" This magnificent scene is more than an outsider attacking an insider. It is the first important appearance in Shaw of a device which was to become the dramatic center of all his later plays, the clash of wills. He puts two people of strong character onto the stage, and the audience watches with fascination for the explosion. He had tried out this device for the first time with Vivie Warren and her mother. It appears again in the court scene between Dick Dudgeon and General Burgoyne in The Devil's Disciple. It gives piquancy to the relation between Caesar and Rufio and Caesar and Cleopatra. It provides the comedy in Man and Superman, and the tragedy in Saint Joan. A theme which runs through all Shaw's work is this theme of the will to power, the refusal to be browbeaten, moral courage. In Major Barbara, the interest is provided by the conflict between the strong-minded Lady Britomart and her equally strong-minded daughter Barbara, between the armament king Undershaft and Cusins, the professor of Greek. In The Apple Cart, the self-made politician Boanerges is the first important character on stage, threatening to bully the king, and immediately the audience waits for the clash of wills. It is never an obvious, brutal crash. Usually it involves the skilled fencing of intelligent antagonists. And just as Rufio, the bodyguard, has treated Caesar with rough familiarity, so Mrs. Basham treats Isaac Newton, and George Fox treats the king, in Good King Charles's Golden Days, written 40 years later. Throughout his work, Shaw plays with the idea of the defiance of authority, and rebellion, in one form or another, is the theme of all his major plays. Now the outsider is not necessarily the rebel, but the rebel is undoubtedly a most important type of outsider. The rebel attempts to assert that existence comes before essence, that will comes before authority. In another form, this existentialist theme is presented in Bergson in the opposition between open and closed religion. Open religion is the inspired religious insight of the prophet and saint, closed religion is the ritual and law of a church. On any level, this opposition between the living force and the forms which it puts on like garments, implies existentialism. And all forms of this opposition are present in Shaw's work. Saint Joan, for instance, is about open and closed religion. It is not too much to say that all Shaw's central themes are existentialist. However, I have left my attempt to trace the outsider theme in Shaw's development. After Candida, its next major expression is in Caesar and Cleopatra. Shaw's Caesar is an outsider for the very reasons which made Shaw declare that Hamlet was an outsider, because he has evolved a stage beyond his fellow men, and is quite alone among them, alone and incomprehensible. His opening speech expresses his isolation. He speaks to the Sphinx, alone in the desert. "Hail, Sphinx, salutation from Julius Caesar. I have wandered in many lands, seeking the lost regions from which my birth into this world exiled me, and the company of creatures such as I myself. I have found flocks and pastures, men and cities, but no other Caesar, no heir native to me, no man kindred to me, none who can do my day's deed, and think my night's thought. Sphinx, you and I, strangers to the race of men, are no strangers to one another. It may be that Shaw had Marcus Aurelius in mind in creating Caesar. Pothinus, natural. Then you do not resent treachery? Caesar, resent. O thou foolish Egyptian, what have I to do with resentment? Do I resent the wind when it chills me, or the night when it makes me stumble in the darkness? Shall I resent youth when it turns from age, and ambition when it turns from servitude? To tell me such a story as this is but to tell me that the sun will rise tomorrow. But later, when Cleopatra has had Pothinus murdered for revenge, and defends herself against Caesar's condemnation, the tone ceases to be merely stoical. Cleopatra, listen to me, Caesar. If one man in all Alexandria can be found to say that I did wrong, I swear to have myself crucified on the door of the palace by my own slaves. Caesar, if one man in all the world can be found, now or forever, to know that you did wrong, that man will have either to conquer the world as I have, or be crucified by it. Shaw is expressing the essence of Christianity, but Caesar's preference, and Shaw's, was all for conquering the world by moral greatness, not dying for it. And yet Shaw did not imply a condemnation of the Christian morality of self-sacrifice. In Methuselah, the two human creatures whom Pygmalion creates each beg that the other be killed, until the ancient lays her hand on them and raises them to a higher level of life, when they each ask to be killed, but beg that the other be spared. In his preface to Caesar and Cleopatra, Shaw directed his famous criticism against Shakespeare, that he understood human weakness without understanding human strength. It should be observed, at the same time, that Shaw never denied Shakespeare's greatness as a poet and playwright. This criticism contains the essence of Shaw, and it also contains the essence of the outsider's position. For the insider, moral and intellectual ideas are unimportant in comparison with aesthetic satisfaction. But for the outsider, nothing matters but moral heroism. The insider does not mind people being trivial and unheroic because life is still good. The outsider cannot begin living until he has solved the question of how to live. Like Ivan Karamazov, he rejects the world, he rejects life if it must be lived trivially. He craves greater intensity of life. In the 20th century, the insider's position is the philosophy of our civilization, the go-getter utilitarianism. That is why, for any outsider, all that matters is that men should become bigger. That is why the outsider is the heroic figure of our time, and outsider tragedies, those of Nietzsche, Lawrence, Van Gogh, Nijinsky, are the great tragedies of our time. That is why the great bulk of modern literature must be detestable to the outsider, for, like Shakespeare, it cares only about human weakness, it looks at human beings through a microscope, not a telescope. After Caesar, Shaw felt that it was time to make a more general statement of his philosophy. He does this in his most brilliant play, and perhaps his greatest, Man and Superman. Superficially, this play is on the theme that it is the woman, not the man, who does the wooing. This theme need not be taken too seriously. After all, Shaw set out to write a play about Don Juan, and the essence of Shaw's interpretation of the Don Juan legend was that the Don was chaste. Observe that Shaw had written about this theme in An Unsocial Socialist before he had his first affair. No doubt Shaw was right in the sense that it is the woman's job to continue the race, and the man's job to build civilization. Even the most ardent feminist would not deny that her childbearing function acts as a brake on her intellectual and moral pursuits. But the truth is that the higher form of life will always be chased by the lower. The woman with elements of greatness will always be chased by men. The man with elements of greatness will always be chased by women. And the man or woman who becomes great in a public as well as a private sense will always be chased by people of both sexes who hope that by contact with him they can escape from their own insufficiency. Man and Superman is about a socialist intellectual, John Tanner, who is made the guardian of Anne Whitfield, a girl who is in love with him. In one of the earliest speeches in the play, Tanner summarizes a trend which has become the theme of hundreds of 20th century novels and plays, the theme of social inferiority and shame. Even I cannot wholly conquer shame. We live in an atmosphere of shame. We are ashamed of everything that is real about us, ashamed of ourselves, of our relatives, of our incomes, of our accents, of our opinions, of our experience, just as we are ashamed of our naked skins. Good Lord, my dear Ramsden, we are ashamed to walk, ashamed to ride in an omnibus, ashamed to hire a hansom instead of keeping a carriage, ashamed of keeping one horse instead of two and a groom gardener instead of a coachman and footman. The more things a man is ashamed of, the more respectable he is. 0. When Tanner finds out that Anne is in love with him, and it takes him 2 whole acts to do it, he hastily leaves the country and flies to Spain, only to be captured by the lovesick brigand Mendoza, and held for ransom. That night, asleep in Mendoza's camp, he has the dream which constitutes the heart of the play. Tanner dreams that he is his ancestor, Don Juan, and in hell. But hell is not a place of fire and torment, it is an outsider's hell of triviality and endless pettiness. Hell is the home of insiders. Shaw does not divide the race into the good and the wicked, he divides it into outsiders and insiders, and the outsiders go to heaven, the insiders to hell. Hell is a place of eternal pleasure, eternal frivolity, eternal silliness, everything to revolt an outsider with a lust for seriousness of purpose. Don Juan has been sent there by mistake. Soon Dona Ana arrives to disturb the Don in the solitude in which he has taken refuge, and shortly after that, the devil, Mendoza in disguise, and the statue from Mozart, who is Anna's father. Now begins the long discussion which I have always felt to be the greatest scene in Shaw, and one of the pinnacles of English literature. Dona Ana, Anne, has to have it explained to her why hell is not a place of eternal torment. Her father, the statue, has come from heaven to live in hell, he is tired of the dullness of heaven. The devil explains the dullness of heaven by analogy. In England, the country where he has the greatest following, no doubt America would compete nowadays, there are halls where classical concerts are held, and there are race courses. Nothing prevents the lovers of racing from going to the classical concerts, and the concerts are acknowledged to be a higher, more spiritual form of entertainment than horse racing. Nevertheless, the lovers of racing do not flock to the concert halls. Neither do the inhabitants of hell flock to heaven. Then a long argument develops, in which the outsider Don Juan tries to explain why he is a social failure in hell. The life force in him makes him uncomfortable when he is forced to sit around doing nothing but amuse himself. Life, he explains, strives towards the complete conquest of matter by the spirit. Matter and spirit are enemies. Man has a certain mastery over his body, he can make it stand up or sit down or turn somersaults, but he cannot prevent it from catching diseases or dying. And he cannot guard against accidents, or against being killed by a lower form of life. An Archimedes can be killed by a stupid Roman soldier. Man's way towards the conquest of matter is through spiritual discipline, striving to become a higher form of life. It is a development of consciousness. The aim of life is to understand itself. Don Juan speaks then of his disappointments in love, and of how his romanticism was destroyed by his fastidiousness. He anticipates D.H. Lawrence's sexual mysticism when he tells how his conscious criticism of a woman would destroy his desire for her until life seized me and threw me into her arms as a sailor throws a scrap of fish into the mouth of a seabird. 21 And when the devil objects that here, in hell, he has everything he ever wanted, music, painting, sexual adventures, and so forth, Juan states his outsider's credo. I tell you that as long as I can conceive something better than myself, I cannot be easy unless I am striving to bring it into existence or clearing the way for it. That is the law of my life. That is the working within me of life's incessant aspiration to higher organization, wider, deeper, intenser self-consciousness, and clearer self-understanding. It was the supremacy of this purpose that reduced love for me to the mere pleasure of a moment. Shaw, in other words, was heartless and uninterested in human weaknesses for the same reason that all outsiders are, through a passionate desire to create, to strive for greatness. It is a heartlessness of which the outsider can passionately approve. The higher form of life that Don Juan strives to create is the Nietzschean Superman. Shaw felt obscurely that man is on the threshold of a higher form of life, either that, or the life force may scrap him and try something new. He was right, but not wholly. Man is always on the brink of a higher form of life when a civilization reaches its stage of decline. The decline is a challenge to raise the standard of conscious life, otherwise it must smash. Man evolved from the ape by developing a religious consciousness. He then evolved from the mere superstitious tribesman by developing his reasoning power. Before he can develop to a still higher stage, he must restore the religious consciousness. Nothing else will hold society together. And while religion means closed religion, mere ritual and superstition, then reason makes its existence impossible. Religion must become what the outsider understands by it, a body of truth about man's purpose and relation to God. For a whole civilization to think in outsider terms would probably mean the total disappearance of insiders. And the price of failing to meet the challenge need not be the scrapping of the human race, it may mean only the scrapping of all that we understand by civilization. The alternative is a universal effort to create open religion, and perhaps, eventually, a new closed religion. Don Juan launches a tirade against insiders which is more devastating than anything in Swift. In this palace of lies a truth or two will not hurt you. Your friends are all the dullest dogs I know. They are not beautiful, they are only decorated. They are not clean, they are only shaved and starched. They are not dignified, they are only fashionably dressed. They are not educated, they are only college pass men. They are not religious, they are only pew renters. They are not moral, they are only conventional. They are not virtuous, they are only cowardly. They are not even vicious, they are only frail. They are not artistic, they are only lascivious. They are not prosperous, they are only rich. They are not loyal, they are only servile, not dutiful, only sheepish, not public-spirited, only patriotic, not courageous, only quarrelsome, not determined, only obstinate, not masterful, only domineering, not self-controlled, only obtuse, not self-respecting, only vain, not kind, only sentimental, not social, only gregarious, not considerate, only polite, not intelligent, only opinionated, not progressive, only factious, not imaginative, only superstitious, not just, only vindictive, not generous, only propitiatory, not disciplined, only cowed, and not truthful at all, liars every one of them, to the very backbone of their souls. And he gets up and goes off to heaven. At this point, Tanner awakes, to find the police swooping on the brigands, and Anne Whitfield looking for him. A socialist through and through, he explains to the police that the brigands are his escort. In the last act, Anne finally persuades him to marry her after a dialogue which has overtones of Don Giovanni's last wrangle with the statue. Tanner, I will not marry you. I will not marry you. Anne, oh, you will, you will. Tanner, I tell you, no, no, no. Anne, I tell you, yes, yes, yes. Tanner, no. Anne, yes. Before it is too late for repentance. Yes. Which recalls the Commandant, Pentatai. Don Giovanni, no. The Commandant, Pentatai. Don Giovanni, no. The Commandant, S.I. Don Giovanni, no. The Commandant, S.I. Don Giovanni, no. The Commandant, S.I. S.I. Don Giovanni, no, no. The Commandant, Tempo piu non ve. And Tanner marries Anne, who is a very ordinary insider for whom he is just a talker. So the ghost of Don Giovanni disappears from Shaw's work. From then on, the outsider theme becomes even more clearly defined. The next play, John Bull's other island, centers around the Jansenist priest Keegan, and the triumph of the typical stupid insider, Broadbent. Shaw is not terribly hostile to Broadbent, who is a well-meaning fool, but a materialistic fool, unable to realize that fundamentally the artist and poet are opposed to all that materialism stands for. In Heartbreak House, Shaw takes an altogether sterner stand. Shaw's next play, Major Barbara, also throws new light on the outsider theme. The important characters in this play are Cusins, the young professor of Greek, and Andrew Undershaft, his prospective father-in-law. Undershaft's daughter, Barbara, is a major in the Salvation Army. Undershaft is an armament king, whose faith can be summarized in 2 words, money and gunpowder. Yet Undershaft has much of Shaw Caesar about him. He has the gentleness of a man of immense strength. He and Cusin soon come into conflict on the question of religion. In their first discussion, Cusins quotes Euripides to the effect that most men squabble and seethe, but the only happy man is the man who knows that merely to be alive is to be happy, the position of Kirillov in Dostoevsky's Devils, it will be remembered, and of William Blake. Undershaft counters by saying that to know that living is happiness requires money enough for a decent life, and power enough to be your own master. Later, in Heartbreak House, Shaw makes Ellie state the same position. Ellie, a soul is a very expensive thing to keep, much more so than a motor car. Shot over, is it? How much does your soul eat? Ellie, oh, a lot. It eats music and pictures and books and mountains and lakes and beautiful things to wear and nice people to be with. In this country you can't have them without lots of money, that is why our souls are so horribly starved. It is, in fact, the need for leisure of which I spoke at the beginning of this book. It is Undershaft's reason for preaching a gospel of power. If the outsider hates modern civilization for its brutal materialism, his answer is not to retreat from it and go into an ivory tower, but to seek for power over it. Steppenwolf declared that Western civilization fosters the very delusion of personality from which Eastern civilization has tried so hard to escape, and his unspoken conclusion is that the outsider should turn away from our hurly-burly of a civilization to solitude and contemplation. Shaw implies, like Toynbee, that the outsider must create the power to revitalize his civilization. Undershaft has, in fact, anticipated Sartre's doctrine of commitment. It is the essence of all he has to say. Not retreat from the world, but engagement, commitment. If ultimately the aim of spirit is to gain power over matter, then it must face the responsibility of action, and not spend its time complaining that the world is out of joint. Undershaft's positivism is the positivism of the Bhagavad Gita. It will be remembered that in the Gita, Arjuna, the hero prince, faces his foes in a chariot, and suddenly decides that fighting is futile, in fact, reaches the stage of the Hamlet outsider. Krishna, his charioteer, tells him not to make a fuss about nothing, for life and death are just a part of a great cycle of the soul. Death is not to be considered as a final plunge into blackness, but as a minor inconvenience to be suffered before rebirth into another body. There never is a time in which I did not exist, nor is there any future in which we shall cease to be. And his exhortation reaches its climax in the words, "Go out and fight. These men are already slain by me," implying that the actions of gods and heroes are predetermined by a universal law. It is to be observed that Undershaft's positivism is not just the philosophy of a blunt businessman. When Barbara introduces her father to Peter Shirley, the down-and-out Brad Laffett, she says, "This is my father. I told you he was a secularist, didn't I?" And Undershaft, shocked, replies, "Not the least in the world, on the contrary, a confirmed mystic." Undershaft has, in fact, advanced to the position of the Gita, perhaps without knowing it. Undershaft presents the Salvation Army with a check for £5,000, and Barbara leaves the army in disgust at having to accept the profits of war and murder. But later in the play, she has to face an even greater problem when Cusins, the man she is about to marry, decides to accept Undershaft's offer to go into the armament business as his successor. Then the great argument begins. between Undershaft and Cousins, on the ethics of making weapons of war. Cousins feels that he can salve his conscience by selling guns to any good cause, but Undershaft will have none of this. Being an armorer, he says, involves selling to anybody who will pay cash. His morality is a morality of power, but only because he believes that all power is spiritual power. If men are to give spiritual power to the human race, they must begin by having some sort of political power. But not the power of governments or dictators, the power of money and prosperity. Undershaft declares that he is the hidden arbiter behind governments. You will make war when it suits us, and keep peace when it doesn't. You will find out that trade requires certain measures when we have decided on those measures. His is very clearly the Nietzschean master and slave morality, but only because he realizes that before the slaves can become masters, they must first accept the leadership of the masters, as a pupil can only become a teacher by going to school. Undershaft has faced the outsider's second problem. The outsider's first problem is, how can I acquire spiritual power for myself? And for that purpose, he retreats into solitude. His second problem is, how can I acquire spiritual power for a whole civilization? He may try to solve this problem as George Fox or John Wesley or Savonarola tried to solve it. But in a civilization as complex as ours, a materialist civilization, the preacher's effect is inevitably limited, and has to compete with the cinema and television and cheap literature. The only way left is Undershaft's way, to strive to become a moving force behind society, to acquire power for one's fellow men by becoming a power among them. But Shaw does not make it clear how Undershaft and Cousins will work to create spiritual power. Cousins summarizes his reasons for accepting Undershaft's offer. Cousins, you cannot have power for good without having power for evil too. Even mother's milk nourishes murderers as well as heroes. Barbara, is there no higher power than that? Pointing to a shell. Cousins, yes, but that power can destroy the higher powers just as a tiger can destroy a man. Man must master that power first. I admitted this when the Turks and Greeks were last at war. My best pupil went out to fight for Hellas. My parting gift to him was not a copy of Plato's Republic, but a revolver and 100 Undershaft cartridges. That act committed me to this place forever. Your father's challenge has beaten me. Dare I make war on war? I dare. I must. I will. In other words, if the corruption of our society is to be fought, the outsider must fight it from inside, not outside. This is not to be taken as Shaw's last word on the subject. All that he has expressed, through Undershaft, is the doctrine that the outsider must leave his ivory tower when the time comes. The time is not ripe until he has achieved spiritual power over himself. And an outsider might well feel, with Gurdjieff, that his degree of power over himself is always so tiny that he should stay in solitude all his life. After Major Barbara, Shaw produced a whole series of light plays, The Doctor's Dilemma, Getting Married, Misalliance, Androcles, and The Lion, Pygmalion. In the 10 years after 1905, when Major Barbara was written, Shaw's disciples had reason to suppose that the master was growing frivolous in his old age. Androcles has a magnificent preface examining Christianity, to which I am indebted for many of the ideas expressed in the introduction to Part 2 of the present book. But the play itself is a salt and sugar mixture of farce and seriousness which produces an impression of cheapness. The important second act has the Heidegger-like theme of the glimpse of reality experienced while facing death. Lavinia, my faith has been oozing away minute by minute whilst I've been sitting here, with death coming nearer and nearer, with reality becoming realer and realer, with stories and dreams fading away into nothing. The captain, are you then going to die for nothing? Lavinia, I don't know. If it were anything small enough to know, it would be too small to die for. I think I'm going to die for God. Nothing else is real enough to die for. The captain, what is God? Lavinia, when we know that, captain, we shall be gods ourselves. After this, The Dancing Lion is an altogether irritating piece of buffoonery. Heartbreak House, the next major work, is an unsuccessful attempt to write a Chekhovian play. Chekhov's method depends on understatement, suggesting the tensions and tragedies beneath a surface of futility and inaction. But Shaw is not an emotional writer, and he does not succeed in conveying the hidden torment of his characters. In spite of this failure of conscious intention, Heartbreak House still succeeds in being one of Shaw's best plays. Written 2 years before The Decline of the West was published, it nevertheless captures the atmosphere of that book. The play is about a house party at Heartbreak House. The guests are a cross-section of English society: Mangan, the businessman; Ellie, the girl who is going to marry him for his money; her father, a helpless idealist who has been swindled by Mangan; Lady Utterword, the typical English lady, wife of a colonial governor and a lover of horses; Randall, a useless man about town. But more important than any of these are the residents of Heartbreak House: Hector Hushabye, the romantically handsome liar; his wife Hesione, and Captain Shotover. Shaw rightly considered Shotover one of the greatest characters he had ever created. Shotover is a strange old man, a retired sea captain, who is the only person in this house party of insiders who has any sense of reality. He spends his days trying to achieve the 7th degree of concentration. This is an idea of primary importance for the outsider, and Shotover's statement of it is perhaps the clearest single statement of the outsider's ultimate aim which we have yet encountered. After all, consider almost any outsider who has been mentioned in this volume or its predecessor. Their problem is always the fact that the world is too much with them. What all outsiders have in common is a desire to escape the endless confusion of the outer world and retreat deep into themselves. Truth is subjectivity, and is therefore to be achieved by becoming concentrated in oneself. Ordinarily, when a man concentrates on a problem, he only retreats into the conscious area of his brain, the reasoning area. But there are deeper areas, the areas where all the past is stored up, the areas from which those sudden bursts of complete ecstasy flood up into consciousness. By lowering himself down into himself, as into a deep mine shaft, man discovers the source of the secret life, the wellspring of life ecstasy which drives him on in spite of the difficulties of the exterior world. All life is a struggle to reach this inner power, and to assimilate the endless complexities of the outer world, which sap the energies and destroy the appetite for life. The misery of the Barbusse type of outsider is due to his having been trapped in that surface world of consciousness, and separated from the inner love of life. All the work of D.H. Lawrence is about the sudden contact with that flood of inner ecstasy achieved in sexual union. When Ramakrishna seized a sword to kill himself, his spirit concentrated into a tight ball inside him and suddenly made him recognize that he contained a powerhouse of life energy, a powerhouse which he could only describe by speaking of a great sea of life. This was his first vision of Godhead. Van Gogh was in contact with this inner powerhouse many times, and so was Nietzsche. Rimbaud achieved inner concentration by dramatizing himself as the arch-outsider and anti-social being, and thus freeing his consciousness from the feeling that he owed the outer world his attention. All genius springs from this ability to concentrate. Even so, no man has ever achieved complete concentration. A poet's moments of ecstasy are nothing compared to the powerhouse of vitality which he contains within himself. Most poets achieve the 1st degree of concentration. A saint like Ramakrishna might achieve the 2nd degree. Shotover spoke of 7 degrees, and strove to achieve them all. He doesn't, of course. He is too old. Yet the mere fact that he has had the idea makes him great, and his greatness is the greatness of Heartbreak House. His son-in-law, Hector, is an altogether lower stage outsider. Hector is a complete romantic who lives in a dream world of heroic actions. One of the most amusing passages in the first act is when Hector, alone, begins to strike attitudes, kiss imaginary women, duel with imaginary opponents. Suddenly, Shotover walks in, and Hector has to account for his tense attitude by pretending that he is doing exercises. There then ensues a dialogue which is of great importance to Shaw's outsider position. Shotover is carrying dynamite, and he says it is to kill fellows like Mangan. He will make a dynamite that Mangan and his like cannot explode, when he achieves the 7th degree of concentration. Shot over, we must win powers of life and death over them. I refuse to die until I have invented the means. Hector, who are we, that we should judge them? Shot over, what are they that they should judge us? Yet they do, unhesitatingly. There is enmity between our seed. They know it, and act on it, strangling our souls. They believe in themselves. When we believe in ourselves, we shall kill them. Hector. I tell you, I have often thought of this killing of human vermin. Many men have thought of it. Decent men are like Daniel in the lion's den, their survival is a miracle, and they do not always survive. Give me the power to kill them, and I'll spare them in sheer. Shot over, cutting in sharply, fellow feeling? Hector, no, I should kill myself if I believed that. I must believe that my spark, small as it is divine, and that the red light over their door is hell fire. I should spare them in simple magnanimous pity. Shot over, you can't spare them until you have the power to kill them. At present they have the power to kill you. Hector, they are too stupid to use their power. Shot over, do not deceive yourself, they do use it. We kill the better half of ourselves every day to propitiate them. The knowledge that these people are there to render all our aspirations barren prevents us having the aspirations. 1. It is true that at the end of the play, it is Mangan who is blown up by the bomb, trying to save his own skin, and the others, who flood the house with lights so the raiders will see them, who are spared. But the moral is not that we should simply leave it to Providence. Once again, Shaw is advising engagement. The outsiders must achieve political power over the hogs. In Man and Superman, Don Juan had pointed out that although the life force is stupid, the forces of death and degeneration are even stupider. This can be immediately applied to the outsiders, and the insiders who are the leaders of society. Ellie is also an outsider in the sense of not knowing what she wants out of life except freedom. Shotover tells her, "You are looking for a rich husband. At your age I looked for hardship, danger, horror, and death, that I might feel the life in me more intensely. I did not let the fear of death govern my life, and my reward was, I had my life. You are going to let the fear of poverty govern your life, and your reward will be that you will eat, but you will not live." It is again the outsider's credo, salvation lies in extremes. But he cannot make any suggestions about Ellie's alternative to marrying Mangan. Her statement that her soul needs to eat just like her body is unanswerable. Yet Shotover is certain of one thing, there must be more consciousness, more purpose and direction, not merely in the individual, but in our whole civilization, if it is not to smash. Matsina Dunn, Ellie's idealist father, comments that in politics one can drift as much as one likes, nothing happens. Shotover, at sea nothing happens to the sea. Nothing happens to the sky. Nothing happens, except something not worth mentioning. Ellie, what is that, oh captain, my captain? Shotover, savagely nothing but the smash of the drunken skipper's ship on the rocks, the splintering of her rotten timbers, the tearing of her rusty plates, the drowning of the crew like rats in a trap. Ellie, moral, don't take rum. Shotover, that is a lie, child. Let a man drink 10 barrels of rum a day, he is not a drunken skipper until he is a drifting skipper. Whilst he can lay his course and stand on his bridge and steer it, he is no drunkard. It is a man who lies drinking in his bunk and trusts to Providence that I call the drunken skipper, though he drank nothing but the waters of the river Jordan. Again, Shaw's meaning is plain, the outsider must find a direction and commit himself to it, not lie moping about the meaninglessness of the world. After Heartbreak House, Shaw prepared himself for the great effort, the attempt to treat the outsider's problems in their widest context. He tried to do this in Back to Methuselah. Unfortunately, he still had the terrible habit of mixing farce and seriousness, and the play is too painful a mixture of these to be his masterpiece. Nevertheless, as always with Shaw, the ideas are alive, no matter how uncertain the artistic achievement may be. It does not provide a complete solution, there are many things that can be added to it in the light of Toynbee and Whitehead. Nevertheless, it is, taken as a whole, Shaw's most important achievement. His long preface has a very simple theme, one which has already been treated many times in the course of this book, the rise of materialism, and the need for a new religion. The preface, one of Shaw's most lucid and witty pieces of writing, speaks of the unbelief of the Victorian era, and the rise of Darwinism and Marxism. Shaw points out that Darwin tried to reduce life to a mere biological mechanism, but that Lamarck had advanced a far more sensible theory of evolution long before Darwin. Lamarck suggested that species evolve because they want to evolve. Darwin thought they evolved automatically, because their conditions altered. Finally, Shaw makes the crucial statement: I had always known that civilization needs a religion as a matter of life or death. He asks the question, what religion, and admits that he himself finds a religious attitude easy enough to accept. This is the religious attitude which I outlined in The Outsider. Shaw calls it vitalism. But how is this religion to be made universal? Is it to be taught in schools? Are children to be told about Lamarck and Darwin instead of about Jesus? No, for the legends and stories of saints are essential to religion, and so is a church. But, Shaw asks, why not pool all the religious legends of the world, and teach school children not only about Jesus but about Gautama and Zarathustra and Krishna too? In science, he points out, you can take the truth and leave the myth. You do not have to believe that Newton lay down in an orchard before you can believe the theory of gravitation. But most churches nowadays are insisting upon the mythical elements as being vital to the truth of their religion, the vicarious atonement, the assumption of the Virgin, and all the rest. The consequence is that the educated man becomes a skeptic, and declares that his religion is humanity. Since Shaw propounded this idea, many thinkers have taken it up, notably Aldous Huxley and Arnold Toynbee. Huxley has also argued that there is a kernel of truth common to all religions, out of which a new world religion can be manufactured. Toynbee has recently expounded the same view in his Historian's Approach to Religion. Now no good Catholic or Hindu could be blamed for rejecting this idea as inadequate. It is difficult to think of such an ersatz religion as anything other than a sort of thin soup. No one who examines the problem closely can fail to agree that there is nothing to be gained by trying to manufacture a new religion, especially in our intellectual workshops. Yet the alternatives are too awful to contemplate. Any honest person who considers the problem is bound to feel the need to take up some attitude, to commit himself. And this is just what the very nature of the problem makes it almost impossible to do. In Methuselah, Shaw tries strenuously to define our dilemma. Like Whitehead in Science and the Modern World, he opens with an attack on scientific materialism. People were unable to understand why I habitually derided neo-Darwinism as a ghastly idiocy, and would fall on its professors slaughterously in public discussions. He then goes on to speak of the appalling results of Darwinian materialism in politics. He is referring to the 1914 war, and points out, like Toynbee, that civilizations invariably collapse at the point where man's power outruns his religion. What hope is there, then, of human improvement? According to the neo-Darwinists, to the mechanists, no hope whatever, because improvement can only come through some senseless accident. But this dismal creed does not discourage those who believe that the impulse that produces evolution is creative. They have observed the simple fact that the will to do anything can and does, at a certain pitch of intensity set up by conviction of its necessity, create and organize new tissue to do it with. To them therefore mankind is by no means played out yet. Now Shaw introduces the most important idea of the play, among other matters apparently changeable at will, is the duration of human life. Weismann, a very clever and suggestive biologist who was unhappily reduced to idiocy by neo-Darwinism, pointed out that death is not an eternal condition of life, but an expedient introduced to provide for continual renewal without overcrowding. This suggestion is developed in the play itself. Shaw's diagnosis can be summarized: human beings are fools because they have no time to be wise. They are thrown down into the world, not knowing who they are or what they are supposed to do. Some of them instinctively feel that life should have a purpose and meaning, and manage to imbue their own lives with a certain direction. These we call men of genius. But the majority take the world much as they find it, and are contented if they can keep alive and well fed, and live and die as their parents lived and died. These are the insiders. They are necessary to keep the race moving, to provide the solid bedrock of stability and ordinariness that life builds on. Thomas Mann had such an admiration for them that they are the heroes of many of his books. Even the men of genius, or the outsiders, who are men of genius in embryo, never have enough time to really settle down in the world with a serene sense of purpose, and to set out to create more consciousness for the human race in full knowledge of what they are doing. For the strength of the outsider and the man of genius lies in his inner life, and the world is a complicated place which demands a great deal of attention. Often, by the time an outsider has fought his battles, and developed courage and certainty, and has started to feel at home in the world, it is time for him to leave it. There are two obvious remedies, not mutually exclusive, to become mature much younger, or to live much longer. And maturity does not mean mere technical accomplishment. It means the real maturity, the maturity of which Goethe talked in Wilhelm Meister, the ability to grasp the meaning and purpose of human existence. In Methuselah, Shaw envisages the human race achieving both these ends. But even if the outsiders succeeded in solving their outsider problems and then extending their term of life to apply their new sense of purpose, what about the insiders? In his play, Shaw solves the problem by making the insiders gradually die out as superfluous. But the real problem would be for the outsiders, as usual, to find some way to persuade the insiders to understand the problems and their solution. An outsider prophet invented Christianity, but the Church found its own means of making Christianity acceptable to the masses. And in his preface, Shaw recognizes that it would be no solution if the outsiders all went off onto an island, as they do in the play, and left the insiders to their own devices. The difference between the insider and outsider is the difference between a man capable of thinking of nothing but personal appetites and ambitions, and the man driven by something greater than his own personality. The problem of the outsiders has always been to persuade the insiders to obey the same laws as outsiders, and for this purpose they have constructed religions with their laws and commandments. The aim of the Church has always been to persuade men to behave as if they were something greater than a bundle of appetites and perceptions. In the 20th century, science has told man that he is just that and no more. The effects are not immediate and catastrophic, they simply lead to a slow disintegration of our society. But even if the outsider recognizes that scientific materialism is the real villain, the materialism symbolized by Boss Mangan in Heartbreak House, the problem of how to uproot it and replace it still remains. Shaw says, with admirable insight, as long as the Church of England preaches a single doctrine that the Brahmin, the Buddhist, the Mussulman, the Parsi, and all the other sectarians cannot accept, it will remain what it is at present, a danger to the state, and an obstruction to the fellowship of the Holy Ghost. But his solution is too simple. What we should do, then, is to pool our legends and make a delightful stock of religious folklore on an honest basis for all mankind. With our minds freed from pretense and falsehood we could enter into the heritage of all the faiths. If some council of vitalists were convened to discuss the problems of our society, they might well agree that the ideal would be to create a new church, whose intellectual foundations could be left to the outsider philosophers, and whose legends could be drawn from every source from the Popol Vuh to the Prometheus Unbound. They would then be left with the question of how to bring it home to the ordinary man. In ancient India, the priests could leave this to the average man's fear of nature. The Buddha appealed to an outsider sense that the world is a den of misery, and that only religious discipline can save man from it. Christian thinkers relied on the same feeling. Early Christians were, after all, mainly oppressed minorities, but also produced Jesus as the Savior, and an afterlife of bliss. Mohammedanism promised its followers a sensual paradise after death. In the 20th century, the scientists have replaced the priests as interpreters of the universe. The relation between outsiders and insiders is no longer simplified by the intellectual superiority of the outsiders. On the contrary, the modern outsider has no intellectual pretensions in comparison with the insider scientist and philosopher. He is only distinguished by his sense of anguish, the frustrated longing for spiritual purpose and certainty. Shaw's solution in Methuselah is so rudimentary that it ignores most of these difficulties. Yet even so, even if Shaw does not reveal himself as a systematic thinker in the sense that Kant or Hegel are, he brings the insight of a great artist and poet to the problems which he considers. Certain matters he expresses with brilliant and staggering finality, for instance, the important religious question of discipline, self-control. As there is no place in Darwinism for free will, or any other sort of will, the neo-Darwinists held that there is no such thing as self-control. Yet self-control is just the one quality of survival value which circumstantial selection must invariably develop in the long run. Uncontrolled qualities may be selected for survival and development for certain periods and under certain circumstances. For instance, since it is the ungovernable gluttons who strive the hardest to get food and drink, their efforts would develop their strength and cunning in a period of such scarcity that the utmost they could do would not enable them to overeat themselves. But a change of circumstances involving a plentiful supply of food would destroy them. We see this very thing happening often enough in the case of the healthy and vigorous poor man who becomes a millionaire by one of the accidents of our competitive commerce, and immediately proceeds to dig his grave with his teeth. But the self-controlled man survives all such changes of circumstance, because he adapts himself to them, and eats neither as much as he can hold nor as little as he can scrape along on, but as much as is good for him. What is self-control? It is nothing but a highly developed vital sense, dominating and regulating the mere appetites. To overlook the very existence of this supreme sense, to miss the obvious inference that it is the quality that distinguishes the fittest to survive, all this, which the neo-Darwinians did in the name of natural selection, shewed the most pitiable want of mastery of their own subject, the dullest lack of observation of the forces upon which natural selection works. Here, in a single sentence, Shaw has defined the word religion in the sense in which the outsider understands it, a highly developed vital sense, dominating the mere appetites. For the poet and visionary, the need for this domination of the appetites is so self-evident that it requires no explanation. For the average sensual man, there is no reason for dominating the appetites beyond the limits set by ordinary worldly prudence. Knowing nothing of visions, or of any way of regarding himself other than as a mere unit of the social body, he has no reason to exercise a will to self-change. True religion means to accept as a norm for all human beings the deepest insights of the prophets and visionaries. The story of Back to Methuselah is so well known that I need waste very few words summarizing it. In the first of its 5 long acts, Adam and Eve decide to set a limit to their term of life, because living for eternity would be intolerable. Already the problem of original sin is present, they cannot bear to live with their own personalities for all eternity. The outsider's accents begin to echo even in the Garden of Eden, I am tired of myself. And yet I must endure myself, not for a day, but forever. Adam wants to escape from himself, like all the outsiders of the previous volume, and in order to accomplish this, he decides to die. He has chosen the wrong road, the road of Villers de l'Isle Axel. He does not realize that the way of escape from personality must lie forward, not backward. But Eve knows there is another way out of the time trap, the way of the artist and visionary. She speaks of some of her children who are weaklings and cowards, and yet have a strange power of creation. They have not will enough to create instead of dreaming, but the serpent said that every dream could be willed into creation by those strong enough to believe in it. Adam would like to shed his personality every year, as a snake sheds its skin. Eve's son Enoch has given up his personality to do the will of the voice that he hears in the hills. Adam impatiently tells her to stop talking and go on with her work, otherwise she will starve. Eve answers, man need not always live by bread alone. There is something else. We do not yet know what it is, but someday we shall find out, and then we will live on that alone. The second act jumps forward to 1920, when 2 brothers have decided that man can live far longer than his average 75 years when he understands that only by doing this can civilization be saved. Dramatically, this act is dull and fatiguing to read. It is devoted mainly to satirizing 2 politicians based on Lloyd George and Asquith. But the gospel of the brothers Barnabas is of supreme importance. Franklin Barnabas predicts a new religion of creative evolution, a religion that has its intellectual roots in science and philosophy just as medieval Christianity had its intellectual roots in Aristotle, and the coming of a new type of man who will live for 300 years. The third act, set 250 years later, is a satire on a few British government officials who discover, to their horror, that two of their colleagues, a man and a woman, are over 200 years old. Again, the satire is no longer witty. In fact, the middle three acts of this play are a justification of Tolstoy's criticism of Shaw, that he lost effect by trying to be funny. The fourth act is almost completely superfluous. It establishes nothing except that the long livers have now formed their own community. The satire on the short livers has now become downright tiresome. It has not even the occasional magnificent lines and speeches that make the previous two acts bearable. It is perhaps the appalling boredom of this fourth act which has blinded critics to the greatness of the act that follows it, for almost without exception this last act of the play has been condemned by its critics. This should not prejudice us, for as far as thought can reach is undoubtedly one of the greatest things that Shaw ever wrote. The time has moved forward 30,000 years. The world has regained the simplicity of ancient Greek civilization. A group of youths and maidens dance in front of a temple. That morning they will have a birth ceremony. A girl is to be born out of an egg. When she is born, she will be as fully developed as a girl of 20. The youths and girls have nothing else to do but amuse themselves with dancing and games and fine arts, or science, if their bent happens to lie that way. As they dance, an ancient walks among them in deep meditation, a naked and hairless old man, many centuries old. They crowd around him and ask whether his life of meditation does not bore him. He tells them gravely, "One moment of the ecstasy of life as we live it would strike you dead." They agree among themselves that when they reach 4 years old, the age at which all desire for physical pleasure disappears, they will kill themselves. They cannot imagine any other pleasures than those connected with the body and emotions. A few minutes later we are shown this process of maturing when a sculptor exhibits his latest work. Everyone is horrified that he has made nothing but busts of ancients, but he tells them the legend of Michelangelo, who began by filling the Sistine Chapel with paintings of beautiful naked men and women, but ended by painting prophets and sibyls, whose majesty was that of the mind alone at its intensest. Inevitably, one is reminded of the lines from Yeats's Under Ben Bulben. Michelangelo left a proof on the Sistine Chapel roof, where but half-awakened Adam can disturb globe-trotting madam till her bowels are in heat. Proof that there's a purpose set before the secret working mind. Profane perfection of mankind. It is strange that Yeats, who disliked Shaw's work so much, should have come so close to echoing the ideas of Back to Methuselah. Pygmalion, a scientific prodigy, has manufactured a pair of human beings. He explains that life, like electricity, is conducted by certain kinds of matter of fine organization. The only difficulty about making life in the laboratory is therefore simply that of making highly organized organic matter. Once the matter is made, it lives automatically. Pygmalion's prodigies get out of hand and accidentally kill their creator, but when the ancient lays his hand on their heads and tries to raise them to a higher level of life, they die of spiritual exhaustion. Like the human beings of our own age, they lack the willpower for self-change. Their deaths lead to the most interesting scene of this act, the attempt of the ancients to explain to the young people what the process of maturing actually means. These remarks are an extension of what Tanner said in Man and Superman, that the artist's task is to create more consciousness. You use a glass mirror to see your face, you use works of art to see your soul. The artist attempts to give himself greater intensity of life by using art as a sort of crutch for his willpower. It leads, the ancient says, to the truth that you can create nothing but yourself. This is the task in which the ancients are continually engaged, self-creation. Their purpose can be expressed in a single sentence: make perfect your will. The ancients no longer need works of art or literature to act as a crutch to the will. They have a direct sense of life, and can transform their physical shapes by an act of will. They never sleep, they ceased to need sleep at the age of 4, when the intellectual world became so exciting that sleep became a tiresome interruption of the delight of thought. It will be recalled that the Bhagavad Gita credits Arjuna with this same power, and frequently refers to him as the conqueror of sleep. But, they explain, the problem is still that they are slaves of their bodies, and completely reliant upon them. When they have achieved sufficient willpower, they hope to be able to master the body completely to the point of ceasing to be at the mercy of accidental death, then they will be immortal. The play ends with the ghosts of Adam and Eve reviewing the history of mankind, and wondering where it will end. Then Lilith, the primeval mother, Ramakrishna's Kali, makes her famous speech, with its phrase, "Their life does not fail them even in the hour of their destruction." The outsider's problem is, ultimately, the problem of the failure of life, the problem of the escape from personality. In Methuselah, Shaw has come closer than any other writer to diagnosing this problem and looking towards a solution. Strangely enough, this last act of Shaw's play is the one that has excited most condemnation from critics of his thought, and the condemnation is always of the same nature, horror at his conception of the ancient. The usual epithets applied to the Shavian ancient are dreary, repellent, heartless, abstract. For the critics who have a grudge against Shaw because of his lack of heart, the ancient seems to be the culminating insult. They find him as incomprehensible as a late Beethoven quartet would be to a lover of Ivor Novello. Other critics attack the concept of the ancient from the D.H. Lawrence Walt Whitman point of view, declaring that it is insane to regard the body as totally unimportant. Here again, I think, there is a misconception. The ancients are not condemners of the body, any more than Nietzsche's Zarathustra was. Their complete power over it is like an athlete's power over his body, a means to intenser life. Together with the third act of Man and Superman, the last act of Methuselah is Shaw's supreme achievement. It is a contribution to world literature the importance of which may not be realized fully for many centuries, for it has the power of vision combined with a deceptive clarity of expression. At the end of the Methuselah preface, Shaw expressed the hope that younger hands might soon leave his own work far behind. It may be that younger men will be able to go further than Shaw by standing on his shoulders, but it is unlikely that Methuselah will ever be left behind as a work of the religious imagination. After Methuselah, Shaw produced no more important plays. Saint Joan, his next play, is certainly very fine theatre. It is also the play by which he is known to many readers who otherwise find his cast of mind unsympathetic. This in itself is enough to make any lover of Shaw suspicious of it. For me, it is as far below Shaw's best work, Major Barbara or Heartbreak House, as Shakespeare's King Lear, in my opinion, at any rate, is below Hamlet. The trial scene reaches greatness as drama, but in retrospect, the whole play seems to have nothing to say. But for readers who may have been misled by the dreary satire of Methuselah into believing that Shaw had lost his talent for comedy, the next play is a triumphant disproof. The Apple Cart remains Shaw's best comedy, for it has enough seriousness in it to make it weightier than any of his other comedies. Once again, the play is based on the principle of the clash of wills. This time, King Magnus is pitted against his prime minister and cabinet. The play has no message in the sense that the middle period comedies have, but at least Shaw had proved that a man can still be writing at his best at the age of 74, unlike Ibsen, who drained himself dry and completely exhausted his imagination by writing When We Dead Awaken at 72. In the remaining quarter of a century of his life, Shaw wrote 8 more full-length plays, and 11 playlets. Some of these are simply not worth reading, a category into which, so far, none of Shaw's work has fallen. Some are interesting ideas that are carelessly handled. For instance, The Simpleton of the Unexpected Isles is about the Last Judgment, and really about the question of what constitutes the value of a human being in the eyes of God or the life force. When the angel sounds the trump of the Last Judgment, the useless people simply vanish into thin air. The useless people, the mischievous people, the selfish somebodies and the noisy nobodies, are dissolving into space. The lives which have no use, no meaning, no purpose, will fade out. We shall have to justify our existences or perish. Shaw is really letting his outsiders' impatience with insiders have full reign, but he does not try to express precisely what it is that justifies the existence of human beings. The outsider has a deep sense that all human beings are failures, that if there were really a last judgment in which every man had to demonstrate that he had lived his life with the fullest possible exercise of his willpower and sense of purpose, we would all dissolve into space. Of these later plays, at least one touches a completely new note. Too True to Be Good is a strange mixture of bad comedy and the intellectual tragedy of the post-war period. On the surface, it is just an attempt to write about the younger generation, the generation which Evelyn Waugh was then portraying so brilliantly. On this level, the play is a disappointing farce, which drags on for 2 acts, with the caricature of T.E. Lawrence thrown in for good measure. But in the 3rd act, an old man appears, the father of one of the young people, and makes long speeches in which, for the first time, the world of the modern outsider begins to appear in Shaw, the world which Sartre and Aldous Huxley describe. Yes, sir, the universe of Isaac Newton has crumbled before the criticism of Einstein. Newton's universe was the stronghold of rational determinism. Everything was calculable, everything happened because it must. And now, what is left of it? All is caprice, the calculable world has become incalculable. These are the accents of mind at the end of its tether. A frightful queerness has come into life. Hitherto, events have been held together by a certain logical consistency, as the heavenly bodies have been held together by gravitation. Now it is as if that cord had vanished. Shaw's elder speaks with the same tones. Nothing can save us from a perpetual headlong fall into a bottomless abyss but a solid footing of dogma, and we no sooner agree to that than we find that the only trustworthy dogma is that there is no dogma. As I stand here I am falling into that abyss, down, down, down. We are all falling into it. And at the end of the play, the son of the elder delivers a long sermon on the loss of faith and belief caused by the war, and on the demoniacal desire of the younger generation to strip life naked. Shaw may be thinking of Joyce's Ulysses or the many other realistic novels that followed it. This last act is a curious mixture of greatness and low comedy. It shows that Shaw had it in him to write a great play about the entre-deux-guerres period. Reading this play, it is impossible not to wish, with Tolstoy, that Shaw had known when to drop his sense of humor. In his later years, Shaw was, in many ways, a disappointed man, for his effect on his age was far less than he might have hoped. But it was his own fault. If he had continued to write with the seriousness of the last part of Methuselah, his influence on his age might have been as great as Dostoevsky's. His power of rising to heights of prophetic greatness always ran in double harness with a sense of humor that sometimes became puerile. It may be that this type of humor is peculiarly Irish. James Joyce is said to have possessed it, but at least he kept it for his private life. After a decade of these appalling comedies, many of Shaw's admirers wished he would stop writing. But with his usual unpredictability, he suddenly produced another extremely fine play, In Good King Charles's Golden Days. Once again, the play is based on the great Shavian principle of the clash of wills. The scene is Sir Isaac Newton's house. King Charles comes to visit him, then George Fox, Sir Godfrey Kneller. Shaw wanted a painter. Rembrandt would have been ideal, but his dates did not fit, and Kneller's did, and various mistresses of the king. Without perhaps fully realizing it, Shaw was treating a situation that symbolized the whole problem of Western culture, for with George Fox, the religious rebel, and Isaac Newton, the unconscious originator of so much modern skepticism, he had touched on the problem of the bifurcation of nature. Fox and Newton represent different aspects of the decline of the church and the new epoch of humanism. By throwing in Charles, the Don Juan figure, Shaw had also unconsciously symbolized the whole of his own temperament, the thinker, the prophet, the libertine, and lover of life. After Good King Charles, there is only one more full-length play, Buoyant Billions, written when Shaw was 91. By the standards of the plays of the 30s, it is a good play. It also contains something of Shaw's last word on the outsider question. As the play opens, a father asks his son what he intends to do with his life. The son replies, "Be a world betterer," and explains that world bettering is the profession of the practical idealist, of Ruskin, Plato, Jesus, Gautama, Luther, William Morris. In this choice of examples, we immediately see the outsider theme reappearing: Ruskin, the mixture of melancholy aesthete and practical socialist, followed by a number of religious rebels, and finally Morris, the man who managed to lead an enviably balanced life between romantic outsiderism and practical creativeness. But Shaw does nothing in particular with his theme. The rest of the play seems to have no connection whatever with it. The potential rebel meets a girl in the middle of the jungle, and follows her back to London trying to persuade her to marry him. She is the daughter of old Bill Boyant, the millionaire, and the last act of the play is a long discussion between all the members of Boyant's family in his house. The only interesting member of this family is second born, the mathematical amateur, who has the tremendous line, "I don't want to be happy. I want to be alive and active." And second born ends the play by talking in a vein reminiscent of the Shavian ancient. And who dares say that mathematics and reasoning are not passions? Mathematic perception is the noblest of all the faculties. This cant about their being soulless, dead, inhuman mechanisms is contrary to the plainest facts of life and history. What has carried our minds further than mathematical foresight? God is not love, love is not enough, the appetite for more truth, more knowledge, for measurement and precision, is far more universal, even the dullest fools have some glimmer of it. Mathematical passion alone has no reaction, our pleasure in it promises a development in which life will be an intellectual ecstasy surpassing the ecstasies of saints. Shaw's last play, a brief parable called Why She Would Not, deals again with the theme of Major Barbara, that man must strive for social efficiency, for otherwise, all the outsider's spiritual efforts count for nothing. At the end, Shaw was unrelenting. His last hero is completely heartless, but the heartlessness is the ecstasy of a man whose final loyalty is to life itself, the paradoxical destroyer and creator symbolized in the Hindu goddess Kali. Considering Shaw's output since the First World War, it is not surprising that he failed to have any great influence on the generations that grew up during the war. The first decade of this century had an atmosphere of slightly irresponsible optimism, but the war refined artistic sensibility, which in some ways reverted to the nostalgic mood of the 90s. Shaw, Chesterton, Wells, Belloc, were all personalities stating their convictions. Wilfred Owen, Joyce, Eliot, Pound, Hemingway, all tried to efface their personalities in their art, and to write again as sensitive recording instruments. 900 to 1914 was a prose epoch. 1918 to 1930 was an epoch of poetry, where the ideal was negative capability. It was natural that it should be felt that Shaw lacked this negative capability. The appalling plays of the 30s underlined that impression. But it was not true. The negative capability was there, the intense concern with the outsider's problems, which, I have tried to show, was really the central preoccupation of the post-war writers. No doubt if Shaw had died after Major Barbara, he would have been ready for reassessment by the 1920s, and Eliot would have pointed out that John Bull's Other Island has a profoundly religious standpoint. But Shaw went on, dragging a reputation for being a mere prose writer in an age where all literary art was supposed to aspire towards poetry. What of our own age? Prose is reappearing, convictions are again being affirmed. But this is not therefore merely a return swing of the pendulum. It is rather a time of digestion, a time for considering the first 50 years of our century as a whole. For the first time, Shaw can be seen clearly in his relation to Wells on the one side and Eliot and Joyce on the other. And it can be seen at once that he belongs to something far greater than a prose epic of the 20th century. He stands in relation to Goethe and Nietzsche and Kierkegaard as an existentialist thinker, whose central preoccupations were education, Bildung, and religion. It is difficult to summarize Shaw's contribution to the outsider problem, it covers so many aspects. He began as a romantic outsider with a strong practical trait, that is to say, he began as a confirmed outsider with a strong conviction that the outsider's problems can be solved, He was lucky in being born with a singularly healthy outlook. He was not subject to moods of deep pessimism. His first apprenticeship was under Dickens and Fielding, Shakespeare and Mozart, his second under Marx and Henry George. If he had been brought up on Wagner and Schiller, Stendhal and Flaubert, his writing would be more acceptable to our age. At least his affinity with Nietzsche and Kierkegaard would be less difficult to grasp. His minor works might have gained, and the novels of his 20s would not have been so bad, but his major work might have lost by it. He was trained in a classical school, and his writing has a classical hardness of outline. Eliot, Joyce, and Pound all revolted against Romanticism in the end, and became neoclassicists without seeing that Shaw had been a neoclassicist for 50 years. Shaw was always in revolt. At 90, when he wrote Buoyant Billions, he was still irritated by the sloppiness of thought which confused weakness with humanity and sentimentality with intuition, which considered the aim of human life to be happiness, and thought of intellect as a barren and inhuman faculty. He was still fighting the battles that had defeated Nietzsche 60 years before. In the last analysis, Shaw failed. He towers over the successful writers of his age. Nevertheless, the works of his last 25 years represent a slow decline, much as he had insisted that men should live longer in order to become greater. Where did the failure lie? At some point in his life, he ceased to develop, and the point can be placed roughly after Back to Methuselah. Development, by the existentialist definition, means a steady surmounting of difficulties, the slow absorbing of complexities. Up to Methuselah, Shaw had developed his outsider theme to the point of recognizing the need for a new religion, to seeing that the outsider problem finally becomes a problem of history and civilization. After Methuselah, he relaxed on his laurels and was content to repeat himself. His next major work was his Intelligent Woman's Guide to Socialism, 1928, a rehashing of all his Fabian pamphlets. In a chapter on the natural limit to liberty, he begins by saying, "Once for all, we are not born free, and we never can be free. When all the human tyrants are slain or deposed, there will still be the supreme tyrant that can never be slain or deposed, and that tyrant is nature." Admittedly, he is now talking about socialism, and not about ultimate human aims, so it cannot be objected that he is retreating from his gospel in Back to Methuselah. Yet his friend Wells had only recently written his own vast summary, The Outline of History, and there is no good reason why, after the Guide to Socialism, Shaw should not have ventured into the realms of historical philosophy to investigate the religious questions which he raises in Methuselah. Alternatively, he might have turned to the study of subjective freedom, as distinguished from social freedom, and developed Captain Shotover's mysticism. Instead, he relaxed for 20 years, and wrote with a carelessness that steadily reduced his reputation among serious writers. When Shaw is read in the light of the existentialist thinkers, a new philosophical position arises from his work as a whole, a position of which he himself was probably unconscious. It is this, that although the ultimate reality may be irrational, yet man's relation to it is not. Existentialism means the recognition that life is a tiny corner of casual order in a universe of chaos. All men are aware of that chaos, but some insulate themselves from it and refuse to face it. These are the insiders, and they make up the overwhelming majority of the human race. The outsider is the man who has faced chaos. If he is an abstract philosopher, like Hegel, he will try to demonstrate that chaos is not really chaos, but that underlying it is an order of which we are unaware. If he is an existentialist, he acknowledges that chaos is chaos, a denial of life, or rather, of the conditions under which life is possible. If there is nothing but life and chaos, then life is permanently helpless, as Sartre and Camus think it is. But if a rational relation can somehow exist between them, ultimate pessimism is avoided, as it must be avoided if the outsider is to live at all. It is this contribution which makes Shaw the key figure of existentialist thought. I should mention that when I use the word consciousness, I intend it to embrace the whole area of living consciousness in any form, i.e. the consciousness of an amoeba, or the so-called unconscious mind of a human being. I must confess that it was from Shaw's use of the term in this passage that the term outsider, with the capital O, crept into my own vocabulary at about the age of 16. Chapter 9, Wittgenstein and Whitehead. Ludwig Wittgenstein was born in Vienna in 1889. He came of a remarkable family. His father was an engineer who became an undershaft figure in the iron and steel industry of Austria, a man of intelligence and powerful character. His mother had the temperament of an artist, sensitive, highly musical, a close friend of Brahms. She made the Wittgenstein home a center of culture in Vienna. Ludwig was the youngest of a family of 8, all of them gifted. He was educated at home until he was 14, then went to school at Linz for 3 years. An interest in science had developed since his childhood, and when he left school, he decided to study engineering. He had always shown an ability to make things with his hands. He had constructed a sewing machine when he was a small boy. In his adolescence, this developed into an interest in aeroplanes. The Wright brothers had made the first machine-propelled flight in 1903, when Wittgenstein was 14. When he was 19, and had finished his engineering studies in Berlin, he came to England and registered as a research student in engineering at Manchester University. He remained there for 3 years and conducted many experiments in aeronautics, including some on the jet reaction engine. Soon, his interests switched to the mathematical problems involved in the design of the propeller, and from there to pure mathematics. He patented some of his inventions in aeroplane design. Yet in spite of his interest in scientific problems, the years of study were not happy. His friend von Wright, to whose biographical article I am indebted in the following pages, mentions that Wittgenstein probably lived on the border of mental illness, and was always afraid of being driven across it. It is possible that his interest in science and mathematics may have been a deliberate attempt on his part to counterbalance certain morbid tendencies of his mind. The great clarity of all his major writings seems to have a positive fear of obscurity and indefiniteness underlying it. Schopenhauer's world as will and idea influenced him greatly as a very young man, and encouraged in him the same kind of romantic outlook that it had encouraged in Nietzsche. And, like Nietzsche, he turned to the clean, precise outlines of scientific knowledge as an antidote. Nietzsche, of course, studied philology. But one of the major influences on Wittgenstein's development was a reading of Bertrand Russell's Principles of Mathematics. Russell had conceived the idea that mathematics and logic are ultimately the same thing. This led him to the notion that philosophy might one day be reduced to a set of mathematical symbols. Kierkegaard, of course, had attacked such an idea half a century before, for if truth is subjectivity, that is, intensity of insight, it is obviously impossible to arrive at it by logic alone. However, Wittgenstein knew nothing of Kierkegaard, and he was intoxicated by Russell's idea. He went to Jena to meet another philosopher who had the same notion, Frege, and was advised by him to go and study under Russell at Cambridge. In 1912, he was admitted to Trinity College. Cambridge was a hive of intellectual activity. Russell and Alfred North Whitehead had just finished their immense Principia Mathematica, and G. E. Moore was at the height of his powers. G. H. Hardy, one of the finest mathematicians of the time, was there, and J. M. Keynes, the economist, who, according to Russell, had one of the sharpest intellects I have come across. With his Teutonic seriousness and his tendency to gloom and introspection, Wittgenstein found Cambridge difficult to understand. It was full of an atmosphere of belief in progress and free thinking. There is a story that Wittgenstein was once having coffee with Russell and Moore, when Russell turned to Moore and said suddenly, "You don't like me, Moore, do you?" Moore pondered on this for a moment, and replied, "No." The discussion then turned to other topics. Wittgenstein found the whole business a little mad. This division of the mind into neat compartments was beyond his comprehension. He did not devote himself entirely to mathematics. Music still remained one of his chief interests. He had been soaked in it throughout his childhood, and he carried out experiments concerning rhythm in music, hoping it would throw some light on the problems of aesthetics. In 1913, he went to Norway, and lived on a farm for a year. Like his fellow countryman Lenaw, the Romantic poet, who died insane in 1850, he had a pathetic belief in the simple life, although he never went quite so far as to consider the backwoods of America as a suitable home for a philosopher. In the 1914–18 war, he fought on the Eastern Front, and later in northern Italy. When he was taken prisoner in 1918, he was carrying in his knapsack the manuscript of his most famous book, the Logische philosophische Abhandlung, the discussion of logic philosophy, whose English translation was given the ponderous title Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus at the suggestion of More. The manuscript was sent to Russell, and also to Keynes and Frege. Russell published an English translation, with an introduction that infuriated Wittgenstein, in 1922. An attempt at a summary of the discussion must be left until I have finished speaking of Wittgenstein's life. When Wittgenstein came out of the army in 1919, one of the first things he did was to give away all his money. His father's death in 1912 had placed him in possession of a considerable fortune. There had been a period when he was making Rilke an allowance, anonymously, although he professed not to admire his poetry, claiming that it was artificial. He then decided to become a schoolmaster, and actually did teach for 6 years in various remote villages in Austria. It is difficult to understand the full psychological process that lay behind this action. Perhaps one day, letters may be published which will give us a complete insight into it. One reason is certainly that during the war he lost faith in the logic philosophy of Russell, and began to brood on the problems of personality, free will, and the meaning of life and death. The consequence is that the discussion is divided into two types of thinking, and only the earlier parts deal with logic. But he had also read Tolstoy's later works, and been greatly influenced by them, and had begun to study the Gospels. In the discussion, he had come to the conclusion that he had solved all the problems of philosophy. No doubt he felt that the next stage was spiritual exercise, a semi-religious self-discipline. His motive in becoming a schoolmaster must have had something in common with T.E. Lawrence's in entering the RAF. 6 years of schoolmastering taught him that, in giving away his fortune, he had only deprived himself of leisure. His experiment in living among uneducated villagers was as unsuccessful as Van Gogh's Borinage episode. They were trivial and annoying, and in 1926, he gave up schoolmastering forever. He was now without money, or means of supporting himself. One of his first thoughts was to enter a monastery, a wish that came to him many times in his life. He actually did go to work as a gardener's assistant in a monastery near Vienna, but decided that his vocation was not for the religious life. He was now completely an outsider, not knowing what to do or where he belonged. Luckily, one of his sisters came to the rescue, and asked him to design and build a house for her in Vienna. He spent 2 years on this task, and the result was a severely beautiful structure in concrete, glass, and steel. During these 2 years, Wittgenstein also became interested in sculpture, and developed considerable skill in the modeling of busts. In spite of his self-chosen seclusion, Wittgenstein was not completely cut off from the philosophical life of his time. A young Cambridge student, Frank Ramsey, who had done a brilliant review of the discussion, came out to see him, and a Viennese professor, Moritz Schlick, was deeply influenced by the discussion and personal contact with him. Schlick belonged to the Vienna circle of thinkers, the original logical positivists. But Wittgenstein himself was never a logical positivist. Logical positivism, I should mention for uninformed readers, is a kind of Marxist materialism in philosophy. A lecture by Brouwer, the intuitionist mathematician. Intuitionism might be roughly described as mathematical logical positivism, revived Wittgenstein's interest in philosophy, and in 1929, he returned to Cambridge. He obtained a PhD by presenting the discussion as a thesis, and in 1930 was made a Fellow of Trinity. During the next few years, he rejected many of the ideas of the discussion, and began to build up an entirely new theory of language. This, like the discussion, became the basis of the school of philosophy known as linguistic analysis. Wittgenstein has the unique distinction of being the founder of 2 out of the 3 most important schools of thought in the past 30 years. The third, of course, is existentialism, and, as I shall attempt to show, his whole outlook was far closer to this than to either of the other two. In 1935, he considered settling down in Russia, but the idea was dropped. Perhaps on account of Stalin's purges. But he visited Russia, and then visited Norway again, where he spent a year living alone in a hut. He began to write his second book, The Philosophical Investigations. He made several attempts to plan this book, but finally gave up, and left it as a series of notes and aphorisms, published posthumously in 1953. It is interesting to remember that German Romantic philosophy in the 19th century tended to express itself in this way, novelis's philosophical fragments, for instance, and that Kierkegaard chose the title Philosophical Fragments, or Crumbs, for one of his books to emphasize how much he disliked huge systematic books. In 1937, Wittgenstein succeeded more to the chair of philosophy at Cambridge. But he was a highly unorthodox professor. He gave his lectures in his rooms, and by all accounts they were not lectures, but discussions which he led. He never wore a tie, but usually dressed in an old tweed jacket, or a leather lumber jacket with a zip over a soft shirt. He disliked Cambridge and the artificial life there. He once told Carl Britton that when he heard one undergraduate saying "Oh, really?" to another, he knew he was back in Cambridge. He never ate at high table. He could not bear the smart conversation. On the one occasion when he dined there, he left with his hands over his ears, groaning, but they don't even enjoy doing it. His rooms in Wooll's Court were barely furnished with a bed, a small table and a deck chair, and he had no books. He felt that the reading of books simply stopped people from thinking for themselves. Moore and Russell still failed to feel much sympathy for his Teutonic seriousness, and Moore attended his discussion groups wearing an expression of disapproval. He later admitted that he understood very little of what was said. He was developing his idea that what is usually called philosophy is actually a misunderstanding of language. In the Investigations, he says, philosophy is a battle against the bewitchment of our senses by means of language. What he was trying to do in philosophy had something in common with what James Joyce was trying to do in literature. Joyce did not want to write novels and extend his range through creation of situations. He wanted to find a new way of writing novels, and plot and situation would have impeded him. He was experimenting with language. So it was with Wittgenstein. The discussion was his Ulysses, a sort of machine gun with which he mowed down all previous philosophical techniques. It would have been an anticlimax for him to start philosophizing along the same lines as Russell, or even Whitehead. Instead, he concentrated on the problem of a new way of philosophizing, a new and rigorous use of language, a revitalizing of the language of philosophy. In the Investigations, he is still laying the foundations before the act of philosophizing. He was not happy as a Cambridge don. He considered giving up his position in order to conduct music. When the war came, he accepted it as a relief from lecturing, and came to London during the Blitz. There, he took a job as a hospital porter at Guy's. Later, he went up to Newcastle, and worked in a medical laboratory there. There had been a time in the 30s when he had decided to give up philosophy and study medicine, but the idea came to nothing. In the Easter of 1947, he gave his last lectures at Cambridge, and once again thought about going into seclusion. This time, he decided on Ireland, the west coast, near Galway. There he lived in a cottage, and continued work on the Investigations. People who knew him there speak of his curious power over birds. A Galway resident has told me of seeing Wittgenstein with his head and shoulders covered with birds, which flew off when he approached. Life in the cottage was too strenuous as winter came on, and in late 1948, he moved to a Dublin hotel, where he finished the Investigations. In 1949, he went to the United States on a visit, and then returned to Cambridge. There it was discovered that he was suffering from a cancer. He died in April 1951. The last years of his life had been spent in constant work, which continued up to a few days before his death. At the date of writing, 1957, only one volume besides the Investigations has been published. I have already said that Wittgenstein believed that his discussion had solved all the problems of philosophy. A brief examination of the book will show why he thought so. There are, as I have said, two lines of thought in the discussion. The first is a result of his study of Russell and Frege. There would be no point in trying to summarize this aspect here, but his conclusions can be stated briefly. All significant propositions, he maintains, are truth functions of elementary propositions. A truth function of a simple proposition is a proposition whose truth depends only on the truth of the simple proposition. I.e., if the simple proposition is Hitler is dead, then the truth function is a sentence like there is no Führer of Germany now that Hitler is dead. This led Wittgenstein to define logical truth as tautology. However, this aspect of the discussion is not important here, and I mention it only for the sake of completeness. What is more important about the discussion is that it sets limits to philosophy. Wittgenstein does this by defining language as a picture of reality. In other words, what is not real cannot be said. He then asks, what is real? And answers, all the facts of the universe. He begins the book, the world is everything that is the case, i.e. the world is everything of which one can say this is true, the world is all the facts in the universe. He then goes on, Proposition 6, the discussion is divided into numbered propositions for clarity. The sense of the world must lie outside the world. In the world everything is as it is and happens as it does happen. In it there is no value. Hence also there can be no ethical propositions. Propositions cannot express anything higher. It is clear that ethics cannot be expressed. Of the will as the subject of the ethical we cannot speak. In other words, language has no business trying to express propositions about ethics, the will, or life and death. If the meaning of the world lies outside the world, then it cannot be expressed in language, which only expresses what is in the world. Wittgenstein goes on to express certain thoughts about death, immortality, and kindred subjects. Death is not an event of life. Death is not lived through. If by eternity is understood not endless temporal duration but timelessness, then he lives eternally who lives in the present. With these last words, the discussion moves into the realm of the mystical. Living in the present does not mean Epicureanism, it means those moments experienced by Dostoevsky's characters, when a single moment seems to be a million years. Wittgenstein goes on to deny the concept of the immortality of the soul, in the Christian sense, and asks, is a riddle solved by the fact that I survive forever? He is, of course, attacking only what can be called naive Christianity, the spiritualist notion that life goes on unaltered in another world after death. When Dante confesses that it is quite impossible to express the beatific vision in words, he is saying something with which Wittgenstein would agree completely. Or, as a certain logical positivist has expressed it, what can't be said, and it can't be whistled either. John Tanner, it will be remembered, raises the same point with Henry Straker in the second act of Man and Superman. Wittgenstein asks, is this eternal life not as enigmatic as our present one? The solution of the riddle of life in space and time lies outside space and time. Not how the world is the mystical, but that it is. This is the mysticism of Kirillov in The Devils, the mere existence of. Anything is a mystical fact, a leaf, a grain of sand. Wittgenstein goes on. The feeling of the world as a limited whole is the mystical feeling. For an answer which cannot be expressed, the question too cannot be expressed. The riddle does not exist. If a question can be put at all, then it can also be answered. We feel that even if all possible scientific questions be answered, the problems of life have still not been touched at all. Of course there is then no question left, and just this is the answer. The solution of the problem of life is seen in the vanishing of this problem. Is not this the reason why men to whom the sense of life became clear, could not then say wherein this sense consisted? There is indeed the inexpressible. This shows itself, it is the mystical. Note this doctrine of the mystical which shows itself although it cannot be expressed. The right method of philosophy would be this: to say nothing except what can be said, i.e. the propositions of natural science, i.e. something that has nothing to do with philosophy, and then always, when someone else wished to say something metaphysical, to demonstrate to him that he had given no meaning to certain signs in his propositions. This method would be unsatisfying to the other. He would not have the feeling that we were teaching him philosophy, but it would be the only strictly correct method. My propositions are elucidatory in this way. He who understands me finally recognizes them as senseless, when he has climbed out through them, on them, over them. He must, so to speak, throw away the ladder, after he has climbed up on it. He must surmount these propositions, then he sees the world rightly. Whereof one cannot speak, thereof one must be silent. This is the last sentence of the discussion. I have quoted the last 3 pages fairly fully, but omitting to number the paragraphs. It is not a long book, barely 80 pages long. In these 80 pages, however, Wittgenstein has managed to say more than most philosophers in 800. His paragraph about throwing away the ladder is obviously an attempt to anticipate an objection, that if all statements about the meaning of the world are nonsense, are not Wittgenstein's statements in the discussion also nonsense? His admission that this is so does not ring true. If a statement is really nonsense, it is like a ladder with no rungs, and one could not climb up it anyway. And if one can climb up it to some higher state of wisdom, then it is certainly not nonsense in the sense that Wittgenstein says metaphysics is nonsense. His statement bears some resemblance to the Buddhist doctrine of repeating the sutras until their meaning is quite clear, and then no longer having to repeat them. Certainly, as a professor of philosophy, Wittgenstein tried to do what Nietzsche declared to be his own aim, to provoke people to think, not merely to accept what he told them. Let me briefly summarize Wittgenstein's argument in the discussion in order to try to elucidate these paragraphs. Language is a picture of reality, just as a picture of the stork on a Guinness advertisement is a representation of a real stork. Therefore, language can only picture what actually is. And what is? All the facts in the world, that is, not just all the things in the universe, but every possible combination of those things. If there is a meaning of life, it must lie outside life, that is, it must lie in life considered as a whole. Therefore, all metaphysics, which talks about God, purpose, good and evil, and so on, is meaningless. It cannot be expressed in language. This does not mean that God does not exist, or there is no such thing as sin. It only means that if one uses the word God in a logical sentence, it promptly takes the logic out of the sentence, and renders it meaningless. The sentence "the riddle does not exist," i.e. the riddle of life, has been seized on with delight by logical positivists as being a justification for considering all questions about the meaning of life as nonsense. They are ignoring the fact that 2 paragraphs earlier, Wittgenstein speaks of the riddle quite plainly: is this eternal life not as enigmatic as our present one? The solution of the riddle lies outside space and time. And his last sentence implies that, as Dante says, a point comes where one cannot use words anymore. A logical positivist has quoted this last sentence, whereof one cannot speak, thereof one must be silent, and added, that's all right, provided we're agreed that there's nothing to be silent about. Now Wittgenstein has stated very plainly that there is something to be silent about. The logical positivist was merely making a statement about his own temperament, an insider temperament, and was trying to assert that it ought to fit the whole world. This argument is considered at length by William James in the Varieties of Religious Experience. The logical positivist interpretation of the discussion, then, insists on ignoring Wittgenstein's plain statement that the mystical does exist. But what about the other interpretation, the existentialist? Does this fit the discussion any better? It does, as soon as it becomes apparent that there are certain sentences which must be added to the discussion. The discussion is about the scope of language. Incidentally, Wittgenstein changed his mind about language being a picture of reality in the investigations. It assumes that philosophy can only be conducted in language, and that there are certain things which language cannot express. In this, Wittgenstein is obviously partly right. For instance, Kierkegaard set out to attack Hegel's ponderous system because it was inhuman and cold, but wrote a great ponderous inhuman book about it himself, the unscientific postscript, thus defeating his own purposes. Heidegger tried to systematize existentialism, and has created an anomaly, an existentialist system which is more unreadable than Hegel. In fact, and this is what I am trying to emphasize, the only way one can talk about the problems of meaning in life is by showing them in terms of living people. Jaspers is a better existentialist than Heidegger, for at least he keeps his attention focused on men like Van Gogh, Nietzsche, and Dostoevsky. Let me be even more explicit. One cannot talk about the real issues of life, one can only show them. Critical language, discursive language, has no meaning other than its logical meaning. But consider Coleridge's Kubla Khan, Rilke's Orpheus Sonnets, Eliot's Ash Wednesday. This language has a meaning quite apart from the logical syntax of the sentences. True poetry can communicate before it is understood, Eliot wrote in his essay on Dante. And one can go further, and say, what true poetry can communicate cannot be expressed in ordinary language. But there is a still more important point to be made here, and it is this: poetry can present certain mystical issues, but it cannot investigate them. It can only show them in the way that a flash of lightning lights up a landscape. Now Dostoevsky manages to convey far more of such issues in Crime and Punishment and the Brothers Karamazov than even Dante was able to express in the Commedia, simply because, by examining them in terms of a number of outsiders, he is able to show the reader insights which he could not have expressed if he had been writing a philosophical treatise. True existentialism cannot be communicated in ordinary logical language. It can only be expressed in the drama, in poetry, and it is no coincidence that Eliot has stated that all great poetry is dramatic in essence, in the novel. True existentialism is the dramatic investigation of human nature through the medium of art. The true existentialist philosopher is the artist-philosopher of whom Shaw spoke in Man and Superman. Only one more statement need be added to complete the circle of this argument: a philosophy which is not existentialist is only half a philosophy. It is philosophy without arms or legs. All European philosophy since the 17th century has been a half measure. An abstract philosopher is a half man. All this is implied clearly in the discussion. It is ironical, under the circumstances, that the discussion has become the textbook of the most bloodless half-philosophy of the 20th century. This is partly Wittgenstein's own fault. He did not fully understand the implications of his own book. Consider, for instance, his sentence about the meaning of life lying outside life, and being therefore unknowable. What does it really mean? One could say, with perfect truth, that the shape of a gasometer is only visible from outside the gasometer. The shape of the gasometer cannot be in the gasometer. Neither can the meaning of life be in life. This is true enough. But this does not mean that a man in a gasometer would have to go outside to see the shape of the gasometer. All he would have to do would be to turn on the light inside. The shape would be as visible from inside as outside. So the meaning of life can be discerned, by mystical intuition, from inside. It is a commonplace of any religious philosophy that a point comes where one has to stop talking and start submitting to discipline. Wittgenstein came to maturity under the influence of Russell, who has always fostered the innocent belief that one can talk one's way to the depths of the universe, that logic is all sufficient. The discussion was Wittgenstein's revolt against this view, as, indeed, was his life itself, with all the dissatisfaction and constant change, the fear of mental illness, the endless desire to try new ways of self-expression. Engineer, scientist, mathematician, schoolteacher, monk, architect, sculptor, doctor, musician, workman. Wittgenstein demonstrates perfectly that the outsider's problem is the problem of self-expression. At the end of the discussion, he knew it was time to stop talking and start doing, submitting to the outsider's discipline. But like Van Gogh, Lawrence, and Nijinsky, his doing was not satisfactory. Wittgenstein was a creator monk. That was his problem. If he had gone on from the discussion to write a Brothers Karamazov, to discipline himself until he achieved samadhi like Ramakrishna, to strive to achieve a state of self-remembering, like a spin sky, he would have followed the road to self-expression. He knew, as clearly as Gurdjieff knew, that the only purpose of knowledge is to be more. He expresses this sense in philosophical investigations, where he refuses to philosophize, but instead conducts a long and painstaking examination into language, the instrument of philosophy. He knew that a point comes where a man can use words brilliantly, but cannot change himself. Knowledge, like art, has only one purpose, to show man his own face. When a schoolboy first learns how to use his mind, he uses it ecstatically, he revels in the power of his intellect. In this stage, the free use of his intellect helps to change him, to develop him. But if he remains a clever schoolboy, brilliant in mind, but immature emotionally and physically, he is worse off than a plowman, who at least leads a well-balanced life. The 20th century has produced this clever schoolboy type of writer in abundance. Bertrand Russell, Arthur Koestler, Aldous Huxley, are examples, but it would be unfair to pretend that they are the only examples. And the clever schoolboy is a fitting image for Western civilization, brilliant in mind, but immature in all other things. We are too clever in the worst sense of the word. When Shakespeare praised Brutus with the words, "This was a man," he understood the basic condition of life, that it must be complete and balanced. And in order to survive, a civilization has to be complete and balanced, too. Abstract philosophy is a symbol of Western civilization. The outsider is the man who revolts instinctively against abstraction, against our infant prodigy civilization. The outsider is the man who yearns for a return to ancient standards, the standards which recognize that cleverness is of the intellect alone, that wisdom is a complex of intellect, emotions, and body. Wittgenstein, like all the outsiders whom we have considered, must ultimately be reckoned a failure. The measure of how far he failed lies in the fact that the two schools which are associated with his teaching are logical positivism and linguistic analysis. Linguistic analysis devotes its time to analyzing what the philosophers of the past have said, and objecting, but you cannot say that, or that is meaningless. A recognition that abstract philosophy is basically a half measure would save the linguistic analysts all this effort. There is no point in flogging a dead horse. But Wittgenstein himself failed because he could never resist the temptation of intellect. Intellect never wholly satisfied him, and he was always restless, yet he had to return to philosophizing, to analyzing, because it was the path of least resistance for his mind. Intellect on its own is a triviality. Wittgenstein never completely surrendered to that triviality, but he never had the strength and insight to put it behind him. After admitting that the really important things cannot be talked about, he went on talking for the rest of his life. This is not intended to minimize Wittgenstein's importance. He is one of the most important European thinkers since Descartes. Like Nietzsche, he always felt that he was writing for a new type of man. It is certainly true that his significance is not yet fully realized, and will not be until everything he ever wrote is published, and an exhaustive biography produced. Alfred North Whitehead was born 28 years before Wittgenstein. Nevertheless, I have chosen to speak of him later because his philosophy covers a wider ground than Wittgenstein's, and can be better understood in the light of what has been said about the discussion. On the other hand, I do not propose to try to give a complete picture of Whitehead's thought. His philosophy is difficult and technical, and no purpose would be served by trying to present it fully here. There seems to be very little to tell about Whitehead's life. What little there is, he has recounted himself in half a dozen pages of autobiographical notes at the beginning of the volume on him in the Library of Living Philosophers. He was born in 1861 at Ramsgate, Kent, the son of a Protestant clergyman. His childhood was spent in contact with the idyllic world of a Trollope cathedral town. In his autobiographical notes he manages to evoke the picturesque background against which he grew up: Richborough Castle, built by the Romans, Ebbs Fleet, where the Saxons and Augustine landed, and the 16th and 17th century houses of Sandwich. He attended Sherborne School from the age of 15, a school which can claim Alfred the Great as a pupil, and which has one of the most magnificent abbeys in existence, with tombs of Saxon princes. 4 years later, he went up to Trinity College, Cambridge. Unlike Wittgenstein, he loved the place, and remained there for 30 years, first as a student, then as a don. He became a Fellow of Trinity in 1885, and, a little later, a senior lecturer in mathematics. One of his pupils was Bertrand Russell. He married in 1890, and the marriage was unusually successful. The Whiteheads lived in the mill house at Grantchester, next door to the old vicarage, later to be the home of Rupert Brooke. In 1910, they moved to London, and from then until 1924, Whitehead taught first at University College, and then at the Imperial College of Science in Kensington. In 1924, he was invited to Harvard University. He lived and taught there until his death at the age of 86 in 1947. His life, on the whole, was serene and untroubled, the ideal life for a philosopher. Whitehead's true stature is by no means fully recognized today, even in America, his adopted country. In England, most of his works are out of print, with the exceptions of Science and the Modern World and Adventures of Ideas, which can be obtained in Penguins, and a volume of his essays. Whitehead's greatness lies in the fact that he began as a typical abstract philosopher, and gradually rejected abstractionism, until he became one of the broadest and most profound minds since Plato. His writing can be divided into 3 periods: a mathematical period, a scientific period, a religious and metaphysical period. It is with the last of these that we are mainly concerned, but a brief summary of the first 2 may be found useful at this point. His first book, published when he was 37, was The Universal Algebra. It was not, as one might suppose from the title, a textbook for schools, but an attempt to invent a way of performing logical operations by means of symbols. Leibniz had first conceived this idea, reasoning that if the rules of thought could be expressed by algebraic symbols, all logical thinking might eventually be accomplished by means of those symbols. Leibniz never carried through this idea, but a century and a half later, a self-educated English schoolmaster named Boole invented symbolic logic in a book called The Laws of Thought. Inspired by him, and by a German called Grassmann, Whitehead tried to invent a set of symbols, whose purpose was that all serious thought which is not philosophy, or imaginative literature, shall be mathematics. It is worth noting that Whitehead does not include philosophy. Unlike Russell, he did not think that philosophy should be nothing but glorified logic. His second major work was a paper called Mathematical Concepts of the Material World, which contains some remarkable anticipations of Einstein's general relativity theory. Whitehead's paper was read at the Royal Society in 1905, the year in which Einstein's first paper on relativity appeared. In 1903, Russell had written his book Principles of Mathematics, which covered some of the same ground as the universal algebra, and now Russell and Whitehead decided to collaborate on producing a volume to systematize this idea of an algebra of logic. For the next 6 years, they worked in close harmony, producing the immense Principia Mathematica. Russell and Whitehead believed that mathematics is simply a branch of logic, and that consequently all mathematical concepts can be reduced to logic. This the Principia Mathematica professes to do. But as the book is of extreme complexity, and even expert mathematicians find it difficult to follow, it is impossible to know whether or not it really succeeded. An example of the kind of logical problem which Russell and Whitehead had to surmount, a very famous problem which Russell was the first to recognize, is called the problem of sets that are members of themselves. A set simply means a collection of objects, a tea set is a collection of tea things, an underwear set is a collection of underwear. There are 2 kinds of sets, which can be called ordinary and extraordinary. An extraordinary set is a set that contains itself as one of its own members. For instance, the set of all phrases of 8 words contains itself as a member, for it contains 8 words. But this kind of set is unusual. Most sets do not contain themselves as members, the set of all square objects, the set of all obscene words, and so forth. These are ordinary sets. Now consider the set of all ordinary sets, and call it C. Is C a member of itself? If the answer is no, then it cannot be the set of all ordinary sets. But if the answer is yes, then C is an extraordinary set, and contains itself as a member. And this is contrary to the definition, which said that C was the set of all ordinary sets only. This kind of problem is not particularly profound or important. Another famous example is Epimenides' paradox. If I say I lie and I do lie, then I tell the truth. If I say I lie and really tell the truth, then I lie. Such exercises represent a game which most mathematicians have ceased to play. From 1919 until 1922, Whitehead produced 3 books: The Principles of Natural Knowledge, The Concept of Nature, and The Principle of Relativity. These are his 3 scientific books. They were an attempt to construct a philosophy of nature, and he defined nature as that which we observe through the senses. In other words, Whitehead treated nature in the way which is anathema to the existentialist, behaving as if it were something at the other end of a telescope. This method, which is natural to the scientist, for whom nature is something at the other end of a telescope, or microscope, is the method of abstract philosophy. For Blake and Wordsworth, nature was a living entity, which could only be understood if it was regarded as in some way a reflection of God, or the human spirit. Whitehead plowed on with his analyses of space and time and 4-dimensional geometry, doing his best to create a complete philosophy of nature, treating nature as the scientist treats it. But he soon began to find all kinds of difficulties arising. He discovered that, sooner or later, the philosopher has to start talking about the mind observing nature. In this limited space, it is impossible to explain how this came about, apart from which, the 3 books in question are full of mathematical terminology, and questions about space and time, objects and events, which would be comprehensible only to a reader with special knowledge of his earlier books. All that need be said here is that Whitehead came to feel that a purely scientific approach to philosophy is an impossibility. His curious, probing mind began to ask questions about the role of the human observer in nature. In The Principles of Natural Knowledge, he had written, "None of our perplexities as to nature will be solved by having recourse to the consideration that there is a mind knowing it." But more and more, in the course of the investigation, he found that the idea of a mind knowing it could not be kept out. Not only that, but that there can be no idea of nature without the idea of a mind knowing it. Where exactly does Whitehead's theory of relativity differ from Einstein's? This question cannot be answered without assuming some slight knowledge of Einstein's theory. It will be remembered that Einsteinian relativity talks about the curvature of space, and other similar concepts. In fact, it claims that space can only be adequately understood by a mathematician. These ideas of the curvature of space, and the notion that space is twisted around the objects that exist in it, have been popularized by Jeans and Eddington. Also the idea that space is really only the relation between material bodies, not a thing in its own right. Whitehead felt that the whole idea of points in space is inadequate. You cannot mark a point in space with your fountain pen, as you can mark a point on a sheet of paper. So for these points of Einstein, he substituted the idea of events, and elaborated a theory of space as the relation between events. This is all that can be said without becoming unintelligible. But the idea is not particularly important for what I shall have to say about Whitehead. If Whitehead's ideas ever become widely accepted, though, it may be necessary to revise Einstein's theory completely. In The Principle of Relativity, Whitehead made a particularly important statement about the bifurcation of nature. He comments that when the scientist knocks a molecule to pieces, he does not see a molecule, but a flash of light. The same scientist will then say, "Yes, this is what I saw happening, the flash of light, but what really happened is..." He is making a sharp bifurcation, division, of the world into things as they really are and things as they seem. Whitehead protests, nature is a totality including individual experiences, so that we must reject the distinction between nature as it really is and experiences of it which are purely psychological. Our experiences of the apparent world are nature itself. We now come to Whitehead's most important period, his metaphysical period, which lasted until the end of his life. This is the period where Whitehead's thought can throw some light on the problems of the outsider. In Science in the Modern World, the first book he wrote after becoming a Harvard professor, he launches his attack on abstract philosophy, an attack which was not to cease for the remaining quarter of a century of his life. He states, "My theme is the energizing of a state of mind in the modern world, and its impact upon other spiritual forces." The phrase energizing of a state of mind is particularly apt in this connection. That is just what happened when science began to develop. It gave the scientists tremendous mental energy, the energy of idealism, the ideal of man becoming godlike through knowledge. What Whitehead sets out to show in Science in the Modern World is just why mankind has not become godlike through science. Even on the surface, Science in the Modern World is an unusual book. One does not expect to find Milton, Shelley, Wordsworth, the Bible, quoted in a volume on philosophy, but from the beginning of this book, Whitehead's mind ranges as freely through literature and philosophy as Toynbee's. Whitehead and Toynbee have a great deal in common as thinkers. Its argument is one which has now appeared many times in the course of this book, that the result of placing too much weight on intellect alone is lopsided confusion. If Whitehead had been acquainted with Spengler and Toynbee, he might have added that this confusion is the direct cause of the decline of our civilization. He puts the problem with unexampled clarity. Scientific materialism ends with the view that there is no mind, only matter, and spirit is an outcome of matter. Berkeley went to the other extreme, and said there was no matter, only mind. Berkeley was a bishop, and he was attempting to refute the materialistic view of the universe. The truth, Whitehead says, lies between the two. Complete materialism denies that man has any free will. It asserts that the human body and the human mind are subject to the laws of nature, and that nature is dead. There is only one clear logical alternative, to state that nature is alive, that the human body is more alive, and that the human mind is more alive still, that life pervades the whole of nature as the ether was once supposed to pervade the whole of space. This, of course, is the Shavian view, expressed in Back to Methuselah. Whitehead denies that his doctrine of organism, this is what he calls his idea, is the same thing as vitalism. But he is only denying the validity of Bergson's vitalism, in which life squeezes its way into matter through the tiny gap called living bodies. A man is a higher being simply because he is a bigger whole than an animal. Whitehead conceives the whole of nature as a single organism, like one living body, as Shaw does in Methuselah, and all events in it as biological cells. He speaks of events rather than objects because he thinks of nature as a four-dimensional continuum. What Whitehead is attempting to do in Science in the Modern World is to assert that the poets are right, and the scientists wrong. The nature that Wordsworth loved and worshipped is closer to the reality than the nature that Newton talks about. But Whitehead is not willing to leave it at that. He wants to build an unassailable scientific doctrine of nature which conforms to the insights of poets like Shelley and Wordsworth. This is the essence of his philosophy of organism. It can hardly have failed to strike readers that Whitehead's aim and my own, in The Outsider, have a great deal in common. Both views begin with a rejection of scientific materialism, and its natural rejection of religion, and an appeal to the psychological foundations of common sense. One cannot ignore half of life for the purposes of science, and then claim that the results of science give a full and adequate picture of the meaning of life. All discussions of life which begin with a description of man's place on a speck of matter in space, in an endless evolutionary scale, are bound to be half measures, because they leave out most of the experiences which are important to us as human beings. The general feeling of the scientist, the abstract philosopher who would like to tie up the universe into a neat parcel, is that art is irrelevant, a mere meaningless byproduct of our animal functions. Compare this attitude with that of Beethoven, who said, "He who understands my music will not be tormented by the ordinary difficulties of life." Beethoven felt that he, as a man, had used music to gain a certain power over his own life, over the complexity of his own experience, and that his music, apprehended intuitively, would teach other people to gain the same mastery. And here we come to one of the most important concepts in Whitehead, the concept which forms his link with existentialism, and with the idea of Bildung in Goethe, and Goethe, it must be remembered, also believed that all nature is a single living organism, Whitehead's idea of prehension. This can be best defined by quoting a passage from his last book, Modes of Thought. The notion of life implies a certain absoluteness of self-enjoyment. This must mean a certain immediate individuality, which is a complex process of appropriating into a unity of existence the many data presented as relevant by the physical processes of nature. Life implies the absolute, individual self-enjoyment arising out of this process of appropriation. I have, in my recent writings, used the word prehension to express this process of appropriation. Also, I have termed each individual act of immediate self-enjoyment an occasion of experience. I hold that these unities of existence, these occasions of experience, are the really real things which compose the evolving universe, ever plunging into the creative advance. Prehension, in other words, is the act of reaching out to grasp experience. That hunger for experience of which Henry James speaks in Isabel Archer and Millie Thiel is a prehensive hunger. Wilhelm Meister's process of self-education was a process of prehension. Prehension is that act of the soul, reaching out like an octopus to digest its experience. When Evan Strode asked how can the spirit of man gain power over his prosperity, he might have expressed himself, how can the spirit of man prehend his prosperity? Prehension is the act of gaining power over experience. The only question in which existentialism is interested with regard to a human being is, master or slave? Master of his own complexity, or the slave of it? Prehension is the most fundamental activity of life. Man is a higher type of creature than the amoeba simply because he has developed a greater power of prehension, an ability to master his own chaos. When, in Methuselah, Pygmalion's male creature, whom he had made in his laboratory, dies with the words, "I am discouraged. Life is too heavy a burden," he is confessing his inability to make an act of prehension of the complex world of A.D.1,920. Shaw's term discouragement, which first occurs in the fourth part of the Methuselah cycle, is the natural counterpart of Whitehead's prehension. Prehension, then, is the most fundamental term of an existentialist philosophy. It means the same as Goethe's Bildung, but it has a far wider meaning than the term education. Education means a conscious addition to knowledge. Bildung has a far wider sense of growing to maturity. To a large extent, this growing to maturity is unconscious. The amount of conscious effort most of us make to grow is minimal. But Elijah's protest about being no wiser than his fathers, with which I began this book, underlines the fact that man grows for a limited period only, and then stops. Beyond that, a conscious effort of prehension is needed. And what man prehends are the actual units of his living experience, which Whitehead calls events, or occasions of experience. In 1926, Whitehead produced one of his shortest, yet most important books, Religion in the Making. He states his aim in the first paragraph, to consider the justification for belief in doctrines of religion. He goes on to draw attention to the difference between religion and arithmetic. Arithmetic dawned on the mind of man over a long period as a simple form of objective truth. 1 cow plus 2 cows makes 3 cows. But religion never dawned as objective truth. It was always an internal condition in man. One can hold mathematical truths at arm's length and look at them, but religion is tangled up with man's insides, and man never knows himself as well as he knows that 1 and 1 make 2. Religion is man's relation to life and death, and is a function of the parts of him that he knows least about, the will, the sense of purpose. Religion is force of belief cleansing the inward parts. For this reason the primary religious virtue is sincerity, a penetrating sincerity. Religion is the art and the theory of the internal life of man. Whitehead denies that religion is primarily a social fact, and asserts its real significance in outsider terminology. Most psychology is herd psychology. But all collective emotions leave untouched the awful ultimate fact, which is the human being, consciously alone with itself, for its own sake. Religion is what the individual does with his own solitariness. Thus religion is solitariness, and if you are never solitary, you are never religious. And finally, at the conclusion of one of the most penetrating studies of religion since James's Varieties of Religious Experience, Whitehead writes, God is that function in the world by reason of which our purposes are directed to ends which in our own consciousness are impartial as to our own interests. He is that element in life in virtue of which judgment stretches beyond facts of existence to values of existence. The facts of existence, that irreducible and stubborn fact which he wrote about at the beginning of science and the modern world, comprise the element that makes for meaninglessness, as when Sartre's Roquentin sat on the bench and felt that it was grotesque, shapeless, nameless. If the mind had lost its power of prehension, all nature would look like that seat. Failure of prehension is la nausea. God is expressed in nature as this endless effort of prehension. This effort of prehension is not, as Whitehead points out, anything to do with our immediate personal needs, it is for something altogether greater. A man becomes great in so far as he expresses the will of God, which is an eternal act of prehension in life. Whitehead's major statement of his position is made in the immense volume Process and Reality, published in 1929. This is by far Whitehead's most important book, but one which it is impossible to summarize in a study as brief as this. He begins with his well-known statement that philosophy is the endeavor to frame a coherent, logical, necessary system of general ideas in terms of which every element of our experience can be interpreted. Note the phrase every element, that is, not just the things we can reason about, but the sensation of listening to music, the effect of a painting, those moments of which Proust speaks when the past is suddenly evoked by a casual word or action. Whitehead never thought of philosophy as a strictly limited field, as Wittgenstein did. He declared that philosophy should be the critic of abstractions, serving to keep abstractions in their proper place, and completing them by comparison with more concrete intuitions of the universe. And in modes of thought, he states what he means by concrete intuitions. Nothing can be omitted: experience drunk and experience sober, experience sleeping and experience waking, experience drowsy and experience wide awake, experience self-conscious and experience self-forgetful, experience intellectual and experience religious and experience skeptical, experience anxious and experience carefree, experience anticipatory and experience retrospective, experience happy and experience grieving, experience dominated by emotion and experience under self-restraint, experience in the light and experience in the dark, experience normal and experience abnormal. Wittgenstein's retort to this would be, probably, that so far no language has been invented which could incorporate all these things into a philosophy. He might agree, though, and Whitehead certainly would, that the novelist is better qualified to absorb all this experience than the philosopher. Shakespeare or Tolstoy have come far closer to it than Hegel. After Science and the Modern World, Whitehead's most readable book is Adventures of Ideas. The knotty, difficult prose of Process and Reality is dropped, and once again there is an abundance of illustration from literature, philosophy, and many other sources. The book is an application of Whitehead's philosophy of organism to various fields of practical human experience. There is a long section on sociology, and another on civilization. It is not an easy book to read, nothing Whitehead wrote ever was, but it shows Whitehead extending his field steadily, taking a widening interest in all sorts of subjects apart from philosophy. After this, Whitehead had only one more major work ahead of him, Modes of Thought, 1938, a restatement of the way in which his views had developed since Science and the Modern World. It contains the passage I quoted above about experience, which shows Whitehead taking a view of philosophy which is broader than any conception since Plato. We cannot imagine Descartes, Leibniz, or Kant writing such a passage, although it would not surprise us in Goethe. Whitehead's final position can be taken from an essay called Immortality, delivered in 1941 at the Harvard Divinity School. It is not, as one might suppose, an attempt to prove that man has an immortal soul, or survives after death. Whitehead states that the world in which we live is a world of chaos, purposelessness, mortality. It is the world of value which is the timeless world. Plato's works mean as much to us today as when he wrote them 2,500 years ago, although Plato the man is dead. Men have this power of transmitting value which is greater than their individual physical selves. Creation aims at value, whereas value is saved from the futility of abstraction by its impact upon the process of creation. But in this fusion, value preserves its immortality. In what sense does creative action derive immortality from value? This is the topic of our lecture. Now Whitehead begins to state the views which we find in Spengler, that the philosopher must be the man of action. Whitehead develops the idea in his own calm, slightly demure way, so that it does not seem to express the same notion as Spengler's angry self-assertion. But it does, nevertheless. The notion of effectiveness cannot be divorced from the understanding of the world of value. The notion of a purely abstract self-enjoyment of values apart from any reference to effectiveness in action was the fundamental error prevalent in Greek philosophy, and is not unknown in the modern world of learning. Although he uses a very different terminology, Whitehead is making the same point as Undershaft. Value is saved from the futility of abstraction by its impact upon creation. He restates his notion of organism with complete clarity. The misconception which has haunted philosophic literature throughout the centuries is the notion of independent existence. There is no such mode of existence. Every entity is only to be understood in terms of the way in which it is interwoven with the rest of the universe. Whitehead goes on to say that personal identity is the fusion of the world of value with the world of activity. In fact, the human being is a manifestation of the world of value in the world of activity, and the greater the man, the more value he manifests. This world of value of which Whitehead speaks is the concept of life in Shaw. For Shaw, life is all-pervasive in space and time, but can only manifest itself by inserting itself into matter and by imposing its own world of order and pattern on the chaos of matter. The fact that there are laws of nature at all is a manifestation of life. If life did not pervade space and time, the universe of matter would be tohu bohu, complete chaos. The fact that the earth circles around the sun is a manifestation of life. This is also Whitehead's concept of organism. Whitehead's analysis now begins to touch on the realms of the mystical. Our sense experiences are superficial, and fail to indicate the massive self-enjoyment derived from internal bodily functioning. Indeed, human experience can be described as a flood of self-enjoyment, diversified by a trickle of conscious memory and conscious anticipation. Whitehead's way of expressing it is so flat and matter-of-fact that the startling content of this sentence is likely to escape us. In Dostoevsky's The Devils, Kirillov had expressed the same idea, that at a certain moment, he knew that everything was good, and had stopped the clock to remind himself of the recognition. In Camus' L'Étranger, Massault knows, on the point of death, that I had been happy, and I was happy still. Whitehead has put his finger on the essence of all the sudden moments of illumination. While on the shop and street I gazed, my body of a sudden blazed. And 20 minutes more or less it seemed, so great my happiness, that I was blessed and could bless. Whitehead goes on to summarize the role of memory and anticipation. Without memory, life is a flat train of events. A man without memory would be no better than an imbecile. But as soon as there is memory, no matter how faint, there is a reaction against mere, material domination. Thus the universe is material in proportion to the restriction of memory and anticipation. Memory is the instrument of man's consciousness. Memory, as Proust knew, is the key to prehension. The struggle of life to assert itself into the world of activity by means of memory and consciousness is the ultimate definition of the ideal of heroism. The heroic is the struggle of value against the unmeaning. The outsider's lust for the heroic is the lust of life itself. Whitehead ends his lecture by re-emphasizing the principles of his idea of organism. He asserts that there are no such things as independent existences, and no such thing as the adequate description of a finite fact. Everything is tied up with everything else. He fires off one big gun into the air, when its target might well have been Marxism or logical positivism. Much philosophic thought is based upon the faked adequacy of some account of various modes of human experience. Understand that I am not denying the importance of the analysis of experience, far from it. The progress of human thought is derived from the progressive enlightenment produced thereby. What I am objecting to is the absurd trust in the adequacy of our knowledge. The self-confidence of learned people is the comic tragedy of civilization. There is not a sentence which adequately states its own meaning. There is always a background of presupposition which defies analysis by reason of its infinitude. He finishes with a summary of his whole life's thought. The conclusion is that logic, conceived as an adequate analysis of the advance of thought, is a fake. It is a superb instrument, but it requires a background of common sense. My point is that the final outlook of philosophic thought cannot be based upon the exact statements which form the basis of special sciences. The exactness is a fake. Since the 17th century, this bogey of abstract thought has reigned unchallenged. The 20th century tried to turn it into an algebra, and Whitehead was one of the men involved in the attempt. He has also been the man who has shown that abstract thought is inadequate. He was not, like Blake, a mere poet, he was a mathematician and scientist of formidable qualifications. It is one of the miracles of the history of philosophy that a man who began as an abstract philosopher should have ended by expressing the attitude of the prophetic visionary. Whitehead's thought is extremely difficult, and his prose style is not always all that could be asked. Consequently, the foregoing summary is bound to seem puzzling. I am also conscious that I have not succeeded in making Whitehead's thought seem attractive to readers who approach it for the first time. Nevertheless, it is my own conviction that he will one day be regarded as the outstanding philosopher of the 20th century, and the attempt to present him in summary had to be made. England is always singularly unfair to its thinkers. If Whitehead had been a German, he would have had a special department of some university dedicated to expounding his thought. What is surprising, even in view of the English indifference to metaphysics, is that no one has noticed that Whitehead has created his own kind of existentialism, and that it is fuller and more adequate than that of any continental thinker. He was his own Hegel and Kierkegaard rolled into one. Science in the modern world is the unscientific postscript of the 20th century, with the additional advantage of being readable. Whitehead continues the dialectic of Dostoevsky's Beetle Man, the anti-rationalist argument. But Whitehead does not dismiss logic, in spite of his assertion that it is a fake. He states its function with precision in one of his earliest books, The Introduction to Mathematics in the Home University Library. It is a way of taking shortcuts, a way of saving valuable creating time. It is a profoundly erroneous truism, that we should cultivate the habit of thinking of what we are doing. Civilization advances by extending the number of important operations which we can perform without thinking about them. Operations of thought are like cavalry charges in a battle, they are strictly limited in number, they require fresh horses, and must only be made at decisive moments. Logic is meant to save time, and to give us additional freedom, but here Zarathustra's question arises, freedom for what? The mere logical philosopher hoards time as a miser hoards money, and his logic is directed to no other purpose, but unfortunately, time saved cannot be spent later. Without creation, all time is waste. I began this book by admitting that The Outsider is of interest to me because of my own obsession with the problems of mental strain, of extreme psychological states, yet during the course of this book, I have moved further and further away from questions of human psychology into the realm of ideas. I am aware that, in doing this, I have left the problems of a Van Gogh, a Dostoevsky, and a Nijinsky far behind. And yet there is a kind of logic in this. The chief problem of life is not to learn how to think correctly, but simply to live. The thinking capacity cannot march forward on its own. Like a mountain guide, it is tied by a double rope to its companions, the emotions, and the body. It can go so far and no further. Then the other two have to be induced to follow it before it can advance. At the end of The Outsider, I still had a great deal of rope left. I have now gone as far as my two companions will allow. The Outsider was an attempt to argue the thesis that man is not complete without a religion. The inspiration of the book was William James's Varieties of Religious Experience. James had also, in his own way, attempted to do what Pascal, Hume, and Whitehead have attempted. His argument amounts to this: man is at his most complete when his imagination is at its most intense. Imagination is the power of prehension. Without it, man would be an imbecile, without memory, without forethought, without power of interpreting what he sees and feels. The higher the form of life, the greater its power of prehension, and in man, prehension becomes a conscious faculty, which can be labeled imagination. If life is to advance yet a stage higher, beyond the ape, beyond man the dweller or even man the artist, it will be through a further development of the power of prehension. This craving for greater intensity of imagination is the religious appetite. Naturally, this is always bound up with the idea of the heroic. Even the heroism of Hemingway's novels has an ultimate religious significance. This is the point at which I began The Outsider. My thesis was that religion begins with the stimulus which heroism supplies to the imagination. The outsiders of the early chapters were men with hunger for heroism, stranded in an unheroic age. Their abnormalities as outsiders were their attempts to manufacture their own heroism. Quentin's complaint was that there's no adventure, and he implied that this is necessarily true in a modern civilization. I tried to show that the craving for greater intensity of imagination, which means precisely the same as greater intensity of life, to have life more abundantly, takes the form of a search for the heroic. This craving for the heroic was quite plainly visible in the lives of Van Gogh, T. E. Lawrence, Rimbaud, Gauguin. Guido Ruggiero referred to Gauguin and Rimbaud as existentialist saints, and stated, with complete accuracy, that existentialism treats life in the manner of a thriller. Hector Hushabye in Heartbreak House is the symbol of the hero in the modern age, mollycoddled by a highly efficient technical civilization, driven to act out his heroism in imagination, the hero become the buffoon. I tried to show the way in which heroism is the basis of the lives of all great religious figures. When George Fox left his Leicestershire home to tramp the roads as an itinerant preacher, he was inspired by the heroic example of Jesus. It was Jesus's value as a hero which made him the center around which Dostoevsky's work revolved. The saint's self-torture, his renunciation of the world, is also heroic. Nietzsche knew that the ideal of universal peace is a false ideal. Man will always attempt to create opportunities for the heroic. The wars of the 20th century are the expression of a widespread subconscious craving. Kierkegaard was right when he said that boredom is the real evil of the world. A religion is the receptacle of the heroic, the symbol of man's need to strive for prehension. Failure of religion and world wars are inevitable companions. This was the theme of The Outsider. The book ended with a question, what can be done? But it also indicated plainly the direction which the argument had to take. One American reviewer stated that my next critical book would undoubtedly be my own recipe for a new religion. The analysis, in this book, has been forced to widen its scope. The outsider had to be considered as a phenomenon of modern civilization. The conclusion arrived at is that he is a symptom of a civilization in decline, but that at least, he is a healthy sign. I believe every civilization reaches a moment of crisis, and that Western civilization has now reached its moment. I believe that this crisis presents its challenge, smash, or go on to higher things. So far, no civilization has ever met this challenge successfully. History is the study of the bones of civilizations that failed, as the pterodactyl and the dinosaur failed. In the second part of this book, I have tried to show why the Western world has reached its moment of crisis. I have tried to show how religion, the backbone of civilization, hardens into a church that is unacceptable to outsiders, and the outsiders, the men who strive to become visionaries, become the rebels. In our case, the scientific progress that has brought us closer than ever before to conquering the problems of civilization, has also robbed us of spiritual drive, and the outsider is doubly a rebel against the established church, a rebel against the unstablished church of materialism. Yet for all this, he is the real spiritual heir of the prophets, of Jesus and Saint Peter, of Saint Augustine and Peter Waldo. The purest religion of any age lies in the hands of its spiritual rebels. The 20th century is no exception. Nietzsche and Shaw both believed that the force behind life aims at the creation of higher and higher types of men, and ultimately, at the Superman, or saint, or God. They believed that life aims at this God creation slowly and inevitably, as a glacier moves. But the conclusions of the present book point to a different pattern. Every time a civilization reaches its moment of crisis, it is capable of creating some higher type of man. Its successful response to the crisis depends upon the creation of a higher type of man. Not necessarily the Nietzschean Superman, but some type of man with broader consciousness and a deeper sense of purpose than ever before. Civilization cannot continue in its present muddling, short-sighted way, producing better and better refrigerators, wider and wider cinema screens, and steadily draining men of all sense of a life of the spirit. The outsider is nature's attempt to counterbalance this death of purpose. The challenge is immediate, and demands response from every one of us who is capable of understanding it. Under the circumstances, it would be merely silly to speak of remedies. It is too early even to speak of a final diagnosis. In the most important chapter of The Outsider, The Attempt to Gain Control, I spoke of 3 types of discipline, the intellectual, the physical, and the emotional, epitomized by T. E. Lawrence, Nijinsky, and Van Gogh. Our civilization, it would seem, is suffering from Lawrence's disease, too much intellect, and the consequent starvation of the emotional and physical factors. Existentialism is a protest on behalf of completeness, of balance. But it is difficult enough to prescribe for the individual outsider, almost impossible to prescribe for the civilization. Nevertheless, existentialism clearly plays the same role in the 20th century that Christianity played in the Roman Empire in the 1st century. The parallel cannot be pressed. It is only suggested as a bulwark against complete pessimism. The solution, as always, is for the individual outsider to continue to try to bring new consciousness to birth. The circumstances are at least less depressing than they might be. Compared to the situation after the First World War, they seem distinctly hopeful. There is a taste of intellectual revolt in the air. And yet the burden remains upon the individual outsider. There can be no easy engagement, even if the situation is unprecedentedly serious. If our age does stand on the edge of a last decline, like Greek civilization in Plato's time, the outsider can only watch it with scientific curiosity, and continue, like Plato, to meditate on less immediate problems. This detachment is the basic condition of survival, it is the sign of ultimate optimism. All things fall and are built again. And those that build them again are gay. Yeats had written of 3 old Chinamen looking down on the dissolution of a civilization. Their attitude is the answer to the outsider's question of engagement. On all the tragic scene they stare. One asks for mournful melodies, accomplished fingers begin to play. Their eyes mid many wrinkles, their eyes, their ancient, glittering eyes, are gay.